Chapter 2449. Zhangchen, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Meng Fanping said with a gloomy expression. His face was pale and he was in a sorry state. The four realm guardians were not in a better state than him. Zhangchen's thunderstorm had given them a hard slap on their faces. This slap meant that they had already regarded Zhangchen as their number one enemy. Zhangchen, my Ghost Eye sect will not let you live under the same sky. Li Tianhua's roar shook the sky and his face was ashen. Now not only the three great sects, but hundreds and thousands of sects in the Linhe boundary were offended by Zhangchen. His name would surely sweep across the entire Linhe boundary like a sudden clap of thunder. My divine pill sect will find you even if you have to go to the ends of the earth. Jiang Qingzi gritted his teeth. His face was covered in dust. Obviously he had suffered a great loss. Jiang Qin had unleashed a terrifying thunderstorm at the brink of death. It had instantly turned the situation around and caught them off guard. This kid is too monstrous and ruthless. We must kill him as soon as possible. The leader of the Realm Guardians shouted. This was the first time they, the Supreme Realm Guardians, had suffered such humiliation in the past millions of years. Moreover, they were defeated by a late true god kid. This was unbearable. We'll settle our scores in the future. Jiang Chen's voice pierced through the sky, causing countless sect elders to tremble. Everyone knew that the terrifying thunderstorm had destroyed everyone's confidence. Countless experts were left in the dust. Jiang Chen alone had killed so many experts, 137 heavenly god realm experts. Who would dare to believe such a feat? Jiang Chen had already escaped from the messy twisted jungle, leaving behind a desolate scene. At this moment, the whole Linhe boundary was doomed to be in a miserable state. However, when they wanted to look for Zhangchen, the latter had already escaped. Meng Fanping glanced at the four realm guardians and nodded his head solemnly, saying, I announce from this moment onwards, my Clear Stream sect is willing to join forces with the experts of the Linhe boundary to form the 100 Sect Alliance. We only have one goal: to kill Zhangchen. To kill. My Clear Stream sect will be the first to join. My Ghost Eye sect will also join. Divine Pill sect will join. Overlord sect will join. Hundreds of sects roared at the same time, condemning Zhangchen. At this moment, Meng Fanping raised his arm and got everyone's support. One could see that Zhangchen had become like a rat on the street in the Linhe boundary. This incident had shocked the whole Linhe boundary. Moreover, all the sects' younger generation had suffered a heavy blow. Apart from the big sects, all of them had suffered a heavy blow. The next generation that they had spent so much effort to nurture had either died in the hidden secret realm or were killed by Zhangchen. The ordinary sects had reached the point where they were short of manpower. Alright, since it's like this, I, Meng Fanping, swear to kill Zhangchen. From today onwards, everyone in the Linhe boundary has the right to kill Zhangchen. My 100 Sect Alliance will definitely kill Zhangchen. I don't believe that we, the 8 great sects of the Linhe boundary, will be intimidated by a kid that's not even a heavenly god. Meng Fanping's eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhangchen had offended the public. He had become the public enemy of the entire Linhe boundary. Although Zhangchen managed to escape, I'm afraid he won't be able to go far in the future. Rin Yuanzi sighed. Although he did not join the 100 Sect Alliance, he knew what it meant. Zhangchen would have a hard time in the Linhe boundary in the future. Moreover, he might not even be able to leave the Linhe boundary. Even though he managed to evade the pursuit and narrowly escaped death, once the 100 Sect Alliance was formed, the entire Linhe boundary would become a giant net. Who would be able to escape? Even if Zhangchen managed to escape, he would still be trapped in a dead end. The Linhe boundary was huge. It would be impossible for Zhangchen to escape. One day later, the ancient dragon city was in an uproar. Countless heavenly god realm experts were sighing. It seemed like the hidden secret realm was the nightmare of all the sections. Because too many people died here, whether it was the prodigies or the elders of the sections. Many of the sects were crying in sorrow. You're right. There were at least a few thousand heavenly god realm experts in the ancient dragon city. Most of the heavenly god realm experts in the Linhe boundary liked to stay in the ancient dragon city. Some of the loners also did the same. The ancient dragon city of Linhe boundary was a place where heroes gathered. This place was also the most well-informed place. The entire Linhe boundary was in an uproar because a true god young man had killed more than 100 heavenly god experts with his heavenly lightning art. Moreover, all of them were respected experts like elders and sect lords of various sections. Which heavenly god realm expert was weak? But at this time there was such a large number of deaths, it made people sigh. I never thought that so many people would die in the hidden secret realm. Only 20 people survived out of the tens of thousands of Linhe boundaries disciples. Even the Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect suffered a great loss. It's terrifying. That's right. I'm really curious about who this Zhou Xian is. How could he have such a terrifying technique? He's decisive and unstoppable. Haha. More than 10,000 prodigies died in the hidden secret realm. Oh my god. The prodigies of the Linhe boundary were all killed. I'm afraid that the next 100 years will be hard to replace them. So what? More than 100 heavenly god realm experts died on the spot. Now this Zhou Xian's name has shaken the whole Linhe boundary. If he doesn't die, he'll be another devil incarnate. I'm curious. If Zhou Xian doesn't die, will he turn the whole Linhe boundary upside down? I'm looking forward to it. After all, the Linhe boundary has been peaceful for too long. It'll be fun if someone comes out to stir up trouble. Plus, the 100 boundary battle royale is going to start 10 years later. I'm afraid that the Linhe boundary will be at the bottom again. The whole Linhe boundary was not only in the ancient dragon city. In just a day's time the news had spread to many places. Zhou Xian killed more than 100 heavenly god realm experts with his own strength. Even the realm guardian could not do anything to him. Zhou Xian's name had spread far and wide. Everyone thought that Zhou Xian was running away. Little did they know that Zhou Xian was in the ancient dragon city. Chapter 2450. Quick, I heard that something good is going to be auctioned today. Maybe it was brought out by those people from the hidden secret realm. Brought out from the hidden secret realm? He stopped dreaming. Don't you know that Zhou Xian single-handedly defeated everyone in the hidden secret realm, including the sect elders and even the hidden realm guardian? But in the end he still suffered a great loss. Only less than 20 of the 10,000 prodigies were left. It's a great irony and a great tragedy. Zhou Xian said with a smile. That's right, it's a great tragedy. That's right, Sai. What else can we do? Looks like the Linhe boundary is going to be in chaos. The 100 Sect Alliance has been formed to kill Zhou Xian, the devil incarnate. Now the Linhe boundary is in chaos, the whole ancient dragon city is in a state of panic. I'm curious, who is this Zhou Xian to have such great means? The Linhe boundary that has been peaceful for thousands of years is finally going to be lively again. I hope that this Zhou Xian is not too weak, but I guess he won't be able to escape from the 100 Sect Alliance. There were many people gathered at the entrance of the Gathering Destiny House. They were all talking about Zhou Xian. Some admired him, some slandered him. After all, Zhou Xian had offended hundreds of sects during the battle in the Twisted Jungle. Many of the sect lords were even killed by Zhou Xian. Everyone knew about this. Zhou Xian would not be able to hide from the 100 Sect Alliance. I'm sorry, brother, please excuse me. A young man wearing a bamboo hat said. He was Zhou Xian. Currently, Zhou Xian did not have anything valuable on him. The divine origin stones that he had were all used up. The most important thing for him now was to continue to improve his strength. He needed to at least reach the half-step heavenly god realm to be able to protect himself. Otherwise he would need to use all of his strength to fight against an early heavenly god. Zhou Xian would not be able to do anything in the Linhe boundary. I want to auction it. Zhou Xian said faintly. It's you again. Hehe, what's your name again? Young Master Zhang, right? What good stuff is there this time? The staff member said with a smile. Of course he had forgotten Zhou Xian's name, but he recognized his voice. Otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. I want to find Ziluo. You can't make the decision. Zhou Xian said in a low voice. He sat on the chair and poured himself a cup of tea. The tea was always hot. This teapot was made with divine origin stones. The divine origin power could always ensure the temperature of the tea. This was the first time Zhou Xian saw something like this. All right, young Master Zhang, please wait a moment. Not long after, Zhou Xian was invited into the inner hall. Ziluo was dressed in a purple robe. Her clothes fluttered gracefully in the wind, and there was not a single speck of dust on her. Her delicate eyebrows revealed a dignified expression as she said in a low voice, "You dare return to the ancient dragon city? Do you really want to die?" Ziluo looked worried. The most dangerous place is the safest place, isn't it? I need divine origin stones. Jiangchen said with a faint smile. Ziluo shook her head and looked at Jiangchen without blinking. Aren't you afraid that I'll report you? Do you know that as long as someone can provide you with clues, there'll be a reward of 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones? Am I that worthless? 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones? Jiangchen shrugged his shoulders. You're really a lunatic. Ziluo saw how confident Jiangchen was. She knew that Jiangchen had really killed countless sect lords and 10,000 genius disciples of the Linhe boundary. Who would believe such a glorious battle record? It could only be described as terrifying. When Ziluo first heard the news, she could not believe that it was done by Jiangchen. Was it really the fella who had the divine weapon? Now that she saw Jiangchen again, Ziluo could not help but believe it. Because Jiangchen's strength had increased by a lot. In just a year's time he had reached the late true god realm from the peak late void god realm. However, killing hundreds of heavenly god realm experts and tens of thousands of genius disciples was still unimaginable. Only a lunatic can understand the world of a lunatic. Not even a genius can understand it. Ziluo silently stared at Jiangchen and let out a sigh. How much do you want? I can barely gather 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones for you. Ziluo's words stunned Jiangchen. Do you think that I'm here to ask for divine origin stones and run away? Jiangchen laughed heartily. Why do you think that I will run away? Then what do you want? Ziluo frowned and blushed. This time she was thinking too much. Even someone as mature, steady, and elegant as she was couldn't guess what Jiangchen was thinking at the moment. I want to increase my strength as soon as possible. Plus, I will not run away. I want to fight against all the old sects of the Linhe boundary. I will not rest until I die. Jiangchen said with a cold look in his eyes. His voice was calm, but Ziluo's heart was in turmoil when she heard his words. You're only at the late true god realm. Do you really not know how strong the old sects are? Among the 10 great sects, there are at least dozens of heavenly god realm experts. Some even have hundreds of heavenly god realm experts. Plus, the sect lords of the 3 great sects are all divine king realm experts. Although you managed to chase away the half-step divine king realm guardian, it does not mean that you have the strength to challenge a divine king. Ziluo said worriedly. Jiangchen's actions were like throwing an egg against a rock, like a moth flying into a flame. I believe that you might have the ability after 100 years. But now you're still too weak. Thank you. But I, Jiangchen, am such a person. No one can change my mind once I've made up my mind. Since they want to kill me so badly, I will play a game of cat and mouse with them. I can kill more than 100 of their heavenly god realm experts. I will be able to fight against them. The killing intent in Jiangchen's eyes was frigid. My heart is like the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Since they say that I'm a madman who kills without blinking, then I'll show them how crazy I am. Linhe boundary is not enough to trap me. I will go on a killing spree and show them who the real devil is. Ziluo turned silent. She could see that Jiangchen had suffered a great grievance. The resolute look in his eyes was heart-wrenching. He shouldn't have been a man who would kill so many people, right? But he was forced into a desperate situation by countless sections. A cornered dog will jump over a wall. A mouse will bite when it's cornered, let alone a human. It was hard to say whether Jiangchen's actions were right or wrong, but at least from his point of view, it was a vengeance, a desperate counterattack, a path that would never have a path of retreat. It's good that you're alive. Chapter 2451. Take a look and see how much this pill is worth. With a flip of his hand, Jiangchen took out a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. At this moment, Ziluo's eyes lit up. She stared at the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill in shock. Ziluo took a deep breath and her chest heaved up and down. It was a spectacular sight. Her big watery eyes were fixed on the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. This is an immortal-grade pill? Ziluo could not suppress the shock in her heart. An immortal-grade pill was much stronger than a supreme-grade pill. Moreover, even the worst immortal-grade pill was priceless. It was normal for an immortal-grade pill to be auctioned for 100,000 to 200,000 gold coins. Jiangchen's spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was definitely not an ordinary pill. It was extremely effective for experts below the Divine King realm. Even for ordinary Divine Kings, it was extremely beneficial. After all, an immortal grade pill was something that could only be found by luck. That's right. I got this from the hidden secret realm. How much do you think this immortal grade pill is worth? The starting price should be at least 80,000 high-grade divine origin stones. But I think the final price should not be lower than 150,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Zi Luo said with a serious expression. What if all 5 of them are auctioned together? Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Zi Luo sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Jiang Chen with a pair of starry eyes. You're telling the truth? Zi Luo said in a trembling voice. 5 immortal grade pills, it was a huge fortune. Zi Luo did not doubt him at all because it was Jiang Chen who brought them out from the hidden secret realm. 800,000 to 1 million high-grade divine origin stones. I can guarantee it. Alright, I'll give you this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, as the name suggested, was a type of immortal grade pill that could extend one's lifespan and increase one's lifespan. It was the best for half-step divine kings and peak heavenly gods who were at the end of their lifespan. If an ordinary person were to eat it, not only would it change their physique, it would also increase their potential. Jiang Chen flipped his hand, and 6 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills appeared in his hand. Now I'm even more confident that this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill will definitely fetch a price that you can't even imagine. Zi Luo smiled. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was definitely one of the best immortal-grade medicinal pills. Jiang Chen's trip to the hidden secret realm was really fruitful. Aren't there 6? Zi Luo was slightly taken aback. The other one is for you. Jiang Chen smiled. What? For me? Zi Luo found it hard to believe that Jiang Chen would actually give her an immortal-grade pill. Since you didn't report me, I definitely have to bribe you. This immortal-grade pill is my gift to you. I trust you. Jiang Chen placed the 6 immortal-grade medicinal pills in Zi Luo's hand and held her hand tightly, not giving her a chance to reject. Zi Luo blushed. She could not hide her excitement as her hand was held by Jiang Chen. She had been working hard for the family for so many years, but she only managed to accumulate less than 100,000 immortal-grade medicinal pills. It was already a terrifying amount of wealth. But in Jiang Chen's hand, an immortal-grade medicinal pill was more than that. It was impossible to say that she was not excited. Moreover, the effect of this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was miraculous. It would be immeasurable for her future cultivation. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. I've already become a killing maniac, but you're still willing to trust me. This means that I'm not useless. Jiang Chen smiled. Don't worry. I will definitely fetch a price that will shock you. Zi Luo was full of confidence. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill would definitely make all the old guys in the ancient dragon city who were nearing the end of their lifespans go berserk. However, I have an idea. I want to exchange high-grade divine origin stones for supreme-grade divine origin stones. Is there any difficulty? You want the supreme-grade divine origin stone? Top-grade divine essence stones, if used for cultivation, were not as cost-effective as high-grade divine essence stones. Moreover, a piece of supreme-grade divine origin stone would at most have the energy of 5000 to 6000 high-grade divine origin stones. However, it would take 10,000 high-grade divine origin stones to exchange for one supreme-grade divine origin stone. Moreover, I reckon that you won't be able to absorb the pure energy in the supreme-grade divine origin stone. You'll need to at least reach the half-step divine king realm to be able to absorb the energy in the supreme-grade divine origin stone. Moreover, rare things like supreme-grade divine origin stones rarely circulate in ancient Dragon City. Zi Luo frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything definite. I want this supreme-grade divine origin stone. I have great use for it. Jiang Chen looked at Zi Luo solemnly. The supreme-grade divine origin stone was the foundation of the Little Ashura Sword formation. If he could use the supreme-grade divine origin stone as the foundation of the Little Ashura Sword formation, he would save a lot of effort. Moreover, he would not have to worry about his divine power being sucked dry by the Little Ashura Sword formation. 10 pieces of supreme-grade divine origin stones could barely build the foundation of the Little Ashura Sword formation. Even Jiang Chen's heart was bleeding. However, he needed the supreme-grade divine origin stones if he wanted to go on a killing spree. I'll give it a try. If those old farts who are at the end of their lifespans come out, they might be able to get some supreme-grade divine origin stones. Moreover, don't get your hopes up too high. Zi Luo said. All right. Jiang Chen said. I might need 3 days. I need to spread the news about the immortal grade pill. Then more people will join in. The immortal grade pill is good stuff. Those old farts in ancient Dragon City will definitely not let it go. Ziluo smiled. Then I'll wait for your good news. Where are you planning to go these few days? There are people everywhere in ancient Dragon City. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still be in danger. Why don't you stay in my room first? 3 days later, after you get the divine origin stones, you will leave ancient Dragon City as soon as possible. Ziluo's face was as red as a tomato. No one had ever stepped into her room before. However, this was just a temporary measure. After all, Ziluo was worried about Jiang Chen. If he left the Gathering Destiny house, many people would definitely target him. Jiang Chen might not be safe now. Then, I'll do as you say. Jiang Chen smiled embarrassedly. Although it wasn't a good idea to go to a girl's room, he had no other choice. Chapter 2452. The entire ancient Dragon City was in an uproar when the immortal grade pill appeared. No one doubted the power of an immortal grade pill. Moreover, the Gathering Destiny House announced that it could prolong the lifespan of a peak heavenly god or a half-step divine king by 10 years. This was the biggest attraction of the pill. What was the scariest thing for a cultivator? Only time. As long as you haven't reached the Emperor realm, you will forever be eliminated by the passage of time. Once your time is up, there's nothing you can do. No matter how strong you are, you will still have to face death one day. Unless you can become an emperor one day, a peerless god emperor is an immortal existence. As soon as the effects of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill were revealed, the entire ancient Dragon City became anxious. Those peak heavenly gods and half-step divine kings who were resting in the ancient Dragon City were all restless. Because the next immortal grade pill might be the most crucial step for them to break through the shackles of their cultivation. It could prolong one's lifespan and prolong one's lifespan. It's not something that a divine origin stone or a divine tool could compare to. Especially when a person is about to die, time is their only hope. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire Ziluo's marketing skills. In just 3 days, the news of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill had spread far and wide. There were even people from the surrounding cities who came to compete for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. To think that such a terrifying pill would appear in the ancient Dragon City before Jiang Chen, the devil incarnate's limelight has passed. It's enough to make those peak heavenly god realm old fellas go crazy. You're right. I'm afraid the competition this time will be very intense. However, there are quite a number of people who are qualified to compete for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Since the ancient Dragon City is the biggest city in the entire Linhe boundary, I wouldn't be surprised even if there's a divine king expert here. Haha, there's going to be a good show this time. More and more experts are entering the ancient Dragon City, including the experts from the 100 Sect Alliance. I'm looking forward to a great battle in the ancient Dragon City. I don't think a little Jiang Chen is that capable. His life or death has nothing to do with me. I'm more concerned about the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. People were rushing towards ancient Dragon City from all directions because there were too many things that happened in ancient Dragon City. Many people came here because of its fame. Experts were as numerous as the clouds and heavenly god realm experts were as many as the hairs on a cow. This time the entire ancient Dragon City would be filled with people. The eastern part of the city had become the most crowded place. After all, the Gathering Destiny House was located here. Whether it was rogue cultivators or people from various sects, they were all gathered here. The Gathering Destiny House was now filled with people. However, Jiang Chen did not stay idle. During the day he stayed in Ziluo's room in the Gathering Destiny House. But during the night, Jiang Chen went out of the city 3 times and killed a total of 12 early heavenly god realm elders. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the ancient Dragon City. The death of the 12 heavenly god realm experts had alerted the people of the 100 Sect Alliance. Reality proved that Jiang Chen did not leave the city, he was still in the ancient Dragon City. Although they lost a lot of people, they were all from the 100 Sect Alliance. As long as they did not join the 100 Sect Alliance, they were not worried. However, Jiang Chen's unscrupulous killing had thoroughly enraged the 100 Sect Alliance. Meng Fanping led the 10 great experts but failed to catch up to Jiang Chen 3 times. Once he succeeded, Jiang Chen went into hiding. The existence of the Zulong Tower made him almost invisible, no one could stop him. Every time Jiang Chen attacked, it was clean and clean. He never picked a mid-heavenly god and above to fight because that was his threshold. If they were stronger than the mid-heavenly god realm, they would definitely hold him back. Although Zhou Xian was not afraid of them, it would not be easy for him to leave if he was surrounded. After all, Meng Fanping and the others had suffered a loss from him once. They would not be defeated by him again and again. Zhang Chen's choice was extremely smart. The 100 Sect Alliance was shocked and fearful. Moreover, Zhang Chen was killing outside the ancient dragon city. It was impossible for him to clash with the 3,000 personal guards in the city. Moreover, these 3,000 personal guards were all heavenly god experts. Even Zhang Chen would not dare to casually kill people in the city. It was no different from digging his own grave. As long as he did not commit murder or arson in the ancient dragon city, then the ancient dragon city, which had been neutral for tens of thousands of years, would not target him. Even a sect as large as the 100 Sect Alliance would not dare to cross the line. The majesty and dominance of the ancient dragon city was evident. Damn Zhang Chen to think that he still dares to stay here. Once the auction is over, all the elders of the sects will gather. I will find him even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Meng Fanpeng looked at the pitch-black sky. Zhang Chen escaped after killing people again. Moreover, Zhang Chen would leave his name every time. This was the greatest mockery and provocation. Everyone in the 100 Sect Alliance who was below the heavenly god realm felt insecure. Zhang Chen was like a specter in the night, appearing and killing continuously. Every time he appeared, he would deal a fatal blow to those experts who were heading to the ancient dragon city. However, in these 3 days only 3 waves of people were killed. Although Zhang Chen's assassination was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water, it still gave Meng Fanping and the people of the 100 Sect Alliance quite a shock. Their anger was completely ignited. Zhang Chen's continuous killings added a layer of mystery to the ancient dragon city. Zhang Chen appeared and disappeared mysteriously, no one could find him. The 100 Sect Alliance's reputation was greatly challenged at this moment. Even with Meng Fanping's leadership, it was still extremely difficult to catch Zhang Chen. The game has just begun. Zhang Chen looked at the dazzling stars in the night sky. His eyes were cold and filled with playfulness. His blood was cold but his sword was hot. He wanted to use the blood of the 100 Sect Alliance as a sacrifice to his heavenly dragon sword. 3 days later, the ancient dragon city was filled with people. Especially in the eastern part of the city in front of the Gathering Destiny Square, it was already packed with people. Tens of thousands of people were present for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Chapter 2453. The Gathering Destiny House was the biggest winner this time because the price of the tickets for the auction had increased by more than 5 times. Moreover, the tickets were priceless. In the end, many people were left outside the Gathering Destiny House. After all, there were many people with status in the ancient dragon city. It could be said that the Gathering Destiny House had made a lot of money this time. Just the entrance fee alone was a huge sum of money. This time there were many big shots in this auction. Even the vice commander of the ancient dragon city's imperial army came to watch the auction. After all, he only had one goal, the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. There were 100,000 people in the auction house. It was estimated that half of them were heavenly god realm experts. All the guests had entered the Juyuan house. The other auction houses, on the other hand, were in a desolate state. This time, Zilua was grinning from ear to ear. It could be said that the immortal grade pill was a huge gimmick, causing many heavenly god realm experts to lose control of themselves. Not to mention the immortal grade pill that could increase one's lifespan. However, the rarer something was, the more precious it was. Those who could obtain it were as rare as a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn. The first hour of the auction was practically garbage time. Moreover, there were more than 20 auction items and the prices that were auctioned off were not too high. This was because more people were waiting for the finale of the night, which was the auction of the immortal grade medicinal pills. The 100,000 auctioneers patiently watched all the previous auctions. Finally, Ziluo appeared on the stage, carrying a rainbow-colored brocade box. At this moment, everyone's attention was on her. Even though she was as beautiful as a celestial fairy, she couldn't attract the attention of the powerhouses present, because most of them were paying attention to the celestial grade elixir. Experts would never lack women. In the eyes of these experts, women would always be ranked second. The first would naturally be strength. If one's strength wasn't enough, then one could only become a stepping stone for others to reach the peak. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, one could only become stronger. Hello everyone, I'm Ziluo. Tonight's auction is an immortal grade pill, the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. I believe that everyone here is very clear about the effects and uses of this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, so I don't need to explain too much. There will be more than one spirit-severing life-prolonging pill in tonight's auction. Ziluo's words caused everyone to hold their breath. There was more than one spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with joy. Even if they couldn't get it, at least it increased their chances of getting it. Otherwise, if there was only one spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, the competition would be intense beyond imagination. Furthermore, it wasn't just one. This caused more people to start competing for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. They were all extremely confident. More than one? Doesn't that mean I have a chance? That's right. Looks like we didn't come here for nothing. If there was only one spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, it would indeed be quite tragic. However, there's more than one. This is our chance. This gathering Destiny House really knows how to do business. However, the explosive news of 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills will definitely make everyone here even more excited. Ziluo looked at the crowd below the stage and her smile became wider. This time we will start an unprecedented auction. The first spirit-severing life-prolonging pill will be auctioned to the highest bidder. The highest bidder will be able to choose from 1 to 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, and the price of each spirit-severing life-prolonging pill will be the same. Although there are 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, it is possible that only the final winner will be able to keep the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Ziluo's new auction method had pushed the value of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill to its peak. Moreover, there were 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills. If one was really capable, he would definitely be able to buy all of them and the price would not fall after the second round. Therefore, this method was extremely terrifying and it was also a great test for the bidders. All businessmen are cunning. This Ziluo is really good at doing business. Yes, Miss Ziluo is unparalleled in the world. I really admire her. I have never heard of such a new method of auction. However, it is more exciting. Let's see who has the courage to buy all 5 immortal grade pills. There were at least 100 people who were full of confidence and wanted to compete for the immortal grade pills. In fact, many Heavenly God Realm experts were just here to gamble. After all, not everyone could participate in this auction. Moreover, some of the Heavenly God Realm experts were just at the early stage. They did not have a huge demand for the immortal grade pills. Of course, they did not have that much wealth and courage. The Ziluo. In the corner, Zhou Xian smiled slightly. He couldn't help but give Ziluo a thumbs up. In order to avoid lowering the price of the 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, this method of auction had completely changed from the usual way of auction. It was a win-win situation for both parties. However, those who wanted to take advantage of the situation would have to step back a little bit. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill is destined to stir up the entire ancient dragon city, said a middle-aged man with a vigorous aura. His eyebrows were like stars and his eyes were like swords. He wore a suit of silver armor, and the people around him all looked at him respectfully. He was the deputy commander of the ancient dragon city imperial army, Guansheng. His strength had reached the terrifying half-step divine king realm. He was quite famous in the Linhe boundary. You're right. However, I must get this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Commander Guan, you don't seem to have reached the point where you must have it. An old man with white hair and beard said with a smile. This man was also an old man in the ancient dragon city. 300 years ago he was one of the experts in the Linhe boundary. However, he suddenly went into seclusion and lived a leisurely life in the ancient dragon city. Bodhi Hand Wang Ziyuan. His strength had also reached the half-step divine king realm. Aren't you saying that your time is up and you can't participate in the auction? Whoever has the money is the boss. Beside him, a skinny old man with a haggard body spoke with a sinister smile. This person was also one of the top 100 experts in ancient Dragon City. Even the deputy commander of the imperial army, Guansheng, had to treat him seriously. It was rumored that he was a disciple who betrayed the Ghost Eye sect and escaped. However, in the past 1,000 years, no one from the Ghost Eye sect expressed their opinion on this matter. Gradually he was forgotten by the people. However, Mo Qianqing was also in existence, admired by tens of thousands of people. After all, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Back then he was the one who killed hundreds of thousands of human experts. His hands were stained with blood. In order to avoid his enemies, he entered the ancient dragon city. Looks like there are quite a lot of people competing for this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Chapter 2454. After all, the Clear Stream sect was behind Meng Fanping. The Clear Stream sect was the biggest sect in the entire Linhe boundary. Even the Ghost Eye sect and the Divine Pill sect could only be ranked second and third. This was publicly acknowledged. Moreover, the sect master of the Clear Stream sect was also a divine king. It was said that the Divine Pill sect had 3 divine kings, but no one knew if it was true or not. Even the ancient dragon city treated the Clear Stream sect with great respect. Isn't this old Meng? Hehe. Looks like old Meng is still as healthy as ever. Guanxing said with a smile. You flatter me. I'm old and useless. Therefore I still want to compete for this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Meng Fanping squinted his eyes. My Ghost Eye sect is extremely interested in this pill as well. Old Meng, you've got to show some mercy. Li Tianhua said faintly. Everyone had their own wishful thinking. Everyone at the scene wanted to get their hands on the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Even Jiang Qingzi from the Divine Pill sect was watching. If the price was right, he would probably bid for it too. After all, an immortal grade elixir pill was different from a supreme grade elixir pill. Its value was extremely terrifying. Even in the Divine Pill sect, an immortal grade elixir pill wasn't like candy. The failure rate of refining elixirs was relatively high. Sometimes, even the great elder of the sect would spend more than 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones to refine an immortal grade elixir. Alright everyone, please calm down. I have another important thing to announce. If anyone can take out a supreme grade divine origin stone, then you'll have the priority in the transaction. This is also what the auctioneer has instructed. Ziluo said with a smile. His words made many people discuss about the person behind the auction. Because the person who auctioned the spirit-severing life-prolonging pills might be a Divine King Realm expert. Moreover, the supreme grade divine origin stone was a necessity for Divine King Realm experts to cultivate. Moreover, the person who took out 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills at once must have an unfathomable background and strength. Even the old ancestor of the Divine Pill sect might not be able to do so. Looks like the person behind this must be an extremely powerful person. He just doesn't want to show himself. Yeah, it's useless for ordinary heavenly gods even if they have supreme grade divine origin stones. It's impossible for them to absorb the pure energy within. No matter who the auctioneer is, these 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills are the fortune of our ancient dragon city. Many people who were nearing the end of their lifespans were doing their best to bid for a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill so that they could extend their lifespans and create another miracle. Only by staying alive would they have a greater hope. I announce the start of the auction. The starting price is 50,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Each increment must not be less than 1,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Everyone gasped when they heard Ziluo's gentle voice. Many of them had already given up when they reached the threshold. 50,000 high-grade divine origin stones was not a price that an ordinary heavenly god could afford. Even if there were people who could accept it, they would definitely be extremely wealthy or the descendants of large sections. Only then would they have such a foundation. 51,000, 52,000, 55,000, 57,000 high-grade divine origin stones. I bid 58,000. Time passed by. Although most of the people were eliminated at the threshold, there were still a few hundred people who were eager to bid for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. 67,000. 70,000, 72,000. More and more people joined in the bidding. As the price of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill increased, everyone's breathing became rapid. Jiang Chen also looked at the scene without blinking his eyes. He wanted to know how much the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was worth. At least the people were going crazy for it. 75,000, 77,000, 80,000. The price of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill had increased to more than 80,000 in less than 5 minutes. It was an increase of 30,000 high-grade divine origin stones in an instant. It was quite shocking. Many people who were watching the scene were sweating. The more they watched, the more excited they were. Many of them wanted to see an even crazier price. Tonight, the entire gathering Destiny Square was bound to be the center of attention. 90,000. At this moment, Meng Fanping also joined in the bidding. The price of 90,000 was not low, but it was just the beginning for these big shots. 95,000. Bodhi Hand Wang Xuan immediately started competing with Meng Fanping. He directly increased the price by 5,000, giving Meng Fanping face. It seems like the price is not high enough. Li Tianhua smiled. 100,000. 105,000. Mo Qianqing said in a low voice. He quietly joined the battle without a sound. To them, the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill could be said to be the best celestial tier pill. How could they let such a good thing fall into the hands of others? Of course, everyone wanted to keep it for themselves. 110,000. Meng Fanping continued to increase the price. 120,000. This time, Bodhi Hand Wang Xuan directly increased the price by 10,000. 130,000, Li Tianhua said in a deep voice. 140,000. Mo Qianqing said. You guys are getting more and more powerful. If this goes on, won't the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill reach its peak? Guanxing said with a smile. His expression did not change, but he still did not bid. 145,000. Meng Fanping was also incomparably solemn. This price had already put him in a very passive position. His wealth was only 200,000. It seemed like he would really have to go bankrupt if he wanted to obtain this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. 150,000. The battle between Li Tianhua and Meng Fanping was a dazzling sight. After all, they were both pillars of the 100-sect alliance. But at this moment they were unceremoniously competing against each other. Li Tianhua, you want to compete with me? Meng Fanping looked at Li Tianhua and asked in a low voice. His eyes were cold. So what? I also want this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Why can't I compete? Old Meng, you don't think that I will respect the old and give this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill to you? My lifespan is also not far away. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill is very important to me. Li Tianhua shrugged. His face was extremely calm. Facing Meng Fanping's question, he was not afraid. Although the Clear Stream sect was slightly stronger than the Ghost Eye sect, it was not the kind of sect that could look down on everything. Li Tianhua was not afraid of Meng Fanping. At this moment, in the corner, Jiang Qin was already smiling. The real winner was destined to be him. It seems like these guys' persistence for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill has far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 2455. The price of the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill continued to rise, exceeding everyone's expectations. It was an unimaginable price, and it was just a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Jiang Qin watched silently. The happiest one was him. These 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills were his insurance. Moreover, after obtaining the divine origin stones, he could break through to the half-step heavenly god realm without any worries. At that time, it would be time for him to deal with the 100-sect alliance. He was determined to turn the entire Linhe boundary upside down. No one could stop him because he was Jiang Qin. Zilua was also extremely happy. The rarity of this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was evident. Although this immortal grade pill was not a true supreme grade pill, its attributes were one of a kind. Hence, even Jiang Qingzi from the divine pill sect paid close attention to it, as it could prolong one's lifespan. What did 10 years of lifespan mean? Only those who were at the end of their lifespan would understand. In the face of death, every year, every month, every day, and even every second was torture because you already knew when you were going to die. That moment would be the most painful. At that time, this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill would be the best medicine, even more precious than those immortal-grade pills. Of course, it was only relative. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill that Jiang Qin ate like candy had caused a huge commotion in the auction. Meng Fanping and Li Tianhua had raised the price to 185,000. No one was willing to take a step back. Although they were all reaching their limits, their desire for the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was indescribable. 190,000. The crowd was in an uproar. Even Jiang Qingzi from the divine pill sect joined the fight. Only Jiang Qingzi knew how terrifying the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was. Even in the divine pill sect, there was no immortal grade pill that could prolong one's lifespan. Only the supreme grade pill could prolong one's lifespan by 3 years. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Qingzi recognized the value of the pill. Everyone was even more excited. Jiang Qingzi, it seems like your divine pill sect isn't rich in elixirs. Li Tianhua said sarcastically. The more people that joined the bidding, the greater the pressure they felt. Therefore it was extremely terrifying for one person to join the bidding. 200,000. Meng Fanping gritted his teeth and said. This was the highest price he could offer. Now it was all he had. If it was any higher he would not be able to bear it. At this moment, Li Tianhua's eyes were extremely gloomy. 200,000 was also his limit. At most he could bid another 2,000. However, he knew that if he bid another 2,000 he would have no chance at all. Moreover, if he bid 2,000 he would probably be laughed at. Li Tianhua sighed and took the initiative to withdraw from the bidding. 205,000. Jiang Qingzi said faintly. However, his palms were sweating. How could his wealth reach such a terrifying level? Even though the divine pill sect was rich and Jiang Qingzi was also extremely rich, his wealth only allowed him to increase the price once or twice. At this moment the entire auction was boiling. 200,000. This was a critical point. There had never been anything that could be sold at a price of more than 200,000. To a small sect, 200,000 divine origin stones could support them for 10 years. 210,000. Meng Fanping said. Brother Jiang, can you give face to my clear stream sect? I'm sorry, Brother Meng. I personally want this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Therefore I can't give it to you. Even if I'm willing you have to ask the vice commander and the others. Jiang Qingzi said in a deep voice. Meng Fanping knew that he was powerless at this moment. 210,000. This was the limit that he could bear. What Jiang Qingzi said is reasonable. This is a matter of life and death. I think no one will show mercy. 215,000. Mo Qianqing smiled faintly and bid again. At this moment he looked extremely solemn. Although he looked confident on the outside, he was sweating in his heart. He hoped that the others would give up at this moment. However, things turned out contrary to one's wishes. Not everyone would give Mo Qianqing face. 220,000. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill is mine. Bodhi Hand Wang Ziyuan said in a domineering manner. Obviously he was quite confident. Jiang Qingzi sighed and shook his head. He could only give up unwillingly. None of the people here were easy to deal with. 225,000. Mo Qianqing continued to challenge Wang Ziyuan. I'm excited to hear that. 200,000. This immortal grade pill is really a rare treasure. To think that it was sold at such a high price. Yeah. I'm excited just thinking about it. However, I think the price will continue to rise. These true experts are very stubborn about the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. The ones who are the happiest are the auctioneers in the Gathering Destiny Square. Such a big cake. It's too tempting. Many Heavenly God Realm experts were excited. Although they did not participate in the bidding, they were still shocked to see the rising price of these experts. It's beyond my expectation. Looks like I'm going to earn a lot this time. Jiang Qin was excited. This was the happiest he had ever been. After the auction he would return to Profound Feng sect first. 230,000. Wang Ziyuan did not want to be outdone and increased the price again. This time Mo Qianqing became silent. The price of a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill had reached 230,000. Such a domineering price would definitely make many people gasp in amazement. You win, Wang Ziyuan. Mo Qianqing harumphed coldly and chose to give up. Thank you. Wang Ziyuan's laughter did not stop. A low voice called out a price that shocked everyone in the room. 250,000. Vice Commander Yu, I'm also interested in this spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. 250,000. I wonder if there's anyone who can bid higher than me? Guanxing said calmly. 250,000. No one could compete with him. This time, a smile gradually appeared on Guanxing's face. In the entire ancient dragon city his reputation was quite resounding. Moreover, he was the vice commander of the 3,000 imperial guards. That was a great force in his hands. Who wouldn't give him some face when they saw him? However, Guanxing did not use his power to suppress others. He used his price to suppress others. Who would dare to doubt Vice Commander Guanxing's wealth? Commander Guan, you're so domineering. That's right, Commander Guan, I think the first place today belongs to you. Chapter 2456. Don't worry, I won't ask for too much. I only want to. You still have a chance to get the rest. Huh? Guanxing said with a smile. Commander Guan is indeed generous. 250,000 high-grade divine origin stones. This little girl really admires you. Ziluo said with a charming smile. She covered her red lips, looking very charming. 300,000. Just as Ziluo was about to slam down the gavel to seal the deal, a deep voice suddenly reverberated throughout the auction house. Everyone's expression turned solemn and their breathing quickened. 300,000. This was the true sky-high price. Furthermore, it was an increase of 50,000 in one go. There could only be one reason. He did not want anyone else to continue competing with him. Even Guanxing's face was solemn. He silently looked at the black-robed man in the distance. His whole body was shrouded in black clothes and his face could not be seen clearly. However, his aura was not weaker than his own. There really is a higher mountain than the one before. Guanxing murmured with a cold smile on his face. Ziluo was slightly startled and shocked. 300,000 was indeed a premium. Although the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill was precious, 300,000 was indeed a bit too much. 300,000? Who the hell is this guy? Meng Fanping and the others were also incomparably shocked. To be able to spend 300,000 in one go, and not only did he want to buy a few spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, he did not even put Vice Commander Guanxing in his eyes. This person's identity was extremely strange or even terrifying. 300,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Is there a higher price? Ziluo's eyes were shining as she asked in a sweet voice. Since there isn't, then I will slam the hammer. 300,000 once. 300,000 twice. 300,000 thrice. Deal. When Ziluo's gavel landed, the entire arena erupted into an uproar. How many spirit-severing life-prolonging pills does this friend want? 3 is enough. Here are 90 supreme divine origin stones. The black-robed man took a step forward and flew up. He landed on the high platform and handed the 90 supreme divine origin stones to Ziluo. Ziluo was slightly startled. She took out 3 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills and handed them to the black-robed man. The latter took the pills, turned around and disappeared from the high platform. His speed was as fast as lightning and he came and went without a trace. What a terrifying aura. Guanxing and Wang Ziyuan glanced at each other. Both of them were extremely serious. This black-robed man was extremely powerful and shocking. Moreover, he came and went like the wind. Jiangchen looked at the 90 pieces of supreme-grade divine origin stones and his pupils contracted. His eyes were extremely bright and he was quite excited in his heart. This time he could use the little Ashura sword formation without worry. Under the sword formation it was invincible. There are still 2 left. If everyone here has no objections, then I'll take them. Guanxing said in a deep voice. It was not important that his limelight was stolen. What was important was that he still had 2 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills left. At least he did not come here in vain this time. No one had any objections. Guanxing breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, no one continued to compete with him. I announce that the other 2 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills will be won by Commander Guan. Ziluo's words disappointed many people because the last 2 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills were also won by Guanxing. Meng Fanping and the others were extremely depressed, but they couldn't do anything about it. Who asked them to be weaker than Guanxing? A shocking auction had quietly come to an end. No matter if it was Guanxing or the black-robed man, both of them had gotten what they wanted. However, the final winner was Jiangchen. Here are 500,000 high-grade divine origin stones and 90 supreme-grade divine origin stones. Ziluo gave all the divine origin stones to Jiangchen. She knew that this fella had to go on a long journey. Thank you, Ziluo. She was the only person that Jiangchen trusted in the entire ancient dragon city. Take care. Staying alive is more important than anything else. Ziluo waved her hand at Jiangchen. Jiangchen smiled and left. Ziluo's eyes were filled with confusion. This devil that was destined to stir up the entire Linhe boundary was about to embark on his journey of slaughter. The 100 Sect Alliance was getting stronger. Now there were more than 500 Heavenly God Realm experts searching for Jiangchen. The area within 1,000 li of the ancient dragon city was turned upside down. However, they still could not find any trace of Xianxia. In a low and dilapidated mountain, dark crows were flying everywhere. It was cold and desolate. In a cave, Xianxia was calmly devouring the high-grade divine origin stones. The energy of these stones was absorbed by Xianxia continuously. The dragon marks in his body increased. This time Xianxia was prepared to break through to the half-step heavenly god realm. Strength was the most important thing. Only by breaking through to the half-step heavenly god realm would he be able to stand firm. After all, the other party's strength was more than 100 times stronger than him. Just a few heavenly god realm experts would be enough to give him a headache. If he wanted to deal with the 100 Sect Alliance, he would be courting death. Songyun Boundary. Thousands of celestial mountains, green water, hundreds of li-long rivers. This was the boundary closest to the Linhe boundary. However, it was much stronger than the Linhe boundary. The number of experts here was much higher. Blooming flowers, hundreds of flowers, thousands of beasts. It was a beautiful sight to behold. On the Wutong mountain, a black figure holding a metal rod stood on the peak of the mountain, holding a blade of green foxtail grass in his mouth. His eyes were filled with disdain. Old Phoenix, looks like you haven't fought enough, right? Damn monkey, do you really think you can win me? We've fought 37 times, have you won even once? If it wasn't because I saw your talent and didn't want to kill you, do you think you can still live until now? A middle-aged man with a 7-colored phoenix crown stood proudly, looking at the black figure and said disdainfully, "What a coincidence, you don't want to kill me but I want to kill you. That 7-colored phoenix crown on your head is not bad, I want to play with it." The black figure said with a faint smile, his lips were filled with provocation. If he wasn't Long Xian, who else could he be? Looks like the demon race has a scum like you. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. Looks like the divine monkey clan has completely declined. Feng Wutian shouted, his eyes were cold. He did let Long Xian go dozens of times before, but Long Xian came to provoke him every time. If it wasn't because he was from the divine monkey clan, Feng Wutian might not have been lenient to Long Xian. You keep fighting, you keep losing. I'm really looking at you in a different light. You can't even defeat your heart. Looks like I'll have to add something to it. Feng Wutian thought in his heart. He admired Dragon Xian. If it was any other demonic beast, they would have given up long ago. Moreover, every time Dragon Xian was beaten to death by him, he would come back to challenge him with vigor. It was indeed shocking. Moreover, Dragon Xian's growth was also witnessed by Feng Wutian. Between the two of them, there seemed to be a relationship between friend and foe. Fighting until the last moment, this was Long Xian's creed. Chapter 2457. Let's see if you have what it takes. Hee hee. Feng Wutian said coldly while staring at Long Xian. This fellow was like an unkillable cockroach. The two of them had been fighting more and more recently. Long Xian's strength had already reached the early heavenly god realm. However, if he were to go all out, even a late heavenly god scripture expert would suffer a great loss in his hands. This time I'll let you see what I'm capable of. Long Xian's eyes turned cold. His black silhouette moved and his lips curled up coldly. The iron staff in his hand was filled with explosive power at this moment. With a swing of the staff, the mountains and rivers would be crushed and the peach garden would be destroyed. The iron staff swung back and forth. The terrifying destructive power was astounding. Long Xian sneered. He did not hold back at all. After fighting with Feng Wutian for more than 30 times, he had gained a better understanding of Feng Wutian. His combat strength had also become stronger. Although his cultivation realm did not increase by much, his combat strength had increased by several folds. The iron staff swung back and forth with the force of a mountain, as if it could poke a hole in the sky. Feng Wutian's aura changed instantly. His strength was as steady as a mountain. He fought against Long Xian with all his might, advancing and retreating, attacking and defending. He wanted to win against Long Xian no matter what. However, he did not dare to be careless. The iron staff in Long Xian's hand was quite terrifying. When he swung it, the sky would shatter and the void would tremble. Long Xian's black silhouette was like a sharp blade. The violent iron staff swung back and forth, constantly clashing with Feng Wutian. Thunderous tremors resounded through the entire Wutong mountain. Within 1,000 li, all the beasts were running around, afraid to be killed by Long Xian's staff. Feng Wutian's aura engulfed the heavens. His palms were like thunder and his fists were astonishing. He continuously struck out, clashing with Long Shersan's divine staff. Each and every one of his punches seemed to strike directly at the hearts of those around him, causing them to tremble unceasingly. Each of Long Shersan's attacks were ruthless, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Feng Wutian retreated as he fought, but there was no sign of him losing. Instead, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. Gradually, he gained the upper hand over Long Shersan. I don't believe that I will lose to you every single time. Long Shersan let out a furious roar and entered a berserk state. This was the first time he had entered a berserk state. In his opinion, he was already strong enough to compete with Feng Wutian. This was definitely the best opportunity. If he could defeat Feng Wutian, he would be able to prove himself. Long Shersan lost more than 30 times in a row, all at the hands of Feng Wutian. However, his indomitable spirit made him stronger and stronger. You're not from the Divine Monkey clan? You're a Battle Saint Ape? Feng Wutian's pupils shrunk, his expression changed. He had always thought that Long Shersan was from the Divine Monkey clan, but he never thought that he was actually an ancient demonic beast, a Battle Saint Ape. It was a monkey that was even more terrifying than the king of the Divine Monkey clan, the strongest Battle Saint Ape in the ancient times. I don't think I've ever said that I'm from the Divine Monkey clan. Long Shersan's lips curved into a smile. His terrifying berserk energy exploded once again. Just his physical strength alone was already close to the late heavenly god realm. Such a terrifying Battle Saint Ape was extremely terrifying. Even Feng Wutian's expression became solemn. Feng Wutian retreated continuously. Under Long Shersan's berserk attack, even he could only avoid it. His fists turned into feathers, clashing against Long Shersan's peerless divine staff. Long Shersan continued to press forward, showing no signs of retreating. On the other hand, Feng Wutian was extremely shocked under Long Shersan's rage. The battle between the two of them was extremely shocking. Eat my staff. Shersan's eyes turned red as he charged forward. The gigantic Battle Saint Ape was unparalleled. He held the iron rod in his hand and swept across the heavens and earth like an overlord. Feng Wutian's expression was solemn as he continued to strike out with his feathers. Dragon Shersan was like a hot knife cutting through butter. His domineering aura shot up to the heavens. His battle intent soared up to the sky, shaking the heavens and earth with every step he took. The Wutong Mountain shook at this moment. Feng Wutian retreated in order to advance. In the end, Long Shersan gained the upper hand. A terrifying berserk aura swept across the vast land. The surrounding beasts were all trembling. This was the aura of a king among the beasts. Those low-level beasts even had the urge to kneel down and worship it. It was evident from the berserk aura of the ancient demonic beast, the Battle Saint Ape. Even though Long Shersan was only at the heavenly god realm, his domineering aura made countless beasts feel suffocated. Feng Wutian was one step behind and was pushed back by Long Shersan. The moment the iron staff landed on Feng Wutian's shoulder, Long Shersan's smile became wider. You win. Feng Wutian said faintly. Ha, old Phoenix, looks like you're just SOS. However, it's a bit unfair for me to win. If you reveal your true form and fight me, I might not be your opponent. Long Shersan looked at him with a burning gaze. If I need to use my true form to deal with a junior, what right do I have to lead the beasts of Wutong Mountain? Feng Wutian smiled, not feeling dejected at all. Battle Saint Ape. To think that you're a Battle Saint Ape. If you're able to grow, it might be the fortune of our beast race. Wait for me. Next time, I'll let you know that I can defeat you even without revealing my true form. Long Shersan and Feng Wutian looked at each other, feeling like they understood each other. I hope so. I'm looking forward to that day. Feng Wutian laughed, feeling carefree and relieved. Let's fight another day. Long Shersan turned around and left, but Feng Wutian called out to Long Shersan. I have news about him. Feng Wutian's words made Long Shersan stop in his tracks. Where is he? Long Shersan held his breath and his expression became solemn. Linhe Boundary, Ancient Dragon City. Feng Wutian said. However, his current situation is quite worrying. Feng Wutian said softly. Long Shersan turned around and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Even Feng Wutian was shocked. This fella's eyes are terrifying. Who? Not just one person. Or should I say he offended the entire Linhe Boundary. The 100 Sect Alliance just to kill him. Ah, you're indeed my brother. Little Chinzi, you really can't stop offending the entire Linha boundary. Long Shan laughed wildly. Since that's the case, I'll fight with you. Even if the entire world betrays you, at least you still have me. No, there's still a dog. Ah. Shan broke through the sky and headed straight for Linha boundary. Thank you. Chapter 2458. Hayes, we've been walking for half a month and we haven't even found a single strand of hair. Will Jiangchen really let us find him so easily? As long as he's not stupid, he must have found a place to hide. Yeah, if we keep looking like this, I'm going to lose my appetite. I think this Jiangchen is probably hiding somewhere and doesn't dare to come out. With Senior Wang's mid-heavenly god strength, even if Jiangchen saw him, wouldn't he take a detour? That's true. Senior Brother Wang is the cornerstone of our Tiger Leap school. Apart from the sect master, Senior Brother Wang is the most powerful among the three great elders. In my opinion, even the great elder and the second elder are just empty titles. They simply can't compare to Senior Brother Wang. The four middle-aged men were chatting happily while complimenting the third elder. The Tiger Leap sect was also one of the top 30 sects in the Linha boundary. Although it was incomparable to the top sects like the Divine Pill sect, it was still a reputable sect. Low profile, we must be low profile. We're here to capture Jiangchen. As the pillar of the 100 Sect Alliance, we must not let our guard down. If we can kill Jiangchen, then our Tiger Leap school will be famous throughout the Linha boundary. By then, even the Clearstream sect and the Divine Pill sect will have to give us some face. Wang Boden said solemnly as he stroked his beard. There was a hint of calmness at the corner of his mouth, making him look rather proud and complacent. Third elder is right. We will follow your advice. The four of them said with a smile. With Wang Boden as the leader, the five of them were all Heavenly God Realm experts. With such strength, as long as they don't meet any peerless experts in the Linha boundary, they would be able to do whatever they want. Jiangchen was just a true god, they naturally didn't need to worry about him. I think he's just someone with an undeserved reputation. It's been a long time since the 100 Sect Alliance was formed. Has that bastard Jiangchen ever shown his face? He had only ambushed a few early heavenly gods. Moreover, he had killed more than 100 heavenly gods and tens of thousands of genius disciples. It was a little too much. I don't care if you believe it or not, but I don't. Seventh brother is right. Linha boundary has already praised Jiangchen to the heavens. Even the four realm guardians and Clearstream sects Meng Fanping were almost injured. That's a half-step divine king that's stronger than our sect master. Do they really think that a true god brat could be that strong? He was completely fooled by Jiangchen. If he was in my hands, I'd hit him so hard that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. That's right. That guy didn't meet the people from our Tiger Leap school. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a corpse left. Most likely he was flattered more and more. Even I can't stand it anymore. The five elders of the Tiger Leap sect all had mocking expressions on their faces as they walked past this barren mountain. Looking into the distance, there was no sound within 1,000 miles. Or was there even a shadow of a person? Rumble, a loud explosion could be heard, causing Wang Boden and the others to be startled. There's movement. Let's take a look before we leave. Wang Boden said faintly. His eyes squinted as he looked towards the explosion 10 miles away. Who are you? 1,000 miles of barren land and you're cultivating here? It's really strange. Wang Boden's deep and domineering voice reverberated in the void. Jiangchen stepped on the void and his lips curled up into a smile. Does this place belong to your family? Do I need your permission to cultivate here? Brat, I think you're trying to find fault with us. Do you know who we are? You dare to provoke our Tiger Leap school? Looks like you're tired of living. This is our Tiger Leap school's third elder, Wang Boden. The fifth and sixth elder said furiously, staring at Jiangchen. This little bastard who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth is courting death. Bastard? Not a bad name. You're from the 100 Sect Alliance? Jiangchen squinted his eyes and laughed. You actually know and still dare to speak such nonsense. Bastard, you dare to insult our third elder. You deserve death. You actually know we're from the 100 Sect Alliance and still dare to be so impudent. Xiao Wangdan will definitely grind your bones into dust. Wang Boden stared at the fifth elder fiercely. This name of his was really a pain in the ass. Back then, even his parents didn't know how they came up with it. Dan was the sun, and it was said to symbolize the birth of the primordial sun. However, many people used this name to make a fuss, angering Wang Boden so much that he hadn't mentioned his name to anyone for hundreds of years. But this fifth elder actually used his name as a threat. Who knew if he was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? An old bastard with 4 little bastards. What else do you want? Do you want to cross the East Sea or hole up for 1,000 years? Ah. Jiang Chen was convulsing with laughter. These two fellas, their names were truly laughable. You have a sharp tongue. But you're fated to die from your own arrogance. Even if you kowtow to your ancestors, I won't let you go. Wang Boden said in a deep voice. He was extremely domineering as he took the lead and faced Jiang Chen head-on. Indeed, because I don't intend to let you go. Isn't the person you've been searching for me? Now that your grandpa Jiang is standing in front of you, you don't dare to recognize me? Ah. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches, his figure was like a sword as he looked at the sky arrogantly. Now that he had broken through to the half-step heavenly god realm, his strength had gone up another level. These few fellas, he really did not put them in his eyes. You're Jiang Chen? Wang Boden and the other 4 were instantly shocked. Their eyes were filled with excitement, as if they were happy to see the prey they were about to hunt. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to enter hell. Don't blame us then. Hehe, Jiang Chen, right? I'd like to see how you became such a powerful expert. You're not even a heavenly god realm expert, yet you dare to act arrogantly in front of me? Third elder, let me take action. None of you need to help me, I can easily take down Jiang Chen. Xiao Wangdan took a step forward and the barren hills within 10 miles shook. He was only 1 step away from the third elder's realm. Although he was not famous in the Linhe boundary, he was still a peerless god of death within 100,000 miles radius of his own sect. His name alone was enough to stop babies from crying at night. He was extremely terrifying. As you wish. Jiang Chen and Xiao Wangdan stared at each other. The battle was about to begin. Be careful, this fella is not easy to deal with. To be able to make the Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect form the 100 Sect Alliance, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. Perhaps he did fight in the Twisted Forest. Wang Boden said in a low voice, reminding Xiao Wangdan. But obviously Xiao Wangdan was very confident in himself. In terms of strength, he could easily crush Jiang Chen, who was a true god when he was only a peak early heavenly god. Chapter 2459. Xiao Wangdan was full of confidence. He held the 9-foot-long blade in his hand and slashed towards the sky, traversing 10 li of barren mountains. A single slash from his blade flattened everything, causing the valleys to collapse, sand and stones to fly everywhere. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, a half-step heavenly god. His confidence was much stronger than Xiao Wangdan's. He threw out a punch and clashed with Xiao Wangdan's blade. His fist was invincible, sweeping across the sky like a meteor. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps, each step ascended to the heavens. Jiang Chen suppressed Xiao Wangdan with a violent and overbearing aura. Every step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps gave Xiao Wangdan a feeling as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The 9-chi-long blade pierced through the sky and was shattered by Jiang Chen's punch. Wang Boden and the others gasped at the sight of Jiang Chen's terrifying combat strength. My divine tool. Give me back my divine tool. Xiao Wangdan gritted his teeth in anger. He had never thought that Jiang Chen's punch would be so terrifying. It was enough to shock even the gods and ghosts alike. Jiang Chen's momentum was unstoppable. He took the opportunity to launch another violent punch. Just based on strength alone, a half-step heavenly god was able to suppress a heavenly god. No one would dare to believe this. This kind of clash was unheard of. If it was someone else, they would definitely not believe it. Surpassing the realm to fight, retreating with a single punch. Xiao Wangdan was completely exposed in Jiang Chen's hand. The 9-foot-long blade was shattered. Before the might of a heavenly god could be unleashed, Jiang Chen's punch had already shattered his divine weapon. Such a tyrannical method made Wang Boden and the others shudder. The wind from Jiang Chen's punch could split mountains and rocks. It was unstoppable. His fist pierced through the middle of his body. One punch. Jiang Chen only used one punch to kill Xiao Wangdan. Moreover, Xiao Wangdan did not even have the strength to fight back. Jiang Chen's terrifying punch. Xiao Wangdan could not believe that he was so weak. He could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. In the end, he was killed by Jiang Chen's punch. It's terrifying. Is this fella really only a half-step heavenly god? He's a human-shaped weapon. The fifth elder Hey, we have underestimated Xianxia. The three of them were deeply shocked in their hearts. The fifth elder's strength was not ordinary. Even they were on par with him. However, at the last moment, the explosive impact of that punch had completely shocked the depths of their hearts. Xiao Wangdan's death had shocked the three of them. A person's reputation was indeed powerful. One must not underestimate him. Xianxia was indeed worthy of his reputation. No wonder the 100 Sect Alliance only wanted to kill Xianxia. Looks like they had underestimated this half-step heavenly god. Xianxia, you've got guts to kill a member of my Tiger Leap school. Today I will tear you into pieces. Although Wang Boden was shocked, he was not afraid of Xianxia. He was 2 realms higher than Xianxia. He was confident and fearless when facing Xianxia. Although Xiao Wangdan was already at the peak of early heavenly god realm, he had yet to step into the mid-heavenly god realm. Once he did, the world would change. Therefore Wang Boden unleashed his aura, surpassing Xiao Wangdan's by a lot. This time he locked onto Xianxia. He must kill Xianxia to avenge the fifth elder Xiao Wangdan and the countless warriors of Linhe boundary that had died. The little bastard is dead. The old bastard is here for revenge. Fine, all of you shall die today. Xianxia sneered. He was not afraid at all as he faced Wang Boden. Although he was not as strong as Wang Boden, Xianxia did not back off. The confrontation between the two caused the other 3 elders to sink into a solemn mood. If I don't kill you, how can my Tiger Leap school establish itself in Linhe boundary? You'll pay the price for what you've done. Wang Boden said in a domineering manner. He too felt sad about Xiao Wangdan's death. After all, they had been friends for hundreds of years. However, Xianxia's attack was just too fast. It was already too late for him to save Xiao Wangdan. In the end, he could only let Xiao Wangdan die with a grievance. Third elder, the 3 of us are enough to kill him. You don't need to do anything. We must avenge fifth brother. We must let him die a worthy death. We must capture Xianxia and let the 100 Sect Alliance look up to our Tiger Leap school. Fourth elder took the lead, the 3 of them forming a tiger with a majestic aura as he pointed his sword at Xianxia. Be careful. If you can't defeat him, I'll lend you a hand. Wang Boden pondered for a moment and said, The 3 of us are enough to deal with Xianxia. The fourth elder said proudly. From his point of view, Elder Wu and Xiao Wangdan had underestimated their enemy and allowed Xianxia to seize the opportunity to kill them. However, they would not fall for Xianxia's trick. 3 early heavenly gods, how could they be afraid of a true god? Xianxia might be strong, but it was impossible for him to win against the 3 of them. No matter how much trash there is, it is still trash. Xianxia Ling smiled. His pair of iron fists swept out in all directions. Die. This day next year will be your memorial day. The fourth elder wielded the twin dragon hooks in his hands and swung them horizontally and vertically as he closed in on Xianxia. Each of his attacks was fatal and his killing intent was obvious. The other 2 were not to be outdone. As the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger. The 3 of them could even withstand the third elder's attacks, let alone Xianxia. They weren't like those young brats who would be frightened by Xianxia's display of strength. Eat my sword. The 3 of them attacked one after another, surrounding Xianxia in the middle. A frightening gust of wind blew across the sky, causing the yellow sand to fly everywhere. Xianxia's body was moving in the wind and he kept using the 9 phantom wolves. Among the yellow sand, the fourth elder and the other 2 elders were hit by Xianxia's fists. Fighting 1 against 3, his aura did not decrease at all. Compared to when he faced Xiao Wangdan, he was stronger. There's no difference between 3 trash and 1 trash. Xianxia Ling said. His every step was filled with killing intent. Wherever his fists passed by, the void was torn apart. Sand and wind accompanied the fists, turning the universe upside down. Each of Xianxia's fists contained the strength of 9 dragons and 10 elephants. He punched out 10 times in a row, landing on the 3 people's bodies. Terrifying sounds of bones breaking could be heard. With 1 punch, bones would be broken. He was invincible. Die. Xianxia suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like stars, emitting a murderous glint. Even Wang Boden shivered. The fourth elder and the other 2 retreated rapidly. Their bones were shattered by Xianxia's fists. They did not have the strength to fight anymore. The last punch was like hitting a bull across a mountain, shattering the flesh of the fourth elder and the other two. No. Chapter 2460. Xianxia, you're too evil. How dare you kill 4 of my Tiger Leap School's elders? Today I'll fight you to the death. Wang Boden's expression was cold. The 4 great elders of the Tiger Leap School were all killed by Xianxia. As the leader of the 100 Sect Alliance's Tiger Leap School, he had to bear the responsibility. But more than that, he was furious at Xianxia. Right now Wang Boden couldn't restrain his anger. Xianxia actually killed 4 elders in front of his eyes. This was a great humiliation to him. You're the only one left. Are you not prepared to accompany them? They've been friends for hundreds of years. They're all dead. How can you live alone in this world with your old face? Xianxia sneered. He stood proudly in the sky and stared at Wang Boden. Wishful thinking. The 4 of them are only early heavenly gods. Do you really think you can defeat me? I'm 2 realms higher than you. How are you going to defeat me? Even if you're talented, what qualifications do you have to fight me? Arrogant. Today I'll let you know what a true expert is. Wang Boden looked at Xianxia proudly. At this moment, although he had some understanding of Xianxia, it didn't mean that he would treat Xianxia as someone who was on the same level as him. In his eyes, Xianxia was still an arrogant guy. Wang Boden looked at Xianxia proudly. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's fight. You'll die a good death. Xianxia sneered. At this moment you're already dead. Wang Boden leapt up like a dragon in the abyss. A terrifying gust of wind from his palm struck out 10 li away, the wind howling and cranes shrieking. A series of terrifying footwork closed in on Xianxia, closing in on him. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, his eyes were filled with coldness. Having cultivated the dragon transformation skill to this stage, his physical strength had already surpassed those of the same cultivation realm. Even a late heavenly god would not be his match in terms of physical strength. But this Wang Boden chose to fight with a domineering opponent. Xianxia will definitely teach him a good lesson. Both of them exchanged blows in an instant. Their punches were powerful enough to shatter mountains and rocks. Xianxia was fearless. Plus, he had the profound heavenly armor to protect his body. Even if he stood still, Wang Boden might not be able to inflict any serious damage on him. Xianxia was fearless. Get lost. Xianxia's attacks were ruthless and deadly. His punches and kicks were overbearing, not giving Wang Boden a chance to breathe. Wang Boden's expression became solemn. He could feel the pressure coming from Xianxia. Both of their punches and kicks were like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. However, they were evenly matched. Neither of them could gain the upper hand. Xianxia could shake a mid-heavenly god with just the strength of his body. Now he finally felt the dreadful strength. Even though he was only a half-step heavenly god, the purple-golden divine spark in his body was gradually solidifying and becoming tougher. Looks like I've underestimated you. Wang Boden's expression was gloomy. He was fighting Xianxia fiercely, but it was hard for him to kill Xianxia within a short period of time. Xianxia's tenacity was far beyond his imagination. Moreover, Xianxia's ferocious strength was not something that a half-step heavenly god could handle. Wang Boden had to give it his all. Soaring dragon and leaping tiger, 1,000 miles unhindered. Wang Boden's feet were like lightning. He launched 9 kicks in a row. The sharpness was unparalleled, forcing Xianxia to be careful with his every step. Xianxia was shocked, but he did not panic. He formed a seal with his hand and casted the 5 elements combat dragon seal. Wang Boden's expression changed drastically and he quickly retreated. The terrifying seal swept out like a tornado. Wang Boden was shocked. To think that Xianxia could injure him. At this moment he had become extremely cautious. However, he still suffered a loss in the end. Your strength is just so. Xianxia shook his head and attacked again. This time he did not give Wang Boden any chance. He wanted to fight to the death with him. True dragon palm. Xianxia covered the sky with his palm. The shadow of a dragon could be seen, tearing through the void with an unstoppable force. The true dragon palm instantly engulfed Wang Boden, completely crushing him. Dragon tiger leap, broken edge of the world. The shadow of a dragon and tiger broke through the void. Wang Boden's tiger leap and dragon soar was not to be underestimated. However, Xianxia did not retreat at all. He faced Wang Boden's attack head-on. It was as if he had the courage to go to the Yellow Springs. Let's see if you can break through my mysterious heaven armor. Zhou Xian laughed coldly. The true dragon palm wrapped around Wang Boden and crushed him. At the moment when Wang Boden's dragon tiger leap landed on Zhou Qian's body, the mysterious heaven armor directly blocked the latter's attack. After the dust had settled, Zhou Qian strolled leisurely like a mountain. The defense of the profound heavenly armor did not disappoint Zhou Qian. However, Wang Boden was heavily injured. His internal organs were all shattered by the true dragon palm. At this moment there was no doubt that he was dead. Wang Boden coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face was ashen, his palms were trembling, and he was no longer breathing. All that was left of him was his stinky skin. What a terrifying defense. I've lost. I've lost in the end. Wang Boden murmured. At this moment he finally knew why the 100 Sect Alliance was formed. It was to kill Zhou Qian. This fellow was arrogant and conceited, but his strength was terrifying. A half-step heavenly god. Even a mid-heavenly god like him could only swallow this grudge. One could only say that Zhou Qian truly deserved the title of Demon King in human form. Son of Abt, you should be smiling in the underworld. Because your Tiger Leap school is destined to disappear from the world. The 100 Sect Alliance will no longer have a place for you. Zhou Qian threw out a punch. The mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. Wang Boden was buried under the yellow mountain. Zhou Qian's eyes were filled with coldness. His journey of revenge had just begun. In half a year, Zhou Qian had swept through the 23 great sections. All of them were reputable sects in the Linhe boundary. His route was towards the Profound Feng sect. Without the teleportation formation he could only fly back to the Profound Feng sect. Ever since the battle in the Twisted Jungle, Zhou Qian had become like a rat on the street. Everyone wanted to beat him up. He did not have the chance to use the teleportation formation. Every teleportation formation was guarded by a few peak heavenly god realm experts to prevent Zhou Qian from using the teleportation formation. In this half a year the 23 great sects had a total of 128 people. All of them were heavenly god realm experts. All of them died in the hands of Zhou Qian. As the casualties of the sects in the Linhe boundary increased, Meng Fanping, Li Tianhua and Jiang Qingzi became more and more furious. The 3 of them continued to search for Zhou Qian, but to no avail. Zhou Qian retreated after a single strike. He never met any peak heavenly god realm experts. In the entire 100 Sect Alliance, there were more than 30 peak heavenly god realm experts and 10 half-step divine kings. They were from the 10 great sections. The current Linhe boundary was in a state of panic. As long as there was news of Zhou Qian he would become the target of everyone. Chapter 2461. Along the way Zhou Qian overcame all sorts of obstacles. His title as the Linhe boundary's #1 devil incarnate was finally established. Moreover, he never provoked those peak heavenly god realm experts. It was not because Zhou Qian was not a match for them, but because he did not want to waste time. As long as it was someone from the 100 Sect Alliance, Zhou Qian would kill them without mercy. Zhou Qian's legend was spread throughout the entire Linhe boundary. Now he was the synonym of a devil. Everyone wanted to kill him to rid the Linhe boundary of a scourge. However, who would have thought that Zhou Qian was wronged in the past? If Zhou Qian chose to remain silent, only death awaited him. That's why he fought back and became the public enemy of the Linhe boundary. Heavenly Moon City, a medium-sized city, 900,000 li away from the Profound Feng sect. It would take at least a few days to reach there. Zhou Qian is getting more and more arrogant. Plus, the number of elders and disciples he's killed is already uncountable. Compared to the battle in the Twisted Jungle, it's even more than that. In these 6 months, our 100 Sect Alliance has lost a lot of disciples and elders and gained nothing. This is truly disappointing. Zhou Qian said. Meng Fanping held the teacup in his hand tightly. His expression was gloomy. There was no other way. Zhou Qian was in the dark while they were in the light. If they were to fight fair and square, Zhou Qian was definitely not their match. Moreover, if Zhou Qian were to fight with them, the result would be obvious. He knew that going against the entire Linhe boundary was no different from courting death. That's right. If this continues, won't our 100 Sect Alliance's reputation be trampled by Zhou Qian? Who would put our Linhe boundary's sects in their eyes? Jiang Qingzi shouted. The anger in his heart was evident. The 3 sects had suffered a great loss. All their core disciples were killed by Zhou Qian. Now only Xinyuan Kanglin was left. He had returned to the Clear Stream sect and went into seclusion. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, it was a decision made by the Clear Stream sect to protect their last genius disciple. After all, Jiang Chen's reputation was too great. In the Linhe boundary, there was no one who could create such a huge mess. He offended almost everyone in the Linhe boundary and got away scot-free, not caring about the 100 Sect Alliance. I have an idea. Profound Feng sect is Jiang Chen's sect. According to Jiang Chen's route, Jiang Chen is going back to Profound Feng sect. There might be something important to him there. We need to attack Profound Feng sect to force him to show himself. Otherwise he would be a coward right now, hiding in the dark to hurt people. Li Tianhua sneered. No way. Profound Feng sect is a subsidiary sect of my Heavenly Star sect. Li Tianhua, are you trying to start a sect war? Although Profound Feng sect is weak, the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects are interdependent. Do you think the Heavenly Star sect will let this go and the Earthly Hades sect will not do anything? Although this matter is related to Profound Feng sect and Profound Feng sect cannot escape the blame, we will not make things difficult for Profound Feng sect. How will the world look at our 100 Sect Alliance? An expert of the Firely sect said with a gloomy expression. Now it's not your turn to speak. Moreover, Jiang Chen came from Profound Feng sect. Isn't this enough to prove that he has something to do with Profound Feng sect? It's the father's fault for not teaching his son properly. Do you think that Profound Feng sect can shirk the responsibility? The expert of the Firely sect was speechless after hearing Li Tianhua's words. What Elderly said is reasonable. If we still insist on the current situation, then more people will die. It will be a great loss to the entire Linhe boundary. Since half a year ago, more than 400 experts have died. All of them were Heavenly God Realm experts. More than 10,000 prodigies were killed by Jiang Chen in the Hidden Secret Realm. This is the best proof. Profound Feng sect cannot escape the blame for not teaching strictly. This is the best solution. I agree with Elderly's idea. Jiang Qingzi said after a moment of silence. At least no one could find any reason to object. Our 100 Sect Alliance is determined to kill Jiang Chen and take revenge for the people of Linhe boundary. Jiang Chen has committed a heinous crime and deserves to die. Jiang Chen came from Profound Feng sect, but he's such a stubborn person. By right, we should not make things difficult for Profound Feng sect. But this is a critical time, we can only do this. If we don't use Profound Feng sect to threaten Jiang Chen, more people will die. For the safety of the entire Linhe boundary, it seems like I have to make a decision that I'm not sure is right or wrong. Meng Fanping said in a deep voice with a cold expression. You're right. Elder Meng is a righteous person. What's there to object? As long as Jiang Chen feels guilty towards the Profound Feng sect, he will definitely show up. If he's a coward, we might not harm the Profound Feng sect by doing this. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? That's right. Jiang Qingzi said with a smile. His face was calm. He already had this idea, but now that Li Tianhua suggested it, it couldn't be more suitable. Jiang Chen's hands were already stained with blood. In order to kill him, the 100 Sect Alliance was going all out. Let's go to Profound Feng sect. I want to let Jiang Chen know who's the ruler of Linhe boundary. Meng Fanping suddenly stood up. He looked towards the north and waved his spear. This time they must make Jiang Chen die a graveless death. Fengming Mountain. Xian Qingming, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was extremely sharp as he stared at the sky. One after another, powerful figures broke through the sky. Meng Fanping, Li Tianhua, Jiang Qingzi, the three of them led the crowd. 500 Heavenly God Realm experts came crushing down. Even Xian Qingming felt his breath stagnating. His expression was extremely gloomy. What's coming has finally come. Look, there are so many experts here. I feel like I'm having a hard time breathing. Yeah. So many experts. What are they trying to do? Senior Jiang Chen has killed so many people. They must be here to look for Senior Jiang Chen. So many experts, how terrifying. Countless disciples' faces turned pale as they were suffocated by the pressure of the 500 Heavenly God Realm experts. Xian Qingming finally felt what it meant to be alone. These people could probably flatten the entire Profound Feng sect in less than half an hour. 3 days later, when Jiang Chen killed another 12 Heavenly God Realm experts from the 100 Sect Alliance, he received a crazy news. Chapter 2462. Nothing must happen to you guys. Otherwise, I'll make sure your 100 sects disappear from the divine world. Jiang Chen's eyes were as cold as ice as he murmured. He looked at the northern sky and rushed towards the profound Feng sect without stopping. Moreover, he could not ignore the profound Feng sect. Otherwise, the hundreds of thousands of people and sect master Xian Qingming would become his scapegoats. Then let's make the massacre more intense. Jiang Chen's eyes were like fire. 10 days was enough for him to kill to his heart's content. Jiang Chen went towards the profound Feng sect while killing the people from the 100 Sect Alliance. Jiang Chen did not hold back and killed every single one of them. In 10 days, Jiang Chen killed more than 100 people from the 100 Sect Alliance. More than half of them were heavenly god experts. It might not be a big deal to the big sects, but to the mid-tier sects it was a huge blow. Killing in all directions, pointing his sword at the northern border. This Jiang Chen is a super demon. He kills without blinking an eye. Yeah. If this goes on, the people from the 100 Sect Alliance will all be killed by him. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. The 100 Sect Alliance's forces are all waiting for Jiang Chen in the profound Feng sect. As long as he appears, he'll definitely be suppressed by the 100 Sect Alliance. You're right. But this time, the 100 Sect Alliance has suffered a huge blow to the mid-tier sections. Every sect will lose a few to a dozen heavenly god experts. They'll need at least 500 years to recover. Along the way, Jiang Chen heard too many crazy words. He was already used to it. However, the 10 days of madness made the people from the 100 Sect Alliance even more furious. Jiang Chen was also waiting. He was betting that the 100 Sect Alliance would not dare to make a move. After all, there were still the Earthly Hades sect and Heavenly Star sect above the Profound Feng sect. So if the Profound Feng sect was really destroyed, the Heavenly Star sect and Earthly Hades sect would not let it go. Even though the two sects paled in comparison to the 100 Sect Alliance, this was a battle of justice for the 100 Sect Alliance. They definitely wouldn't allow themselves to be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, Jiang Chen guessed that the Profound Feng sect wasn't in any danger right now, unless they managed to catch him. In 10 days' time, the 100 Sect Alliance's losses rose to a new height. The hundreds of heavenly god experts in the Profound Feng sect were also in danger. How could they feel good when their people were being killed one by one? Jiang Chen, the traitor, had offended the entire Linhe boundary and killed countless people. Now he had become a peerless monstrous genius. Meng Fanping, are you trying to break the peace between the sects in our Linhe boundary? A cold shout reverberated above Feng Ming Mountain. 500 figures instantly arrived, piercing through the air. The entire Feng Ming Mountain seemed extremely oppressive. I was wondering who it was. So it's Brother Ding from the Heavenly Star sect. It's been 1,000 years since we last met. How are you? Meng Fanping stood on the peak of the void and said with a faint smile. The one who came was Ding Qiudong from the Heavenly Star sect. He was one of the overlords of the Linhe boundary in the past. You should know why I'm here today. Ding Qiudong said faintly as he looked into Meng Fanping's eyes. Ding Qiudong, even this old monster is here. Looks like the Heavenly Star sect wants to protect the Profound Feng sect. Ding Qiudong had already broken through to the half-step Divine King realm a few hundred years ago. His current strength is unfathomable. Even Meng Fanping has to give him some face. Now let's see if Elder Meng's stand is firm. Everyone was looking forward to Ding Qiudong's arrival, and they were filled with shock. I'm afraid we'll have to disappoint Brother Ding. Because we have no other choice. Do you know how many crimes Jiang Chen has committed? Do you know how many of our 100 Sect Alliance's men he has killed? In the hidden secret realm, Jiang Chen killed hundreds of heavenly god realm experts and tens of thousands of prodigies. All of them died in Jiang Chen's hands. Have you ever seen such a tragic scene? Jiang Chen is a disciple of the Profound Feng sect. That's why we have to use this method to force Jiang Chen to show himself. Otherwise, countless innocent people will die. This unfilial son must be killed. Even if we lose 800 men, we will fight till the end. Meng Fanping did not disappoint the people of the 100 Sect Alliance and looked at Ding Qiudong with determination. So you're saying that you want to go against the Profound Feng sect? Ding Qiudong said. It's not me who wants to go against the Profound Feng sect. It's Jiang Chen who wants to go against the 100 Sect Alliance. He has killed so many people, doesn't he deserve to die? He deserves to die. If you have the ability, then go and capture him. Why do you have to make things difficult for the Profound Feng sect's beginners? You'll be punished by the heavens. Moreover, he's no longer a disciple of the Profound Feng sect. Yet you guys are using the Profound Feng sect to threaten us. Are you trying to force the Profound Feng sect to its death? Ding Qiudong stared at Meng Fanpeng. I only know that if Jiangchen is not killed, there will be more casualties and will be punished by the heavens. Brother Ding, if you're here to reminisce about the past, I'll accompany you to the end. But if you're here to persuade me to leave the Profound Feng sect, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Even if I can, the 9 behind me might not give you face. As soon as Meng Fanping finished his words, the 9 half-step heavenly god realm experts behind him released their imposing aura. Even Ding Qiudong's expression became solemn. This Meng Fanping seems like he wants to kill all of them. Including him, there are 10 half-step heavenly god realm experts. Meng Fanping will never kill the innocent. If Jiangchen shows up, I will not touch a single hair of the Profound Feng sect. If Jiangchen doesn't show up, I will slaughter the entire Profound Feng sect. I won't rest until one of us is dead. Won't rest until one of us is dead. Won't rest until one of us is dead. The 500 heavenly god realm experts shouted loudly. It was deafening. Ding Qiudong felt a strong pressure pressing on his heart. It seems like today's battle is unavoidable. Even though Jiangchen had left the Profound Feng sect, these people still did not want to let the Profound Feng sect go. They wanted to squeeze the last bit of strength out of the Profound Feng sect to force Jiangchen to show up. The aura of 500 heavenly god realm experts was terrifying. Countless people were terrified. This kind of aura was not any weaker than 10 half-step heavenly god realm experts. The deafening roar shook the Feng Ming mountain. The 100,000 disciples of Profound Feng sect were trembling. Some of them even fainted from the shock. If Jiangchen shows up, I hope you'll remember what you said. If Jiangchen doesn't show up, I, Ding Qiudong, am willing to accompany him to the end. Ding Qiudong said. Chapter 2463. He might not be Ding Qiudong's match in a one-on-one battle, as Ding Qiudong was an expert from the older generation. However, he might not lose to Ding Qiudong. The 9 people behind him were also half-step divine kings. Which of the top 20 sects did not have a half-step divine king? Although the Heavenly Star sect was not weak, they didn't have the guts to go against everyone. Thank you, Senior Ding. Qingming is useless and caused the sect to suffer such a disaster. Qingming sighed, feeling grateful towards Ding Qiudong. It's not your fault. If Jiangchen is here, the Profound Feng sect will be safe. Ding Qiudong said. I can't even protect my own disciple, how can I be happy? He. Qingming said helplessly and bitterly. Facing the Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect and the Divine Pill sect, the Profound Feng sect did not even have the strength to fight back. Qingming's heart was filled with sorrow but also pride. Jiangchen was able to dominate the 9 heavens and stand proudly in the Linhe boundary, sweeping away all the prodigies. He had brought glory to the Profound Feng sect. Even if he left the Profound Feng sect, the Profound Feng sect would always welcome him. Moreover, Jiangchen left the Profound Feng sect not to protect himself, but because he didn't want to drag the sect down. It's the 10th day. Looks like Jiangchen is fated to be a coward. Jiang Qingzi laughed and said. Looks like the Profound Feng sect won't be able to escape this time. Li Tianhua said faintly. Meng Fanping furrowed his brows. Is Jiangchen really someone who's afraid of death? Jiangchen, don't come. It's not too late to take revenge for our sect when you're strong enough. Qingming looked at the sky and murmured. Jiangchen is here. An earth-shattering roar reverberated within 100 li of Feng Ming Mountain. A silhouette pierced through the sky, stepping on clouds. Jiangchen's eyes were as sharp as swords as he stepped on the void, ascending to the heavens with each step. He looked down at the heavens, looking down at everyone with a domineering aura. The eyes of Meng Fanping and the others lit up. They smiled faintly and their hearts were filled with confidence. You finally came, Jiangchen. I thought you were going to hide like a coward, but it seems like you're really a righteous person. Jiang Qingzi narrowed his eyes and said with a chuckle. The appearance of Jiangchen had already made everyone extremely excited. Today, even if this devil incarnate had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape from the palm of their hands. Jiangchen, alas. Qingming sighed. In the end he still came. This time the 100-sect alliance was much stronger than before. Moreover, there were 10 half-step divine kings guarding the Profound Feng sect, setting up an inescapable net to capture Jiangchen. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have 9 lives. Zhangchen, you've always been smart and arrogant, but you've finally come back. Li Tianhua said in disdain. Really? I've never thought of leaving this place alive. I'll kill as many people as I can. I won't lose if I kill one, I'll make a profit if I kill two. Huh. Zhangchen said with a faint smile. Zhangchen knew that he had no other choice. Because Yu and Ling Yun were still in the profound Feng sect. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of disciples were in his hands. Xian Qingming would definitely not be able to do anything. Although Zhangchen had said that he'd rather betray the world than let the world betray him, he was still a man, and a man with responsibility, and responsibility at that. He was the one who caused this trouble. Although it was not his fault, he had offended everyone. He must bear it. Life and death are decreed by fate. Riches and honor are determined by the heavens. However, escaping was not something Zhangchen could do. Zhangchen wouldn't allow those who were unrelated to him to die with him, even if there were tens of thousands of them. Sect Lord, is everything all right? Zhangchen said. His voice could be heard from 100 li away. Everything's fine. How could Xian Qingming not hear the hidden meaning in Zhangchen's words? He was asking about his wife and son. Yu and Ling Yun had left the profound Feng sect. No matter where they were, at least they were not trapped like the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the profound Feng sect. Moreover, Zhangchen was alone, he had nothing to worry about and could fight wholeheartedly. However, Xian Qingming was also worried. Although Zhangchen's strength had improved and he could even kill Heavenly God realm experts, he was still a half-step Heavenly God after all. He could easily crush a half-step Divine King. No matter how monstrous and heaven-defying he was, could he escape from this trap? Courageous indeed. But it's a pity that he's fated to die in this battle. Why isn't such a genius from my Heavenly Star sect? Ding Qiudong said faintly, feeling pity in his heart. However, he would not take any action because his purpose of coming here was to protect the profound Feng sect. Since the profound Feng sect was safe now, he could not help Zhangchen. It's equivalent to declaring war against the 100 Sect Alliance, standing on the opposite side of the entire Linhe boundary. Ding Qiudong knew that Zhangchen was going to die, he could only sigh in his heart. That's great. Then I don't have to worry about anything in this battle. Zhangchen laughed, the haze in his heart was swept away. Since Xian Qingming said that everything was fine, it meant that Yu and Ling Yun were safe. There was another possibility, they had already left the profound Feng sect. Since Ling Yun had said that she was going to leave the profound Feng sect, she said that she was going to wait for his return. However, waiting for him delayed her return. Ling Yun and Yu might not be around anymore. Zhangchen, you're about to die, yet you're still so relaxed. I'm curious, how did you manage to smile? Zhang Qingzi said in a deep voice. Do I need to ask for your permission to smile? The world laughs at me for being crazy, I laugh at them for not seeing through me. Today's battle, I, Zhangchen, will fight with all of you till the end. It's still uncertain who will fall. Zhangchen roared. He was fearless, facing 500 Heavenly God realm experts alone. Moreover, he was calm and domineering. Zhangchen knew that if he didn't come, these fellas would do anything. For the so-called righteousness of the sect, they might kill one to warn the others. Profound Feng sect was in danger, Zhangchen would not just stand by and watch. Even if everything was fine now, Zhangchen would not be able to escape from this battle. You dare to pull the emperor down from his horse even if you're not willing to die. Zhangchen, even an old man like me admires you a little. Although you're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or a moth flying into a flame, you're still able to live up to your name even after death. We're not as good as you. Ding Qiudong shook his head and smiled. He slightly squinted his eyes. He admired Zhangchen. 500 Heavenly God realm experts will help you ascend to the heavens. Zhangchen died. Chapter 2464. Zhangchen's expression was cold. From the moment he returned to profound Feng sect, he did not plan to leave this place safely. Even if he had to suffer 1,000 casualties, he would still be able to injure 800 enemies. Moreover, he might not necessarily lose. Zhangchen's expression was extremely solemn while facing 500 Heavenly God realm experts. If it was an ordinary half-step Heavenly God, he would have been scared to death and run away. Zhangchen knew that profound Feng sect would not be able to escape if he ran away. Even if Heavenly Star sect was protecting and Earthly Hades sect was supporting him, so what? Zhangchen did not want to owe profound Feng sect and he did not want to drag Xian Qingming into this. A man could die standing but he could not live with a guilty conscience. It was better to live with vigor than to live without purpose. Jiang Qin glanced at the 500 heavenly god realm experts fearlessly. Since he could not escape, he would fight till the last moment without any regrets. Jiang Qin, perhaps this is your fate. Ding Qiudong said in a low voice. He felt sorry for Jiang Qin. Unfortunately, he had offended the entire Linhe boundary. No one could save him. 500 heavenly god realm experts. Even a divine king realm expert would be killed by these 500 heavenly god realm experts. Jiang Qin will not be able to escape from us. Since he's here, he should pay the price. Whether it's the twisted jungle, the hidden secret realm, or the Linhe boundary, Jiang Qin's death is not enough to atone for his sins. Li Tianhua said in a deep voice. 500 heavenly god realm experts attacked. Even if Jiang Qin fought against 100 of them, he would not be able to win. Water Moon Sect's Wang Gang, lead 20 heavenly god realm experts to capture Jiang Qin. Meng Fanping Ling said. Yes. The great elder of Water Moon Sect, Wang Gang, led 20 heavenly god realm experts towards Jiang Qin. Only 20 heavenly gods. It seems like you guys are really looking down on me, Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin smiled indifferently. He did not take a step back but took a step back. A terrifying gale pierced through the void. Jiang Qin fought against 20 heavenly god realm experts with his bare hands. Jiang Qin was unarmed and his fists were invincible. He fought against 20 heavenly god realm experts without falling into a disadvantageous position. 20 early heavenly god realm experts couldn't even break through Jiang Qin's defense. They couldn't even get close to him. Jiang Qin's domineering physical strength was shocking. With a single punch, 5 heavenly god realm experts were pushed back. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Qin. All of them were pushed back. Haha, good timing. Jiang Qin laughed heartily. Facing 20 early heavenly gods, he felt like he was in an unstoppable state. He dealt with them with ease and ease. 20 not enough. Come again. Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with battle intent. 20 early heavenly god realm experts were gradually suppressed by him. His fists landed on their bodies and thunder rumbled. Wood Evolution Sect's Zhao Qiyun, bring 30 heavenly god realm experts to fight against Jiang Qin. Meng Fanping's expression was calm. Although Jiang Qin's aura was imposing and fearless, he was still facing 500 heavenly god realm experts. This was only a tenth of them. Roger. Zhao Qiyun led another 30 heavenly god experts to join the battle. 50 heavenly gods instantly increased the pressure on Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin was still able to deal with them with ease. The 50 heavenly god experts were fighting against him. Each of their attacks were terrifying and soul-stirring. This fella is truly the reincarnation of a monster. To think that he could fight 50 heavenly god realm experts alone with his half-step true god realm strength. Terrifying. I don't know if we should say that our people are too weak or that Jiang Qin is too strong. To be able to be hunted down by the 100 Sect Alliance and kill countless people, he must be quite capable. No wonder so many heavenly gods died in Jiang Qin's hands. Jiang Qin's battle prowess is truly terrifying. Some of the experts are already feeling threatened. Many people were discussing about it. However, Jiang Qin's mightiness was overshadowed by the 50 heavenly god realm experts. Now both of them were on par with each other. Jiang Qin was fighting against 50 heavenly god realm experts with his bare body. Everyone was shocked, speechless by the scene. Such a young man, if he doesn't die, his future will be limitless. Ding Qiudong said silently. However, he did not have the chance or reason to take action. As long as the profound Feng sect was safe, his mission was completed. He did not have the ability to fight against the entire Linhe boundary. He was confident that he was a half-step divine king, but he did not have the courage to fight against Jiang Qin. Just 50 heavenly god realm experts, what can they do to me? Jiang Qin roared. His domineering aura was unstoppable. The 50 heavenly god realm experts became even more desperate under Jiang Qin's terrifying aura. However, Jiang Qin's profound heavenly armor was able to withstand all of their attacks. Jiang Qin was even more domineering and ruthless. Wuxia of Fiery Sect, send another 50 heavenly god realm experts to kill Jiang Qin. Meng Fanping's eyes were as sharp as a blade. Wuxia of Fiery Sect was not inferior to a man either. 100 heavenly god realm experts encircled Jiang Qin and continuously launched their attacks. Jiang Chen was walking on the line between life and death, retreating step by step. At this moment, it was difficult for him to withstand 100 heavenly god realm experts with just his physical strength. Jiang Chen's palms were like swords, his fists were like rocks, striking fiercely. The entire Fengming mountain was filled with thunderous sounds. Hundreds of thousands of profound Feng sect's disciples held their breaths as they watched the scene. Because they knew that Jiang Chen did not have to turn back, he did not have to face so many experts, but he still came back. Moreover, he fought against 10 or 100 of them. Although he was retreating step by step, he was still unreachable in the eyes of the profound Feng sect's disciples. Jiang Chen was their eternal idol. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was a great man. Now this fella is not as arrogant as before. Let's see if he can still stand up against 100 heavenly god realm experts. Jiang Qingzi sneered as he looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Although he was unwilling, he knew that it would not be easy for him to fight against 100 early heavenly god realm experts. Jiang Chen was undefeatable. Although he looked defeated, it was enough for a half-step heavenly god realm fella to gain the respect of 100 heavenly god realm experts. Jiang Chen's expression became more and more terrible. 100 early heavenly god realm experts had formed a huge net, and he was like a moth that could not escape from the net. If that's the case, let's fight to our heart's content. Jiang Chen roared and turned into a dragon. Chapter 2465. At this moment, the aura of the half-human half-dragon rose abruptly, reaching the mid-heavenly god realm in an instant. The explosive increase was suffocating. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's close combat skills became even more terrifying. His fists tore the void apart. None of the heavenly gods could withstand Jiang Chen's attacks. The terrifying fists smashed down, crushing the rocks. Jiang Chen was like an immemorial giant beast. He was even more powerful than the Tao Tai. Jiang Chen roared like a dragon and tiger. Under the dragon transformation, he was invincible. Hundreds of heavenly god realm experts felt a great pressure at this moment. Jiang Chen was able to withstand the attacks of the 9 heavens divine tools with his dragon-like body. He was extremely ferocious as he continuously punched out. 5 heavenly god realm experts were instantly sent flying away. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen's dragon-like body. Give it your all, don't give him a chance to turn the tables. Everyone was incomparably excited. Hundreds of heavenly gods could not suppress a half-step heavenly god. It was really embarrassing. These 100 people were extremely furious. However, Jiang Chen's aura had completely suppressed them. The terrifying dragon might reverberated in the void. The aura of 100 people was not as powerful as Jiang Chen. Ah, a bunch of trash. Watch how I break through your 500 heavenly god realm experts. Jiang Chen soared into the sky. Under the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, more than 20 heavenly god realm experts were forced to retreat. Jiang Chen crushed the meridians of 7 heavenly god realm experts with a single step. Their bones and flesh were separated and exploded. 7 heavenly gods were instantly killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's attack was unstoppable. Those who stand in my way shall die. Jiang Chen waved his dragon arm and launched a heavy punch. With a single punch, someone's meridians were instantly crushed. An early heavenly god could not fight back against Jiang Chen at all. 1 against 100, Jiang Chen gained the upper hand once again. This fella is a living devil. Many people's eyes were filled with fear. Their bodies trembled as their battle intent faded. One man crushed 100 heavenly god realm experts. Jiang Chen's strength was enough to move a mountain. His chi was like a bull. His terrifying strength, the 9 dragons and 10 elephants were unstoppable. Anyone who bumped into him would die. Anyone who touched him would be injured. Jiang Chen used the might of his dragon transformation to slay more than 20 people. The remaining 70 experts were in danger. Even though the 100 Sect Alliance was their base camp, none of them wanted to die in Jiang Chen's hands. After all, it was not easy to obtain hundreds of years of cultivation. Jiang Chen, this great devil, truly made them feel despair. Sun Shao of the Overlord sect, it's your turn. Bring another 100 early heavenly gods. I'd like to see how capable he is. As soon as Meng Fangping's voice faded, Sun Shao sneered and charged towards Jiang Chen. 100 heavenly gods fought against Jiang Chen once again. This time Jiang Chen was forced into a desperate situation. Even with the help of the dragon transformation, it was still difficult for him to fight against 200 heavenly gods. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely ugly. He started to take the initiative and became passive. You're quite strong. However, you're still too weak to fight against 200 early heavenly gods. Sun Xiao sneered and pulled out his sword. His figure was like a phantom and his aura was like a dragon. He was like a sharp blade that pierced into the heart of his enemy. Countless heavenly gods were behind Sun Xiao, forcing Zhang Qin to retreat step by step. Zhang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and soared into the sky with unstoppable might. The heavenly dragon sword shone with boundless might as it fought against 200 heavenly gods. He was like a heavenly god that descended from the heavens. Since you're wearing a layer of armor, I'll give you a piece of fortune. This kind of battle is not fair. Meng Fanping sneered. While the 200 heavenly gods were fighting against Zhang Qin, he swung his sword and launched a sneak attack. It shattered Zhang Qin's profound heavenly armor. Zhang Qin was struck by Meng Fanping's sneak attack. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 10 li away. His aura was greatly weakened. The 200 heavenly gods were like gods. They were able to fight against Zhang Qin with ease. Zhang Qin suddenly turned his head and stared at Meng Fanping. Zhang Qin never thought that this high-ranking elder of the Clearstream sect would do something so despicable. He launched a sneak attack and destroyed his profound heavenly armor. Now the 200 heavenly gods could completely ignore Zhang Qin's defense. They were in a frenzy. Meng Fanping, I'll definitely kill you. Zhang Qin was enraged. At this moment he had to defend himself with all his might. Without the help of the profound heavenly armor, not even Zhang Qin dared to face the attacks of the 200 heavenly gods head-on. This overbearing force was like a divine sword that covered the sky. It was unstoppable. After losing the profound heavenly armor, Zhang Qin's combat strength did not decrease at all. However, he needed to be able to defend and attack at the same time in order to defend against the strong enemies. Under such circumstances, Zhang Qin was destined to fall into a passive position. Sword shadows and blade lights intertwined with each other. Zhang Qin's body was covered with scars and bloodstains. 200 heavenly gods. Zhang Qin finally felt like a mountain was pressing on his shoulders. Even breathing became difficult. Senior Zhang Qin. Many of the profound Feng sect's disciples had tears in their eyes as they watched this scene silently. Zhang Qin, who was covered in blood, was still holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He was fighting with all his might, swearing not to surrender. All of this was for the sake of the hundreds of thousands of disciples. Everyone felt guilty in their hearts. The scars on Zhang Qin's body were getting more and more. Their anger was getting more and more intense. However, there was nothing they could do. 200 heavenly gods wanted to kill them like drinking water. Even their sect lord could not do anything about it. Those people were too powerful. They were so powerful that it made people's scalp numb. However, Zhang Qin did not give up from the beginning to the end. He fought until the very last moment, until his death. There was no sign of surrender on his face. This was Zhang Qin. Even though he was severely injured, his fighting spirit was still high. A man would not cry easily. However, the disciples of profound Feng sect had tears in their eyes when they saw Zhang Qin's scars. Zhang Qin, you have killed countless people. You have committed a grave sin. You deserve this. Surrender now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to die peacefully even if you die. Zhang Qingzi said coldly. 20 is not enough. 50 is not enough. 100 is not enough. I want to toy with you until you die. Meng Fanping stared at Zhang Qin with a gloomy expression. The corner of his mouth revealed a hideous smile that was becoming more and more ingrained. I, Zhang Qin, will never fall. Chapter 2466. After losing the profound heavenly armor, Zhang Qin fought against 200 heavenly god realm experts alone. It was getting more and more strenuous for him. The injuries on his body were also increasing. The heavenly god realm experts were not easy to deal with. Although Zhang Qin was strong, it was still not enough to fight against 200 experts alone. The heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable, but it could only force back a few dozen people. 200 heavenly god realm experts were charging forward one after another. To kill a few dozen of them in one go was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Zhang Qin's sword slashed across the field. The sword light flew 90,000 miles away, sending 10 heavenly god realm experts flying. However, it was still a drop in the bucket, unable to play a crucial role. At this moment, the other experts had already arrived. 12 fire god guards. Zhang Qin slashed with his sword again. His skin was cut open and blood was everywhere. Jiang Qin retreated again and again. The 200 Heavenly God Realm experts did not let him go and forced him into a dead end. 12 Fire God Guards. Jiang Qin roared and the 12 Fire God Guards immediately attacked. The Fire God Guards had all reached the Heavenly God Realm. The 12 Fire God Guards formed a formation and protected him in the middle. The 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation was formed in an instant. Once the formation wheel of the 12 Fire God Guards was activated, even a late Heavenly God Realm expert could withstand it. The strength of the 12 Fire God Guards was quite strong. They did not disappoint the crowd. They blocked the attack of almost 100 people and bought enough time for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin retreated in order to advance. He was meticulous. With the help of the 12 Fire God Guards, Jiang Qin's combat strength was improved perfectly. This kind of life and death battle was the best way to improve one's strength and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Qin did not have the concept of life and death in his heart. To him this was an experience that could not be stopped. In the Heavenly Dragon Sword, the Sword of Solitude's aura increased tremendously. A single sword light swept across the entire area. The Sword of Solitude had killed 27 people and forced more than 100 people to retreat. Jiang Qin's mightiness was restored once again. The 12 Fire God Guards were not careless at all. The overbearingness of the fire spirit puppets was even more terrifying. They possessed the attribute of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Their fire chi was soaring. In terms of individual combat strength, the Fire God Guards were not weaker than a mid-Heavenly God Realm expert. The 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation of the 12 Fire God Guards made them even more invincible. More than 100 Heavenly God Realm experts could not break through the 12 Fire God Guards. One on the offensive, one on the defensive, one on the offensive, one on the defensive. Jiang Qin was even more at ease. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with unparalleled battle intent. This game is getting more and more fun. 100 mid-Heavenly God Realm experts. Let's see how you're going to deal with them this time. Meng Fanping squinted his eyes and became more confident. He wanted to toy with Jiang Qin until he died. Only then would he be able to relieve the hatred in everyone's heart. If he killed Jiang Qin just like that, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was like a turtle in a jar. They were just toying with Jiang Qin. 100 mid-Heavenly God Realm experts were definitely comparable to 500 early Heavenly God Realm experts, maybe even stronger. Jiang Qin's countenance suddenly changed. Seeing that 100 mid-Heavenly God Realm experts had joined the battle, his eyes became colder and colder. It was as if the entire Linha boundary's strength was on his shoulders. That kind of weight almost crushed Jiang Qin. Another 100 mid-Heavenly God Realm experts. You guys have overestimated Jiang Qin. This time, I'm afraid that he won't be able to escape. Ding Qiudong glanced at Xian Qingming and shook his head helplessly. Jiang Qin was indeed a monstrous genius. It was not easy to capture him under such a terrifying formation. Now it had become a massacre. Xian Qingming watched silently, but he could not do anything. The profound Feng sect had fallen into chaos. Hundreds of thousands of inner and outer sect disciples had tears in their eyes. This was a true hero fighting against the world alone without any regrets. Jiang Qin, your death is here. Torturing you to death might be the best way to end this. Huh? Li Tianhua said fiercely. His sinister yet terrifying expression was extremely terrifying. The corner of his mouth carried a trace of malicious intent. Great, I'm going to kill everyone here. Jiang Qin's back was facing the 100 mid-Heavenly God Realm experts. He used his sword to cut through the void and killed 30 early Heavenly God Realm experts. However, the dreadful aura behind him had already turned into a torrent, blotting out the sky. The dreadful aura instantly sent Jiang Qin flying. Jiang Qin looked solemn. 100 mid-Heavenly God Realm experts were indeed incomparable to an early Heavenly God Realm expert. The dreadful aura had locked onto him. Moreover, each of the mid-Heavenly God Realm experts were experts from their respective sections. They must have been through hundreds of battles, unlike those early Heavenly God Realm experts. Some of them were just the younger generation of their sections. They were still inexperienced and weak. As the 100 mid-Heavenly God Realm experts joined the battle, Jiang Qin felt that it was hard for him to move forward. He was heavily injured again and again. The Heavenly Dragon Sword could not keep up with the attacks. Jiang Qin was forced into a dead end. The 12 fire god guards were besieged by more than 140 early heavenly god realm experts. They finally showed signs of defeat. Although they managed to hold back those early heavenly god realm experts, on the other hand, Xianxia was fighting against 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts alone. This dreadful force could probably destroy any sect in the Linhe boundary, excluding the top 20 sections. Xianxia took a few steps back. However, there was no more place for him to retreat. Although his combat strength was extraordinary under the dragon transformation, the opponent's strength was even stronger. This was what Xianxia had expected. 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts were a dreadful force. Even the number 1 city in the Linhe boundary, Gulong City, dared not underestimate them. This force was only a part of the 100 sect alliance in the Linhe boundary. The main force might not even be here. However, it was still impossible for Xianxia to fight against 100 mid-heavenly god realm experts. Little Ashura sword formation activate. Xianxia roared. He used 10 supreme grade divine origin stones as the base of the formation. This time Xianxia did not use any of his energy. Otherwise, the devouring power of the Little Ashura sword formation would have sucked him dry in no time. The power of 10 supreme grade divine origin stones was quite strong. At least it could help Xianxia's Little Ashura sword formation for a quarter of an hour. Within that quarter of an hour he would be invincible. Chapter 2467. Finally, you can't hold it in anymore? Li Tianhua smiled but remained calm. As expected, the 100 mid-heavenly gods could not withstand the Little Ashura sword formation at all. More than 100 of them were trapped in the sword formation and could only defend themselves. Moreover, they were heavily injured. They would have died if they did not gather together to resist the powerful killing formation. Xianxia stood proudly with his eyebrows knitted tightly. He could feel that something was wrong. However, he did not unleash the full power of the Little Ashura sword formation. It was only 10 to 20% of its power. Because Xianxia was waiting for all the heavenly gods to enter the formation. At that moment he would be able to fight with all his might. He wanted to kill all 500 heavenly gods. This was Xianxia's plan. This sword formation is only SOSO? Hehe, if that's the case I'll show you my formation. Li Tianhua leaped up and soared into the sky. He held the sun, moon and stars in his hand. His eyes were like torches as he glanced at the crowd. The other 200 mid-heavenly gods joined in as well. Their terrifying aura filled the air. The 500 experts stood in 8 directions at this moment. With Li Tianhua controlling the formation, they instantly formed a formation that was even more terrifying than Xianxia's Little Ashura sword formation. You have Zhongliang's plan, I have wall ladder. This formation is specially made to deal with you, the Little Ashura sword formation. Xianxia, it's impossible for you to escape from us today. Li Tianhua dominated the world and the Ghost Eye sect was known as the sect of formations. If it wasn't for their Ghost Eye sect that shocked the Linhe boundary, the world would remember them as the Ghost Eye sect that was founded on formations. Such a powerful formation. Xianxia frowned. The 500 heavenly god realm experts had all returned to their positions. More than 60 early heavenly god realm experts who had died were replaced by more than 60 late heavenly god scripture experts. At this moment the entire void seemed to have become dark. The formation of Ghost Eye sect was covered with dark clouds, covering the entire area within 10,000 li of Profound Feng sect. Everyone felt suffocated and suffocated. Those weaker disciples of Profound Feng sect were shivering in fear. Hundreds of them even died under the suppression of the formation. Terrifying. This is a demonic formation. My heart is about to jump out. Senior Xianxia, I'm afraid we're doomed this time. Is our Profound Feng sect going to perish like this? Every disciple of the Profound Feng sect was in deep despair. Xianxia looked up and saw that Li Tianhua's 500 men formation had completely engulfed the Little Ashura sword formation. A terrifying black whirlwind was howling, stirring up the mountains and rivers. The black whirlwind was like a grim reaper from hell, engulfing Xianxia's sword formation. Xianxia's expression became solemn. At this moment the 500 heavenly god realm experts had completely fused with the Little Ashura sword formation. This time Xianxia was not confident. He was confident that his formation would not lose to Li Tianhua's formation. However, the strength of his opponent's formation was too powerful. Even his scalp felt numb. This was a feast for the Linhe boundary. Xianxia was shocked and proud at the same time. This battle had filled him with pride. What kind of formation is this? Jiang Qin stared at Li Tianhua with his eyes narrowed. There's no harm in telling you. It's the 1,000 Elephants Arhat formation. Formed by 500 heavenly god realm experts, even a half-step divine king can be crushed in an instant. It's specially made to deal with you. You should be proud to die in the 1,000 Elephants Arhat formation. Li Tianhua said disdainfully. He was extremely confident in the 1,000 Elephants Arhat formation. This was one of the great formations of the Ghost Eye sect. It was extremely powerful. Even when facing the attack of a divine king realm expert, it was extremely sturdy and stable. The black whirlwind continued to blow. A 10,000 zhang tall black skeleton was gradually formed. Its eyes were like black holes, emitting a dreadful aura. It opened its bloody mouth as if it was going to devour the heavens and earth. The 1,000 Elephants Arhat formation formed by 500 heavenly god realm experts had completely engulfed Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation, completely suppressing it. Jiang Chen also felt that he was shrouded by the black mist. His heart felt extremely pressured. Let's go Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen took out another 30 supreme grade divine origin stones and activated the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation. At this moment the little Ashura sword formation was completely activated. Rays of golden light shone brightly. Rays of dreadful sword light pierced through the black mist. One black and one golden, two dreadful auras intertwined with each other. Sword shadows shuttled through the void. Such a dreadful sword formation. This sword formation is much stronger than the one Jiang Qin used before. How could this be? Jiang Qingzi raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression was solemn. However, Li Tianhua was also extremely solemn. Only he was confident. Even he had to admit that Jiang Chen's formation was too powerful. If the 500 heavenly god realm experts were to cast Jiang Chen's peerless sword formation, they could even kill a divine king realm expert without mercy. However, Jiang Chen's current strength was too weak. It was already not easy for him to cast 1/10,000th of the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation's power. Li Tianhua won because of the All Elephants Arhat formation formed by the 500 heavenly god realm experts. This was his true trump card. Even without the formation, the 500 heavenly god realm experts were still a terrifying force. With the combination of the All Elephants Arhat formation, it was like adding wings to a tiger. His sword formation is indeed earth-shattering, but it's absolutely impossible for him to break my All Manifestations Arhat Prajna formation. Li Tianhua's expression was as calm as usual as he commanded the terrifying killing formation. Terrifying black whirlwinds swept across the area. The pressure that Jiang Chen felt was getting stronger and stronger. The whirlwinds were like blades that tore through the void. Jiang Chen's blood and qi were trembling and his body was being torn apart by the wind blades. Jiang Chen controlled the little Ashura sword formation. The sword formation's power was 5 times stronger than before and it clashed against the Arhat Prajna formation fiercely. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Chapter 2468. The All Elephants Arhat formation that Li Tianhua controlled also launched its most terrifying attack at this time. 500 heavenly gods. The feeling of the fusion of their powers was like a demon king descending to the world, killing all gods and Buddhas in their path. The black skeleton shadow gradually took shape in the whirlwind and devoured the thousands of sword shadows. Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation lost its dominance for the first time. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. 500 heavenly god realm experts were a force that was difficult to break through. Even his little Ashura sword formation could not gain the upper hand. The thousands of sword shadows were devoured by the black skeleton. In the end, the black skeleton started to devour the little Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen was extremely solemn. The All Manifestations Wisdom formation that was supported by 500 heavenly god realm experts had completely suppressed Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. Countless sword shadows dispersed in the black mist. Jiang Chen's heart was shrouded in darkness. Damn it! Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. Li Tianhua controlled the All Manifestations Wisdom formation, controlling the universe with one hand. At this moment, Li Tianhua was laughing wildly, his heart was filled with confidence. Zongheng and Yener died in your hands. Jiang Chen, you must pay the price for what you've done. Break for me. Li Tianhua struck with his palm. The black skeleton shadow along with the fatal attack of 500 Heavenly God Realm experts collided with Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he defended the formation. He roared like a dragon, resisting the attack of 500 Heavenly God Realm experts. However, he could already sense that the god artifacts were already trembling. The little Ashura formation was probably really going to be destroyed. Jiang Chen's guess was right. The little Ashura sword formation crumbled in an instant, and the 500 Heavenly God Realm experts were sent flying by Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. This scene caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The mountain rocks were destroyed, the river bed was cut off, the 5 mountains were filled with phoenix cries, thousands of birds and beasts were killed. The disciples of Profound Feng sect also suffered hundreds of casualties from this huge collision. It was truly a tragic scene. Jiang Chen retreated 800 steps. His face was gloomy and pale like a sheet of paper. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered without end. Jiang Chen knelt on one knee. Blood flowed out of his mouth and his body was riddled with wounds. Blood was all over Jiang Chen's body. His lips curled into a ruthless smile. Although the 500 Heavenly God Realm experts were fine, they were still injured by Jiang Chen's sword formation at the very last moment. Li Tianhua was the one who felt it the most. Although he relied on the Arhat Prajna formation to destroy Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation, he also suffered a great backlash at the last moment. Although the skeleton shadow had devoured Jiang Chen's sword shadows, it was still a great injury to him. Li Tianhua was heavily injured because Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the 500 Heavenly God Realm experts that formed the formation, he wouldn't dare to fight against Jiang Chen head-on. This sword formation was the #1 in history. The Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation did not lose. It lost because Jiang Chen was unable to unleash its full power. It lost to the 500 Heavenly God Realm experts. No matter how heaven-defying Jiang Chen was, how could 500 Heavenly God Realm experts be ordinary? The 500 Heavenly God Realm experts stood proudly in front of the formation. However, all of them were heavily injured. None of them survived. Although they looked calm, only they knew how serious their injuries were. And the one who injured them was Jiang Chen himself, a half-step Heavenly God. 500 Heavenly God Realm experts, even an early Divine King Realm expert would be exhausted to death. Other than Jiang Chen, who else would have the courage to do so? Even Meng Fanping, Li Tianhua, Jiang Qingzi, these famous experts of the Linhe boundary would not be able to catch up to him. At this moment, Li Tianhua's desire to obtain the sword formation in Jiang Chen's hand grew stronger. His eyes were glowing with passion. Looking at the scene of Jiang Chen kneeling on the ground, the 500 Heavenly God Realm experts were shocked. How powerful is this man? If he was given 10 or 100 years, not to mention the Linhe boundary, even the Lone Dragon County, the Northern Cold Divine Region, who would be his match? Where to look at the Divine Region? My eyes are filled with the sorrow of time. How many things have I done in my youth? Long. The young Wan Dohai sitting on the Northern Cold War. Who could be his match? Giving birth to a son is like a friend in the river. Xian Qingming looked at the scene of Jiang Chen kneeling on the ground. His eyes were filled with sorrow, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Chen, Profound Feng sect is proud of you. Xian Qingming murmured. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Jiang Chen was fighting a bloody battle, but they could only watch quietly. Jiang Chen was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Everyone was looking at him silently. Death was getting closer and closer to him, especially Meng Fanping and the others. They had watched enough and wanted to kill Jiang Chen now. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Chen had spared no effort in this battle. He had gained a lot from this battle, but he was not sure if he could survive the next battle. However, as long as he was alive, the battle would not stop for even a second. Jiang Chen, what else do you have? Show it to me. You're only one step away from death now. Jiang Qingzi said with a cold smile. At this moment no one could save him. Not even a heaven sovereign could save him, let alone a heavenly god. Jiang Chen had fought for so long he no longer had the strength to fight anyone under the heavens anymore. Although the 100 Sect Alliance was a rascal, they were poisoned by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had become their cancer. No matter what reason Jiang Chen had, it would not be a reason for them to forgive Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was not dead, Linhe boundary would not be safe. Now it's finally time for me to take action. Jiang Qingzi said confidently. Jiang Qin was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Now that he had captured him, Jiang Qingzi was not worried at all. Everyone follow me and capture Jiang Qin. Jiang Qingzi looked at the 20 peak heavenly gods behind him and said faintly. This battle, Jiang Qin could be said to be fighting the entire Linhe boundary, 20 peak heavenly gods. Jiang Qin slowly raised his head with a bitter smile. But as long as he's not dead, this battle is not over. If the heavens want to kill me, I will drag everyone down with me. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the sky. These 20 peak heavenly god realm experts were going to be the absolute enemies that could overwhelm him. Little Qinzi, how can I miss out on such a fun battle? A black silhouette broke through the sky, his voice traveled 1,000 miles, shaking everyone's heart. Chapter 2469. There's a kind of trust, there's no need to look back. There's a kind of promise, there's a kind of life and death. There's a kind of feeling, there's no regrets even if you die. Once upon a time, there was a brave young man who fought side by side with him. They shed their blood, raised their prestige, sang war songs, swept through the world and shook the world. In the immortal world, when they fought, the world trembled, the 4 seas rose as if the sky was roaring and the earth was singing. When Jiang Qin heard the roar that resounded through the sky, he already knew that the guy who wielded a long staff and wasn't afraid of anything had finally arrived. His actions had stirred up the entire Linhe boundary. Many of the boundaries around the Linhe boundary must have heard of this news. And he must have come after hearing the news. A terrifying gust of wind stirred up the black clouds in the void. A staff fell down, splitting the mountains and rivers. The clouds dispersed and a black figure appeared. Who else could it be but Long Xian? Cold eyes, reserved expression, one hand holding the divine staff, his aura was like a bull, and his domineering intent soared to the heavens. Jiang Chen's heart was slightly moved. He had changed, he was no longer as violent as before, but he was still domineering. He was not as impulsive as before, but he was still courageous. The hostility between his eyebrows had also turned into a domineering battle intent. The sharpness was reserved, and his Dan-si was as still as a mountain. The sharpness was clear in his eyes. Long Xian's battle intent was high. He stood side by side with Jiang Qin, looking at the 500 heavenly god realm experts who retreated from the battlefield. His mouth curved into a meaningful smile. These 20 heavenly god realm experts in front of him, none of them were easy to deal with. But since Long Xian had decided to come, he had no worries. Their brotherhood was deeper than the sea, there was no need for words between them. Long Xian did not care too much as long as he saw Jiang Qin alive. Can you still hold on? Long Xian smiled and looked at Jiang Qin. I can't hold on anymore. Jiang Qin shook his head. Then he laughed and looked Long Xian in the eye. If I can hold on, then what else is there to say? We'll just fight. Long Xian brandished the divine staff in his hand, and his rage soared to the heavens. As he turned, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a shocking desire to do battle. He wanted to take revenge for Jiang Chen's injuries bit by bit from these people. Another one coming to die? Since that's the case, then all of you can die. Jiang Qingzi held the trident in his hand and took the lead. He stood in front of Jiang Qin and Long Xian. He was full of confidence and calm. Initially they thought that it would be some powerful expert who came to help Jiang Qin. Never did they expect that it would be a peak early heavenly god. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Leave him to me. Long Xian pointed at Jiang Qingzi and said. I'll deal with the remaining 20. Jiang Qin said indifferently. These 20 peak heavenly gods were obviously stronger than Jiang Qingzi. However, as an elder of a great sect, Jiang Qingzi was not someone easy to deal with. Just you? Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Let me see what you're made of. No wonder you're friends with this brat. Birds of a feather flock together. You're all so arrogant, but in the end, aren't you still dead? Jiang Qingzi was full of disdain towards Long Xian. However, Long Xian was calm and collected in this battle. Although Jiang Qingzi was also a peak heavenly god, he did not feel pressured at all. You're courting death. Xian said coldly. Without saying a word, he charged towards Jiang Qingzi. Even though Jiang Qingzi was a peak early heavenly god, he was not afraid at all. Although there was a difference of 2 realms between them, Xian's fearless spirit made him fearless. He fought with his life on the line. Jiang Qin sneered. At this moment he had no choice but to give it his all. Long Xian's arrival had made him even more excited. With the help of the wood spirit and the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, Zhou Xian had recovered quite a bit of his strength. He did not retreat even half a step when fighting against the 20-peak heavenly gods. These 20-peak heavenly gods were extremely powerful. They were at least on par with 2 to 3 half-step heavenly god realm experts. Zhou Xian, die. It's a worthy death to die in our hands. Ah, you're just an arrow at the end of its flight. What else can you do? Aren't you going to be killed in the end? It's not too late to surrender. We'll leave your corpse intact. Zhou Xian, you're a hero. Even though you've yet to mature, you're still terrifying. Out of respect for you, I suppose you won't be willing to be torn apart by us, right? The 20 experts joined hands to besiege Zhou Xian. It was extremely difficult for him to fight against them. However, he would not lower his head even if he were to die. If you want to kill me, you need to have the ability to do so. If you're not afraid of death, come at me. The one who can take my head will become a heavenly lord. Zhou Xian smiled calmly. He was able to deal with the 20 experts with ease. It had been a long time since they fought side by side. Zhou Xian had never thought that Long Xian would come at this time. He might not know how Long Xian knew about this, but he did his best to rush here. Zhou Xian could see the fatigue in his eyes. He must have rushed here non-stop. We can't lose. Zhou Xian suddenly opened his eyes in anger. He immediately activated the ancient soaring dragon technique. Zhou Xian's strength rose to the peak again. Zhou Xian's strength had reached the late heavenly god realm under the ancient soaring dragon technique. The might of the punch was unstoppable. The embodiment of the ancient soaring dragon technique was not only in terms of strength, but also in Zhou Xian's current dragon physique. The ancient soaring dragon technique under the dragon transformation was even more perfect. Although he was half dragon and half human, Zhou Xian could feel the faint dragon qi in his body. Once this dragon qi was fully integrated into his body, Zhou Xian knew that he would be able to reach the next level. The dragon qi lingered in his body. The ancient soaring dragon technique had made Zhou Xian's battle strength rise again and again. Just the toughness of his body alone had surpassed a normal peak heavenly god realm demonic beast. It was impossible for an ordinary attack to break his dragon body. The heavenly dragon sword became more and more proficient. It merged with Zhou Xian and became a part of Zhou Xian's body. The ancient soaring dragon technique's assimilation had benefited Zhou Xian a lot. It was not only a reflection of his strength, it was also a prerequisite for him to transform into a dragon. No wonder the Tao Tai was willing to pay any price to obtain the ancient soaring dragon technique. Zhou Xian finally realized the immeasurable value of the ancient soaring dragon technique. Boy, let's see if you can still play tricks on us. Die. Stubborn fella. Chapter 2470. Zhou Xian clenched his fist with one hand and a sword with the other. The edge of the sword was sharp and the momentum of the fist was overbearing. Both of his attacks were ruthless and shocking. Zhou Xian was able to maintain such a combat strength even after repelling 500 heavenly gods. Even Meng Fanping's eyes turned solemn. This fella seems to have endless divine power in his body. Looks like we have to end this quickly. If we, the half-step divine king realm, take action, I'm afraid the Linhe boundary's face will be ruined. Meng Fanping was clear that it was not difficult to kill Zhou Xian. It was not wrong for him to kill Zhou Xian step by step. Now that the 100 Sect Alliance had deployed such a huge force, if the 100 Sect Alliance had to send out half-step divine kings to kill a kid who wasn't even a heavenly god, it would be inexcusable. Li Tianhua was speechless. Zhou Xian's strength was truly terrifying. It would be impossible for Meng Fanping to defeat Zhou Xian and capture him with the least amount of combat strength. Meng Fanping had to take care of the Linhe boundary's face and the Clearstream sect's face. If he were to kill a kid, many people from other boundaries would be gossiping about the Linhe boundary and the Clearstream sect. Zhang Qingzi, Lu Yang, don't hold back. Lu Yang, there's no need to hold back. The two of you must kill this fiend. Otherwise, how will our 100 Sect Alliance keep our face? Meng Fanping's deafening voice reverberated throughout the area. Zhang Qingzi and Lu Yang were shocked. They knew that Meng Fanping's words were also related to their sect's reputation. They must not let Zhou Xian have a chance to breathe for the glory of Linhe boundary. You must pay a price to kill me. Zhou Xian harumphed coldly, his iron fist swept across. 20 peak heavenly gods were forced back by Zhou Xian's fists. However, Zhou Xian's defense was even more terrifying than before. Even without the profound heavenly armor, His defense had reached an unprecedented peak with the help of the ancient soaring dragon technique. Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat when he heard Meng Fanping's words. He knew that this battle was not only about him, but the entire Linhe boundary and the Overlord sect. He must give it his all. Invincible Overlord Fist. Lu Yang's fist was sharp, shaking the void. He no longer held back and unleashed the Overlord sect's secret technique, the Invincible Overlord Fist. The dreadful fist aura engulfed the heavens and earth. Jiang Qin remained calm and unmoved like a mountain. His fist clashed against Lu Yang's Invincible Overlord Fist. The dreadful strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants clashed against Lu Yang's Invincible Overlord Fist. The dreadful shockwaves spread across 800 li, causing countless people to hold their breaths. Jiang Chen's punch was not fancy at all. It was purely based on the terrifying strength of his punch. Lu Yang's Invincible Overlord Fist clashed with his bare hands. Both of them were sent flying backwards. Although it seemed like they were evenly matched, Lu Yang's entire arm was completely numb. He did not expect that his sect's peerless divine technique, the Invincible Overlord Fist, could not even push Jiang Chen back. Moreover, Jiang Chen's face was not red at all. The damage that the punch caused to him was negligible. Jiang Chen smiled with a calm expression. However, the Invincible Overlord Fist was rather dreadful. If it wasn't for the support of the ancient soaring dragon art, Jiang Chen might not be able to withstand this fist. Even so, Jiang Chen had suffered quite a bit of backlash, causing the web between his thumb and forefinger to split open. Blood and qi were rising in his body, but Lu Yang was suffering more than him. Lu Yang's expression was extremely unsightly. One could imagine that Lu Yang had lost the upper hand in this fist. Even the Invincible Overlord Fist could not allow Lu Yang to display his invincible bearing at this moment. On the other side, the battle between Long Shisan and Jiang Chengzi was also exceptionally exciting. However, Jiang Chengzi had lost the initiative. He had underestimated Long Shisan at the start, causing him to be completely suppressed by Long Shisan in the following battle. In Jiang Chengzi's eyes, how strong could a guy who was 2 realms lower than him be? However, Long Shisan had perfectly demonstrated the true meaning of power. His dreadful means had shocked the world. Everyone could not help but sigh. Jiang Chengzi had completely lost his former bearing under Long Shisan's invincible attacks. A peak heavenly god at this moment looked extremely mediocre. One could not feel his power at all. Under Meng Fanping's encouragement, Jiang Chengzi's heart trembled. He needed to end this battle as soon as possible. Just like what he said, birds of a feather flock together. Jiang Chen's friend was actually this monstrous, not any weaker than Jiang Chen. He initially thought that Jiang Chen's bearing was unparalleled, but now he finally knew how terrifying Long Shisan was. He was actually on par with Jiang Chen. Great furnace of heaven and earth, turn 3,000 ashes. Jiang Chengzi did not hold back anymore. At this moment, the most important thing was to end this battle as soon as possible. Once he got rid of Long Shisan, he would be able to show off the divine pill sect's might. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen and his friend dragged on, the news would definitely spread across the entire Linhe boundary and even the other boundaries. At that time, the 100 Sect Alliance would become a laughingstock. Jiang Chengzi's hands formed hand seals continuously. An incomparably huge great furnace of light appeared in the sky, trapping Long Shisan within it. Heavenly fire descended, hurricanes arose. The terrifying great furnace was like hell on earth, the end of the world. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled. Jiang Chengzi's methods were indeed the style of a great sect. This is getting interesting. Long Shisan sneered. The battle Saint Ape's true form appeared, shocking everyone. Its gigantic body soared into the sky, reaching a height of 1,000 zhang, and its strength was enough to shake the heavens. Long Shisan held the peerless godly staff in his hand, sweeping across the world. At this moment, the peerless godly staff grew to a few thousand zhang long, smashing towards the great furnace of heaven and earth. Under the strike of the staff, the vast earth roared, and the great furnace of heaven and earth trembled slightly. This is an ancient divine beast, the battle Saint Ape? Meng Fanping was shocked. He never thought that Jiang Chen's helper would be this terrifying. Fortunately, he was only a peak early heavenly god. Otherwise, if the battle Saint Ape was a peak heavenly god, he might not be able to take it head-on. An ancient battle Saint Ape, truly domineering. This Jiang Chen, I thought he was already heaven-defying. Never thought that his friend would be this terrifying. Ding Qiudong said with a smile. Battle Saint Ape, is there still hope for Zhangchen? Xian Qingming asked. Hey, difficult. Ding Qiudong was telling the truth. If the Battle Saint Ape was a peak heavenly god, there might still be a chance. However, his strength was still too weak. These three difficulties made Xian Qingming's heart of despair unable to rekindle. Chapter 2471. Long Shisan's peerless divine staff stirred once again. At this moment, the Battle Saint technique was executed perfectly. The battle symbol art shook the heavens and the earth, becoming stronger than before. The terrifying impact of the peerless divine staff became even more ferocious under the might of the Battle Saint technique. The great heaven and earth furnace was shattered by Long Shisan. Even the heavenly fire and hurricane within it were blown away by Long Shisan's staff. Dragon Shisan's unparalleled might shook the heavens and earth. With a loud roar, the Battle Saint technique of the battle symbol art soared into the sky. The falling divine staff broke through the great furnace of heaven and earth. The heavenly flame dispersed and the hurricane stopped. Jiang Qingzi was sent flying backwards, spurting out a mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ugly. No one had expected Dragon Shisan to have such terrifying combat strength. Even Jiang Qingzi was defeated. I refuse to accept this. Jiang Qingzi gritted his teeth. The trident once again displayed its might. A terrifying halberd light pierced through. Long Shisan was invincible. The Battle Saint technique's battle strength was shocking. It continuously destroyed Jiang Qingzi's great heaven and earth furnace. The trident in his hand was not a match for the peerless divine staff. The moment the trident collided with the peerless divine staff, the entire trident was broken into pieces. My heavenly divine tool. Jiang Qingzi's eyes widened in anger. He had never thought that his heavenly divine tool would be broken by Long Shisan. That ordinary-looking staff was actually so terrifying. The might of that staff was unstoppable. Jiang Qingzi's heart was boiling with anger. But when he raised his head, Long Shisan's staff smashed down on him. The dreadful power was like the weight of Mount Tai, making it hard for Jiang Qingzi to breathe. The battle power of Long Shisan's Battle Saint Ape was extremely terrifying. Even Jiang Chen's 9 dragons and 10 elephants might not be able to compete with it. Jiang Qingzi was completely defenseless. He caught the divine staff with his bare hands. His entire body was smashed into the ground by the peerless divine staff. Both of his arms were smashed into pieces and his flesh was a bloody mess. Jiang Qingzi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His breathing was weak and his life was in danger. Who would have thought that a single strike from Long Shisan would be so domineering? Even if Meng Fanping wanted to save him, he couldn't make it in time. What a strong fellow. This Battle Saint Ape is too scary, isn't it? A peak early heavenly god realm expert had completely defeated Jiang Qingzi. Tiske, it really makes one sigh. I have to say, this Jiang Qingzi has really embarrassed the Divine Pill sect. It's all up to Lu Yang now. Many people were disappointed with Jiang Qingzi. But other than Jiang Qingzi, who else knew how scary the Battle Saint Ape was? Jiang Qingzi was heavily injured and retreated rapidly. Long Shisan did not give up and continued to strike with his staff. At this moment, Meng Fanping could no longer sit still. Jiang Qingzi's identity was special. If he were to die, the Divine Pill sect would definitely not let this matter rest. At that time he, the alliance leader of the 100 Sect Alliance, would definitely be blamed. Meng Fanping stopped Long Shisan with one hand and saved Jiang Qingzi. Go capture this Battle Saint Ape for me. Meng Fanping waved his hand and 20 peak heavenly god realm experts struck again. This was the last of their strength. Only 10 half-step heavenly god realm experts were left. A bunch of ants. Today I, Long Shisan, shall start a massacre. Long Shisan roared and unleashed his Battle Saint technique to its limit. Just like Jiang Chen, he was also fighting against 20 peak heavenly god realm experts. Long Shisan's staff was heavy and merciless. Even though he was facing a god emperor, he was still fearless. The peerless godly staff shocked the world. The dreadfulness of the Battle Saint Ape was fully displayed at this moment. Even 20 peak heavenly god realm experts could not gain the upper hand against it. Shisan was extremely ferocious. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he stared at Lu Yang and the others silently. The 20 great experts had unleashed their peerless techniques. Jiang Chen was very careful with every step he took. The consumption of the ancient soaring dragon technique was making him feel exhausted. If he couldn't end the battle quickly, he would be completely exhausted by the ancient soaring dragon technique. Give it your all. I'd like to see how long he can last. Lu Yang harumphed and charged forward again, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat. Jiang Chen's strength was still terrifying, but it was much weaker compared to before. Lu Yang took the opportunity and did not give Jiang Chen any chance to breathe. At this moment, it was best to end the battle as soon as possible. 20 streams of dreadful qi were unleashed continuously. Between the heavens and earth, the weather changed. Jiang Chen and Dragon Xian had fallen into a stalemate. No matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to hold off so many experts. On the other side, Meng Fanping was still glaring at them. He was most worried about those half-step Divine King experts. If they were to attack together, Jiang Chen would not be their match. Jiang Chen and Dragon Xian were completely overshadowed by these 40-peak heavenly gods. However, the two of them still had an unyielding fighting spirit that would never give in. Battle Saint Ape, if you're willing to join me and become my mount, I might let you go. After all, you don't have to die. Jiang Chen is the enemy of the entire Linhe boundary. He won't rest until one of us dies. Why do you have to suffer? Meng Fanping said faintly, trying to make Long Xian surrender. Xian sneered disapprovingly. You think you're worthy? You're overestimating yourself. So what if you're a half-step Divine King? I've never been afraid of anyone. Let's fight. Long Xian's arrogant laughter enraged Meng Fanping. What a reckless fellow. Death is the end of everything. I've given you a chance before, but you're useless. Meng Fanping's eyes were cold. These 40-peak heavenly gods were all peerless experts of their respective sections. Some of them were even great elders. They were gathered here to kill Jiang Chen. All hope was placed on them. You want me to surrender? Dream on. Little Chenzi, watch me. I'll show them the fatal 13-rod strike that I created at the brink of death. Long Xian smiled proudly. He was in high spirits. The prestige of the Battle Saint Ape was accompanied by the peerless rod strike. Who could resist it? The fatal 13-rod strike was created by Long Xian when he was on the brink of death. It was a rod technique similar to the 7 injuring fists. It was used to injure the enemy, but the target of the fatal 13-rod strike was the enemy's life. Dragon Xian smiled proudly in the sky. Shadow after shadow of his staff was formed. Every strike of his staff caused the heavens and earth to change color. More than 20 heavenly god realm experts didn't dare to face the sharpness of his attack. The fatal 13 staff strike used their lives as the price to fight against the heavens and earth. Every strike of the staff carried an indomitable overbearingness. Every strike was like a suicidal charge. However, no one dared to go head-to-head with a super lunatic like Dragon Xian. Once the 13 deadly staff was unleashed, who would be the master of this vast land? Long Xian became more and more courageous as he fought. Even Jiang Chen was shocked. The fatal 13-rod strike was terrifying. Life-extinguishing square inch, moving unhindered between the heavens and earth. Who can resist? Chapter 2472. Xian's fatal 13 staff strike had the 7 wounding stance, dealing 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to himself. Currently he was also heavily injured. He had crippled 13 peak heavenly gods in a row. His mightiness was unparalleled. No one could stop him. However, Long Xian's injuries were not light either. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards. Jiang Chen was slightly startled. He knew that Long Xian had reached his limit. To defeat 13 peak heavenly gods in a row. Who could rival him? Moreover, his strength was only at the early heavenly god realm. This battle Saint Ape sure has some ferocious methods. It's a suicidal battle. However, he did kill 13 of us. However, no matter how strong he is, how could he resist our will tactic? You're right. Jiang Chen might not be able to hold on much longer. It's already shocking that he managed to hold on for so long. Jiang Chen, the day of your death is coming. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head around. More than 20 peak heavenly gods were attacking him at the same time. He had lost the initiative. Long Xian had saved himself at the last moment. However, he was also in danger. Monkey, hold on. Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. The ancient soaring dragon technique had squeezed his strength to its limit. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that there was nothing he could do to turn the situation around. However, he did not lower his head. This was Jiang Chen's belief and will to fight. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen struck out a seal and forced the 4 experts to retreat. However, his back was in the hands of more people. Jiang Chen was being attacked from the front and back. It was getting more and more difficult for him. Every step he took, every breath he took, everything became a hindrance. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, it was inevitable that he would be defeated under the joint attack of more than 20 experts. Sword cutting through the void, Heaven's Will, fusion of dragon and sword. Jiang Chen turned into the heavenly dragon sword and pierced through the sky. More than 20 experts were ready to attack and kill Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was extremely powerful under the fusion of dragon and sword. All of them were forced to retreat and were heavily injured. Although Jiang Chen had gotten what he wanted, it was also a suicidal battle. His body was getting weaker and weaker. Because the divine energy in his body couldn't keep up with the consumption, he couldn't reach the critical point of balance. In the end, 15 people were defeated by Jiang Chen. There were only 12 peak heavenly gods left. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were cold. At this moment, the divine strength in his body was extremely depleted. Jiang Chen roared furiously and pointed his sword towards the heavens. The union of man and sword was even more terrifying than the union of dragon and sword just now. It was as dazzling as a comet. The remaining 12 people did not expect that Jiang Chen, who was struggling at death's door, could have such combat strength. All 12 of them were killed instantly. Their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. They were completely killed by Jiang Chen's union of dragon and sword. How is this possible? Meng Fanping's eyes were extremely solemn. One of the peak heavenly gods was a disciple of the Clear Stream sect. How could Meng Fanping not be angry? Currently, Jiang Chen was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He did not have any strength to fight back. However, he was able to shock the world by killing 12 people at the last moment. This was a huge blow to the 100 Sect Alliance. 12 heavenly god realm experts were instantly killed. This was the first time Jiang Chen had encountered such a situation. Moreover, these 12 people were the pillars of the sect and they've been famous for a long time. This Jiang Chen is too abnormal, isn't he? Yeah, I've never met such a terrifying fella. Looks like Elder Meng is finally going to take action. This Jiang Chen should not be able to fight anymore, right? He's already in this state, how can he fight back? The pitiful ones are those heavenly gods who died for the sake of the 100 Sect Alliance's plan. This is a great test for many sections. Facing the approaching figures, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. His blood was still burning. As long as he's alive, he'll make his enemies pay. Jiang Chen, you've really impressed me. But it's time to end this. Meng Fanping said indifferently. 500 heavenly gods fight Jiang Chen again. Meng Fanping waved his hand and countless experts swarmed towards Jiang Chen. Although some of the 500 heavenly god realm experts were injured, it was not a problem for them to fight against Jiang Chen, who was already exhausted. Li Tianhua had been fooling around for a while. At this moment, the 500 heavenly gods descended once again, pressing against Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Long Shisan could no longer turn the situation around. Monkey, this time I'm afraid you'll really have to fight to the death with me. Jiang Chen smiled. I don't believe that I'll die here. Dragon Shisan sneered. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. It was his biggest dream in this life to be able to take revenge. However, after knowing about his blood feud, his heart no longer belonged to him. Then let's start a massacre here. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan looked at each other. Both of them were at the brink of a life and death battle. Long Shisan had never experienced it, so why would Jiang Chen be afraid? Brothers walk together for life, a lifetime of love, a never-ending battle. Jiang Chen was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Dragon Shisan, on the other hand, had exhausted all of his divine strength. His injuries were getting more and more serious as time passed. Winning or losing the battle was not important. What was important was that they had no regrets fighting side by side. As long as there was a chance of survival, Jiang Chen would not let it go. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan rushed into the crowd of 500 peak heavenly gods. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was still very terrifying, but there were too many of them. Jiang Chen could not kill all of them, and Jiang Chen was being attacked from the front and back. Jiang Chen's body was covered with wounds. Long Shisan was extremely excited. With his golden fiery eyes, he killed more than 10 experts below the late heavenly god realm. But in the end, the area of their battle became smaller and smaller. In the end, Zhou Xian tried his best, but he could not turn the situation around. Zhang Qian knelt down on one knee, spurting out blood. Even though he was on the brink of death, his eyes were still filled with killing intent. Chapter 2473. I want to fuse with the lightning to surpass the peak. Fuse the power of the heavenly lightning. Zhang Qian held the dawn sky golden lightning in one hand and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in the other. The moment the 2 heavenly lightning appeared, the whole place became silent. Even Meng Fanping was shocked. Because he knew how terrifying the fusion lightning in Zhang Qian's hands was. Even 5 half-step divine kings couldn't resist the terrifying fusion power. The heavenly lightning was rampaging, no other power could resist the fusion power. Just like the reincarnation of the heavenly way, the heavenly lightning poured down. The power of the heavenly lightning itself was not something that an ordinary heavenly god could resist. Since you want to kill me, I'll kill all of you. Let's die together. Ah. Zhang Qian's roar was as loud as thunder. The 2 heavenly lightnings fused together and the dreadful energy poured down on the entire Fengming Mountain. However, Zhang Qian did not forget to protect the disciples of Fengming Mountain at the last moment. It's finally starting? It's a pity that I'm prepared this time. Meng Fanping said faintly. His eyes turned cold. He was waiting for this moment. Brothers, please give it your all. 10 half-step divine kings will be able to stop this monster. Do not underestimate the fusion power of the heavenly lightning. It's enough to destroy everything in the world. Following Meng Fanping's shout, the 9 great experts took action. This time, including Meng Fanping, there was a total of 10 half-step divine kings. They only had one goal, which was to suppress Zhang Qian's heavenly lightning fusion. Previously, 5 half-step divine kings were almost defeated. Therefore, Meng Fanping was prepared this time. The rainbow light accompanied the surging of the thunderclouds, causing the sky to change color. At this time, more than half of the 500 heavenly god realm experts were instantly killed by the power of lightning. The entire Fengming Mountain was filled with wails, and the experts at the peak of the heavenly god realm also covered their heads and fled. You're always stronger than me, even if you're not as strong as me. Zhou Xian said unwillingly. However, deep in his heart he was happier than anyone else. This was a true brother. Obviously, Meng Fanping and the others were within Zhang Qian's calculations. We will definitely give it our all. For the sake of killing the demon, for the sake of justice. The 9 half-step divine king realm experts said at the same time. At this moment, Zhang Qian felt a great pressure. The 10 experts above his head had completely blocked his way. The might of the heavenly lightning fusion was slightly stagnant. Because these 10 half-step divine king realm experts wanted to stop Zhang Qian's heavenly lightning fusion. If that's the case, Zhang Qian would not have any other tricks left to deal with. Zhang Qian. Meng Fanping was already prepared for this. The 10 great experts joined forces to stop Zhang Qian's heavenly lightning fusion. However, the heavenly lightning was invisible and it was not easy to resist. However, the 10 great experts were not easy to deal with. A half-step divine king was a terrifying force and there were 10 of them at the same time. Zhang Qian's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Killing intent surged. In this battle, hundreds of heavenly god realm experts had been killed. The 100 sect alliance's strength had been greatly damaged. Now that Meng Fanping and the other 9 experts joined forces to attack Zhang Qian, the 10 experts joined forces to stop Zhang Qian's heavenly lightning fusion. However, Meng Fanping had forgotten one thing. Zhang Qian was not as strong as he was now. Now that his strength had risen to another level, Zhang Qian's heavenly lightning fusion had been upgraded once again. Even with the 10 experts joining forces, they still looked exhausted. The explosive power of the heavenly lightning fusion was like a deathly lotus blooming in the desert, barren land within a 1,000-li radius. A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. A dazzling light shot up to the galaxy. Zhang Qian had exhausted all of his strength. The burden on his body had reached its limit. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. The 10 experts displayed their skills. 10 terrifying light beams shot towards the sky, completely suppressing Zhang Qian's heavenly lightning fusion. Every beam of light suppressed Zhang Qian's heavenly lightning fusion to the extreme. However, Meng Fanping and the other 9 experts were still slightly stronger. The half-step Divine King realm was not just a realm or two, it was an entire realm. Meng Fanping was still fearful of the 10 experts joining forces. He was not sure if he could stop Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning fusion. Reality had proven that Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning fusion was not invincible. Jiang Chen was forced back by the 10 experts, but the 10 experts did not have it easy as well, they were all injured. Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning fusion still shocked them. What a terrifying heavenly lightning fusion, it's like the end of the world. Even so, you're doomed to die here. The 10 experts broke through Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning fusion. Jiang Chen was sent flying away, his body was riddled with holes, he was struggling at death's door. His life and death were decided in a split second. Long Shisan's pupils shrunk, he caught Jiang Chen's broken body. Jiang Chen was on the verge of death. Jiang Chen didn't expect that Meng Fanping was already prepared for this. All the top 10 experts took action and blocked his strongest attack. Get into the Zulong Tower. The light in Jiang Chen's eyes was fading. At this moment Jiang Chen released the Zulong Tower, the two of them entered it instantly. However, the moment Jiang Chen entered the Zulong Tower, he had already fainted. What a great Ling Long treasure pagoda, it's mine. Meng Fanping looked at the Ling Long treasure pagoda in front of him, his eyes were shining brightly. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword and the Zulong Tower were things that he coveted. The others were also shocked watching Jiang Chen enter the Zulong Tower, but there was nothing they could do. What's going on? Did this guy hide in the pagoda? Jiang Chen no longer had the strength to change the 10 zhang tall Zulong Tower to the Zulong Tower, appearing in front of everyone. The other 9 experts were shocked, looking at the Zulong Tower with shining eyes. Spatial rings were rare, but at least they were not rare items. However, a spatial divine tool was different, and it was a spatial divine tool that could accommodate living beings. This made people jealous, and it was in the hands of a little guy who had not even reached the heavenly god realm. A spatial divine tool that could accommodate living beings was equivalent to a moving space. If the space was big enough, it could even be a moving world. This pagoda is really tempting. That's right, this pagoda is probably a peerless treasure. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. No wonder. Meng Fanping, you spent so much effort just to kill this Jiang Chen. I see. Chapter 2474. Everyone, although I, Meng Fanping, am trying my best to kill this man, I'm doing it for the sake of the lives of the Linhe boundary. Such a ferocious man should be killed by everyone. The other 9 nodded slightly. But who would believe his nonsense? It would be strange if he was not tempted by such a terrifying spatial divine tool. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Jiang Chen must have shown the ancestral dragon pagoda to Meng Fanping. That's why Meng Fanping bore a grudge against him. The ancestral dragon pagoda was what he wanted. Jiang Chen's life, what does it have to do with Meng Fanping? It was just a righteous excuse to practice medicine to save the world. Go ahead and give it a try. This Linglong treasure pagoda is not that easy to break. Meng Fanping said with a faint smile. The Linglong pagoda was incomparably tough. At this moment all 9 of them were eager to give it a try. Every one of them had their eyes on this spatial divine tool. Once one of them obtained it, there would be an internal battle. Although the Linglong pagoda is powerful, it depends on who's controlling it. Ghost Eye Sex Li Gui Gaiying sneered and said in disdain. His hand smashed towards the ancestral dragon pagoda. But at this moment the ancestral dragon pagoda was on the verge of collapse. Even the layer of golden light on the surface of the pagoda was shattered into pieces. Not only Meng Fanping, even Long Shisan who was in the Zulong Tower took a deep breath. Jiang Chen's aura is weakening, so the Zulong Tower is fading. Long Shisan's eyes were cold, but he could not do anything. Because at this moment Long Shisan could not control the Zulong Tower. This was the first time Jiang Chen was in such a situation. His aura was weakening and his vitality was fading. Therefore the defense of the Zulong Tower was also weakening. Li Gui Gaiying's attack had caused the Zulong Tower to tremble. Jiang Chen, you won't die, right? Long Shisan's gaze was sharp as he stared at Jiang Chen. His heart was filled with worry. This pagoda won't be destroyed so easily, right? Even Meng Fanping was a little surprised. The crowd was also extremely shocked. At this moment, although Jiang Chen had killed hundreds of heavenly god realm experts, in the eyes of the true leaders, the top 10 experts only cared about Jiang Chen's Linglong treasure pagoda. Jiang Chen had committed all sorts of atrocities, killing countless people, But compared to personal benefits, what they were more concerned about was Jiang Chen's Linglong treasure pagoda. This fella has quite a lot of secrets on him. However, that pagoda doesn't seem to be all that strong. Ding Qiudong murmured. Everyone was watching the battle silently. Ding Qiudong was also envious. However, he knew his own position and situation. He was here to protect the profound Feng sect. Naturally, it was impossible for him to rob Jiang Chen's belongings. However, these old bastards might not be the same. Because Jiang Chen was already someone that everyone had the right to kill. Their target was naturally the pagoda. Even Ding Qiudong suspected that Meng Fanping's intention to kill Jiang Chen was to rob the pagoda. Long Shisan stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's aura was so weak that it made Long Shisan's heart palpitate. Jiang Chen might die at any time. Along the way, Jiang Chen had never thought that Dragon Shisan would lose his wings here. He was unwilling to believe that everything that had happened was just like a fleeting cloud. Break it. Li Gui Gaiying punched again. At this moment, the golden Zulong Tower was on the verge of collapsing. The golden light was dispersing. It even felt like the tower was going to collapse at any time. Inside the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen was still expressionless and lifeless. Long Shisan's eyes were filled with fire. He clenched his fists tightly and his heart was filled with torment. At this moment, Jiang Chen's life was gone. The Zulong Tower had lost its initiative to defend itself. If Jiang Chen died, the Zulong Tower might collapse as well. Long Shisan could clearly see that the Zulong Tower was full of cracks. Li Gui Gaiying's attack was quite powerful to the Zulong Tower. Moreover, it was an attack from a half-step divine king. Punches after punches landed on the ancestral dragon pagoda, causing cracks to appear on the pagoda and buzzing sounds could be heard. Jiang Chen's heart stopped beating at this moment. Success or failure depends on this. Life symbol technique appear. Long Shisan's eyes were extremely clear. The life symbol technique was one of the most important skills in his battle saint technique. Long Shisan had forcefully used the life symbol technique on Jiang Chen. It was extremely damaging to him. However, in order to save Jiang Chen, Long Shisan decided to fight with his life on the line. Even if he had to sacrifice 100 years of life. Long Shisan's hands moved continuously as he pressed on Jiang Chen's eyebrows tightly. However, Jiang Chen's consciousness was still there. At this moment, the life symbol technique was activated crazily. Jiang Chen's heart began to be revived bit by bit. Long Shisan's life symbol technique had pulled him back from the gates of hell. At that moment, the energy in Jiang Chen's body kept returning to him. The life symbol technique had a huge turning point at this moment. Jiang Chen's life force began to condense bit by bit. Long Shisan suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Little Chenzi, you're really an unkillable cockroach. Long Shisan felt that Jiang Chen's aura was constantly returning. At this moment, the Zulong Tower also began to gradually repair itself. The original cracks also began to shrink and eventually disappeared without a trace. The shattered Zulong Tower was constantly fusing and solidifying at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. Under the bombardment of Li Gui Gaiying, it finally turned waste into treasure. Under the dazzling golden light, Meng Fanping, Li Gui Gaiying and the others were shocked. No wonder it was a spatial divine tool. Such a terrifying recovery ability could actually repair itself. It was really shocking and unheard of. The life force in Jiang Chen's body was constantly returning at this moment. All things had spirits, and the life force of all spiritual things was gathering in Jiang Chen's body. At this moment, no one knew how much life force Jiang Chen had absorbed. The entire Phoenix Morning Mountain, the plants withered, the birds and beasts fled, the waterfall dried up and the earth cracked. There was no other reason. Jiang Chen absorbed life force to complete his body. How could this be? Why is this Linglong treasure pagoda repairing itself? This is too terrifying. The shock in Meng Fanping's heart was at its peak. Even if the ancestral dragon pagoda was able to repair itself, it shouldn't be able to repair itself so quickly. Even if it was a divine tool, it would still be damaged by Li Gui Gaiying's punches. However, the ancestral dragon pagoda that was already in pieces was able to redeem itself at an unbelievable speed and was completely repaired. The life force in Jiang Chen's body became more and more majestic. In the end, his heart also resumed beating. The life symbol art put him in a dead end the moment he died, using death to come back to life. Chapter 2475. Within 3 days in the Zulong Tower, Xianxia had gathered all the vitality of the entire Phoenix Morning Mountain. When he opened his eyes again, he had reached the peak of the half-step heavenly god realm. The dragon marks in his body had increased by countless folds, reaching a total of 3,290,000. At this moment, the purple-golden divine spark in his body emitted a dazzling radiance. Xianxia knew that this was the aura of a true heavenly god realm expert. At this moment, above Xianxia's head, there was a huge thundercloud that covered 100 li. Within the thundercloud, lightning flashed and the sound of thunder was terrifying. What's going on? Is this the lightning tribulation of a divine king? Who's going to break through? Everyone, congratulations. Yeah. Which brother is going to break through to the divine king realm? The 10 of them looked at each other. Although they were respectful on the surface, none of them were willing to see this happen. Because if someone broke through to the divine king realm at this moment, there would definitely be an overlord in the Linhe boundary, which would affect the balance of the Linhe boundary. For more than 4,000 years, there had never been a divine king in the entire Linhe boundary. A half-step divine king was still a step away from the divine king realm. However, this step had blocked many outstanding geniuses. How could it be that easy to break through to the divine king realm? The half-step divine king realm required the accumulation of divine energy in the body. However, to break through to the divine king realm, one must rely on enlightenment. One step away, one thought away, and one would become a divine king. Most of these half-step divine kings were thousands of years old, but only 1 in 10,000 had the chance to break through to the divine king realm. Meng Fanping's life was coming to an end. If he could not break through to the divine king realm within 10 years, his soul would return to the earth. Therefore he had been looking for an opportunity. The Linglong treasure pagoda in Xianxia's hand was his opportunity. No, could it be you? Nope. Look, there's a pagoda in the middle of the thundercloud. How is this possible? Could it be that he's going to break through to the divine king realm? This is unrealistic. Everyone was filled with doubts. This is the first time I've seen a God-King level lightning tribulation. Perhaps it'll be a form of training and comprehension for me when I break through to God-King. Meng Fanping and the others were incomparably solemn. The terror of the lightning tribulation had already proved the problem. This was definitely the lightning tribulation of a divine king. In the ancestral dragon pagoda, Xianxia had fully recovered. Thousands of life force gathered in his body. His strength had almost reached the heavenly god realm. Kid, you really didn't disappoint me. Long Shisan punched Xianxia hard, but at this moment, Xianxia was full of smiles. At this moment, countless white strands appeared on Dragon Shisan's fur. Now it's time for us to fight back. Xianxia's lips curved into a sinister smile. He had to give everyone a slap in the face. He wanted everyone to see that he, Xianxia, had fought against the entire Linhe boundary alone. Are you confident? Those 10 old fellas are all half-step divine kings. Long Shisan asked in a low voice. A half-step divine king coming to take on a divine king's lightning tribulation, what do you think are their chances of survival? Xianxia smiled calmly. At this moment his battle intent was unparalleled and his aura was soaring. I shall let the entire Linhe boundary die with me. A bunch of sanctimonious fellas trying to get my Zulong tower. Are you even qualified? Xianxia and Long Shisan stepped out of the Zulong tower. At this moment, Xianxia's aura became more solid, steady and ferocious. You're not dead yet? Could it be that this is your lightning tribulation? Li Gui Gaiying said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with shock. So what? Aren't you all waiting for this moment to come? The lightning tribulation of the divine king realm has descended upon me. It's such an honor. Aren't you all looking forward to it all the time? Today, all of you shall experience the lightning tribulation of the divine king realm. Xianxia sneered as he glanced at everyone. Thunderclouds rumbled across 1,000 li. Xianxia looked up confidently. The lightning tribulation could do nothing to him. However, these half-step divine kings and those heavenly gods were destined to fall into despair. Xianxia, are you trying to trigger the lightning tribulation here? Are you out of your mind? You're digging your own grave. Don't drag us down with you if you want to die. That's right. Do you know how many people will die here? There are hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Fengming Mountain. Are you not going to care about them? Meng Fanping and the others were shocked. Not to mention those heavenly gods, even the half-step divine kings could not withstand the lightning tribulation of the divine king realm. This fella is really out of his mind. Ding Qiudong took 2 steps back subconsciously. The lightning tribulation had already formed and could erupt at any time. The lightning tribulation of the Divine King realm was something that could destroy the world. Meng Fanping, Li Guiguying and the others could not sit still anymore. You're wrong. Profound Feng sect will be fine, but all of you shall die. Jiang Qin was like a crazy gambler at this moment. His bloodthirsty eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. He had no way out. He had to fight with all his strength. If it wasn't for the life symbol art that saved his life at the last moment, he would have become a dead soul in the hands of these bastards. Jiang Qin wanted to take revenge. He wanted to kill everyone. No one could trample on his dignity. Jiang Qin used 20 supreme-grade divine origin stones to set up the Violet Thousand illusory formation within the profound Feng sect's territory. Only Jiang Qin could set up such a terrifying formation that could block off divine kings. Violet Thousand illusory formation set up. Sect Lord Xian, don't worry. I Jiang Qin will not harm anything in profound Feng sect. This is what I owe profound Feng sect. From now on I Jiang Qin have nothing to do with profound Feng sect. In this battle everyone must die. Jiang Qin looked up to the sky and set up the little Ashura sword formation once again. This time he used all of his supreme-grade divine origin stones to block off the path of retreat of Meng Fanping and the others. Let's see how you're going to escape from the little Ashura sword formation. Jiang Qin laughed wildly. His laughter was deafening. But in the ears of Meng Fanping and the others, it was like a declaration of death. Is this lightning tribulation really that terrifying? Yeah. Could it be that Elder Meng and the other top 10 experts can't stop Jiang Qin? I don't believe it. This Jiang Qin must be bluffing. He's just a half-step heavenly god while Elder Meng and the others are half-step divine kings. There's no way they can challenge him. Many heavenly god realm experts comforted themselves. But Meng Fanping and the others' solemn expression had already explained the problem. Do you really think this formation can trap me? Li Guiguying said while gritting his teeth. He could not wait to eat Jiang Qin's flesh and seize the exquisite pagoda. You can give it a try. Chapter 2476. At this moment he had already gained the upper hand. No one had expected that Jiang Qin, who was on the verge of death, would be able to force them into a corner. Li Guiguying's face darkened. He was not afraid of the formation, but he was afraid that he could not escape from the formation and would be killed by the lightning tribulation. After all, it was a lightning tribulation to break through to the Divine King realm. They did not have the strength to break through to the Divine King realm, so they could not change anything. I'd like to see if this lousy formation of yours can trap me. Li Guiguying did not believe in this. He rushed up and punched in all directions. A terrifying force swept up and collided with the little Ashura sword formation. However, what followed was a terrifying sword shadow that cut through the void. He might be able to resist it, but under Li Guiguying's attack, the sword formation became even more ferocious. Dozens of heavenly god realm experts were instantly engulfed and died. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin would be able to turn the situation around with his own strength? It was originally a battle between a cat and a mouse, but now it had become a battle between a trapped beast. Li Guiguying attacked again and again, but he was forced back by the terrifying sword shadow. He could not break through Jiang Qin's little Ashura sword formation at all. On the other side, the terrifying purple thunderclouds had begun to gather together. The heavenly lightning fell and thousands of divine kings perished. Even those who were about to break through to the Divine King realm were buried under the lightning tribulation. They did not have the strength to resist the heavenly lightning tribulation at all. Now they were trapped in the formation by Jiang Qin. Once the heavenly lightning tribulation came, they would have to face a battle of life and death. Under the lightning tribulation they would be reduced to ashes. Meng Fanping and the others began to attack the little Ashura sword formation continuously, but they failed in the end. More and more heavenly god realm experts were killed by the sword formation. Only 200 late heavenly gods were left. They looked terrified, struggling at death's door. Meng Fanping and the others were extremely worried. Even though they could withstand the little Ashura sword formation for the time being, they would still be crushed by the lightning tribulation of the Divine King realm. The heavenly lightning tribulation was getting closer and closer, but Jiang Qin was still walking leisurely. However, Meng Fanping and the others were like ants on a hot pan, completely falling into panic. Jiang Qin wanted to trap and kill these guys. The battle of revenge had begun. Xianxia, don't be stubborn. Quickly open the formation and let us go. Otherwise you will definitely die without a burial. That's right. You're fighting with the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. We'll spare your life. Hurry up and open the formation. Otherwise you'll be in for it. This is an action that angers both humans and gods. You will be struck by lightning. Xianxia sneered. He had nothing to say to this group of people. They had already come to this stage, but they still regarded his identity as important and wanted to threaten him to open the formation. Wasn't it just a fool's dream? Xianxia sneered. You're right. Xianxia really couldn't understand whether these guys were really retarded or not. Are you guys kidding me? Why were you guys so energetic when you were chasing me? 500 people wanted to kill me, suppress me, and force me into a hopeless situation. Why don't you think about it? You guys wanted to kill me and rob me of my treasures. Don't you feel guilty at all? I deserve to be killed by you guys. If I kill you guys, it's the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Motherfucker, is this what you guys think? All of you go to hell. A bunch of idiots. I was almost killed by you guys. Now you're telling me this. Do you really think that I, Xianxia, am a vegetarian? I will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Today I won't let any of you go. Xianxia's aura was like a dragon, incomparably domineering. Every word he said was heart-wrenching. However, Meng Fanping and the others still didn't do anything. In their eyes, killing Xianxia was a matter of course. Therefore they didn't feel any guilt at all. Xianxia deserved to die. Xianxia sneered. His heart was filled with disdain. When he was forced into a hopeless situation with no chance of survival, did they ever think that he was innocent? Now they still have the face to beg for mercy and even ordered him to let them go? Xianxia's heart had already turned cold. This battle was the battle to prove his name. Well said, little Qinzi. This group of sanctimonious bastards. None of them are good people. To put it bluntly, they just want to kill you. Each of them thinks that they're infallible. Do you really think that you can control the life and death of others? Based on what? Now have a taste of what despair is. Long Shisan's eyes were cold without a trace of pity. To these people, death was the best ending. Bullshit. You're the public enemy of Linhe boundary. If you die, the world will be at peace. How many people have you killed? Your hands are stained with blood. It's not too late to stop now. If you continue to be stubborn, then no one can save you. Meng Fanping said. Is the preaching of the Clear Stream sect starting? Hehe, Meng Fanping, you deserve to die more than anyone else. Today no one will be able to escape from my palm. Those who were recruited by you will all die because of you. I, Xianxia, have never known the word mercy. So what's wrong with me killing all of you? I'm a demon. Who can do anything to me? Xianxia said in disdain. Really? Are you going to kill all of us? Xian Qingming murmured. He did not know if what Xianxia did was right or wrong. However, if Xianxia did not do this, he might be the one to die. Everyone who doesn't look out for himself will be destroyed by the heavens and earth. Everyone is forced. The thunderclouds above Xianxia's head finally converged together. The terrifying lightning flashed with a chilling light. As soon as the lightning tribulation appeared, Xianxia appeared in the middle of the lightning tribulation. He fought the lightning alone with his bare fists. Xianxia's appearance made everyone gasp, including Meng Fanping and the others. They never expected that Xianxia could bathe in the lightning tribulation without suffering any injuries. Moreover, the lightning tribulation was like a hot spring to him. Xianxia's divine light shone as he waved his hand. Terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation finally wreaked havoc in the little Ashura sword formation. Meng Fanping and the others' faces were as pale as pig's liver. They knew that the Real Doomsday was coming. Xianxia, you will be punished by the heavens. Meng Fanping said in a serious tone. Punished by the heavens? I am the heavens. If the gods obstruct me, I will kill the gods. If the demons obstruct me, I will slaughter the demons. If the heavens obstruct me, I will transcend the heavens. This is my Tao. The Tao of transcending the heavens. Chapter 2477. Thunder and lightning filled the sky and covered the entire Fengming mountain. Cries and cries filled the land. Hundreds of heavenly god realm experts turned into ashes at this moment. The heavenly lightning tribulation of the divine king realm had become everyone's nightmare. No one could resist it. In addition to the terrifying might of the sword formation, those experts below the late heavenly god realm had all died. It was a tragic scene. In order to reverse the heavenly lightning tribulation, they could only surpass the divine king realm and soar into the sky. In the end, only Jiang Chen was left in the little Ashura sword formation. He stared at Meng Fanping and the others who were resisting the heavenly lightning tribulation with all their might. However, they were also heavily injured by the heavenly lightning tribulation. The terrifying heavenly lightning made the group of half-step divine kings panic. Jiang Chen, you devil. You will die a horrible death. Arg my arm. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Jiang Chen, I hate you. There was neither joy nor sorrow in Jiang Chen's eyes. There was not the slightest fluctuation. He had no sympathy for those heavenly god realm experts who were filled with hatred and anger. This moment was his battle for vengeance. Those who kill will be killed. These people were willing to pay any price to kill him. Why couldn't Jiang Chen kill them? In their eyes, they were always the noble ones and others were always the lowly ones. Therefore, no one would sympathize with Jiang Chen's death. As for their deaths, it was because of Jiang Chen's absurdity, brutality, and bloodthirstiness. What was the logic behind it? What was the difference between killing one person and killing 10 people? It was all about killing, it depended on the reason. Jiang Chen never felt that what he did was wrong. This was the underworld and this was cultivation. If he was merciful, perhaps those guys would turn around and attack him until he was dead. So why not kill them all and nip the last bit of danger in the bud? This was neither bloodthirstiness nor cruelty. Jiang Chen was merciful, but he would never be merciful to his enemies. He was going to die in this battle of life and death. However, Long Shisan's life symbol art saved him at the most crucial moment. Jiang Chen knew that Long Shisan had sacrificed a lot of his life force to save him. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't say any of this. That was his own brother, a lifetime of love, a lifetime of friendship. Who should he look for to settle this score? Jiang Chen sneered. The world laughed at me for being crazy, I laughed at them for not being able to see through me. My life, merciful or not, cruel or not, I know it well. I will hold my saber horizontally and laugh at the sky. Who can stop me? Good and evil are not clear, why do I need others to judge me? Some say that I'm the beast heart manual, thinking that I'm a lover. Jiang Chen roared towards the sky. His thunderous aura became more and more intense. Eventually, the people in the little Ashura sword formation became lesser and lesser. One by one, the heavenly god realm experts were turned into ashes. Jiang Chen had destroyed the strength of the 100 Sect Alliance alone. The 100 Sect Alliance consisted of 70 to 80% of the sects in the Linhe boundary, and they were all experts. But this time they were all annihilated. Who would have thought that a nameless brat would be able to sweep across the Linhe boundary? Who would believe this? Including Meng Fanping and the rest, their confidence was destroyed by Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was not their opponent, he had killed hundreds of heavenly god realm experts. Even they were in a dangerous situation. Using the heavenly lightning tribulation to kill so many people, this was their first time encountering it. Because in the heavenly lightning tribulation, if the person undergoing the tribulation died, then there would be no more lightning. Initially, they thought that Jiang Chen would not be able to withstand the first heavenly lightning tribulation. But who would have thought that Jiang Chen could ignore the heavenly lightning tribulation of the Divine King realm? He bathed in the heavenly lightning tribulation as if he had the help of the gods. He was so relaxed as if he was taking a stroll in the park. These fellas, they will all die. Little Chenzi, you're too ruthless this time. So overbearing, so daring to offend the entire Linhe boundary. But I like it. Because these fellas deserve to die. Dragon Shisan darted a glance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hadn't changed at all. Compared to before, Jiang Chen had become more composed and magnanimous. He knew how to judge the situation and restrain his sharpness. When he was strong, he could move unhindered. When he was weak, he was simple. This was the demeanor and grandeur that a successful person should have. The divine world was the sovereign of the myriad of worlds. There were tens of thousands of geniuses in the immortal world, unparalleled cultivation resources and the generation of experts. Jiang Chen was destined to be the brightest star in the divine world. However, the current Jiang Chen was more like a warrior who was as quiet as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. That's right. Everyone has to die. Because they offended someone they shouldn't have. I risked my life to save their elite disciples. But in the end, I was framed as an executioner. Isn't it ironic? It's not easy to be a good person, why not be a bad person? Saving someone needs a reason, but killing someone doesn't. Jiang Chen's calm voice was filled with coldness. But Long Shisan could feel that Jiang Chen still had a trace of resentment in his heart. Even an unrelated person would not be able to stay calm, right? They risked their lives to save someone but ended up being framed. It was such a sad thing. They did not distinguish right from wrong and even chased after Jiang Chen. These people deserved to die. This fella is a peerless monster. He wants to kill 10 half-step Divine King realm experts. If Jiang Chen really did that, he would be going against the entire Linhe boundary. Once the Divine King shows up, Jiang Chen will surely die. That's right. Ding Qiudong sighed. He only admired Jiang Chen. Even he did not have such courage. However, the Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect were not easy to deal with. Moreover, most of the 10 sects had Divine Kings. Once a Divine King appears, Jiang Chen would have nowhere to hide. However, Jiang Chen was also pushed to his limit. He had no way to retreat anymore. Even if Jiang Chen gave up resisting, no one would let him go. A gentleman's crime would be aroused by his treasures. The treasures he possessed were enough to attract a lot of hatred. God knows how many people wanted to kill him for his treasures. Just the 108 peak divine tools alone had attracted many people's greed. Most of the heavenly god realm experts' divine weapons could not even be compared to them, let alone those who did not even have a divine tool. Jiang Chen also has his own difficulties. No matter what, I still choose to believe him. Even if he is going on a killing spree right now, I still believe that he is forced to do so. However, I'm afraid that not many people know about his sorrow. Xian Qingming was willing to stand on Jiang Chen's point of view. Those people deserve to die, they deserve to die. Meng Fanping and the others had already fallen into despair. Their bodies were constantly being struck by the heavenly lightning, making it even more difficult for them to move. As the lightning descended, the divine energy in their bodies resisted the heavenly lightning. However, the power of the heavenly lightning was too great. Even the 10 great experts couldn't resist the heavenly lightning tribulation of the Divine King realm. It was a critical moment. 2 silhouettes pierced through the void and arrived. Between the heavens and earth, divine lights were flickering, extremely dazzling. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He could feel the pressure of Mount Tai pressing down on him as if he was locked down. Ignorant brat, to think that you are so cruel and cunning. You deserve to die. A loud voice resounded as if it could pierce through one's soul. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw light radiating everywhere. Chapter 2478. Divine King Realm. Jiang Chen looked at the old man in the void with a solemn expression. He could still kill a half-step Divine King, but he had no way to deal with a Divine King. Jiang Chen looked at the old man solemnly. In the face of absolute strength, all kinds of schemes and plots would be exposed. Although Jiang Chen was strong and could easily kill the 10 half-step Divine King Realm experts, he was still powerless in front of a true Divine King Realm expert. The old man was dressed in white with a long beard. His expression was calm and his aura was as cold as ice. He looked at Jiang Chen silently. Jiang Chen felt a great pressure. Is this a Divine King expert? The other person was dressed in black. Just like the old man in white, their aura was untouchable and unstoppable. It was as if their every movement was filled with respect and harmony towards all living things. At this moment, Meng Fanping and the others' eyes were filled with hope. The despair in their eyes had been replaced by hope. Old ancestor, save me. Meng Fanping looked at the old man in white and shouted. Although he was at the end of his life, who would be willing to die as long as he could live? Meng Fanping knew that his savior had arrived. He was so excited that he could not control himself. The others were the same. I'm here, old ancestor. Ghost Eye Sect's Li Gui Guying also waved at the old man in black. To be forced into such a miserable state by a trash that's not even a heavenly god. You guys still dare to call yourselves the 100 Sect Alliance? Meng Fanping, you've really thrown the face of our Clear Stream sect. Di Longqing said in a deep voice. His expression was calm, but the terrifying aura he exuded was overwhelming, engulfing the mountains and rivers. As the old ancestor of the Clear Stream sect, he had not fought for thousands of years. To think that this time, it was to save an unworthy disciple of his sect. Moreover, Meng Fanping, a half-step Divine King, was forced into such a state by a junior that wasn't even a heavenly god. It was really shameful. Jiang Chen and Dragon Shisan looked at each other, feeling a chill in their hearts. This fellow was too powerful. A divine king was indeed an existence that they couldn't fight against. These two fellas should be divine king experts. Draconic Zhou Xian said in a solemn tone. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Although Xianxia looked calm, he knew that all his tricks would not work in front of these two divine king realm experts. Meng Fanping and Li Guiying were embarrassed, not daring to look at their sect's old ancestor. But at least they were saved. Otherwise, Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning tribulation killing 10 half-step divine king experts would become a joke, and the 100-sect alliance would become the biggest joke in the Linhe boundary for 1,000 years. Jiang Chen, let's see how you're going to escape this time. With the old ancestor here, you won't be able to escape from him no matter how powerful you are. Meng Fanping stared at Jiang Chen fiercely. His eyes were sharp and radiant. Di Longqing looked at Jiang Chen indifferently and said calmly, "Little brat, you still dare to speak so courageously. This time, a devil incarnate like you has appeared. This is interesting. However, you have made my clear stream sect lose face and killed so many people from my sect. You will not be able to escape death. Obediently give up and I will spare you the pain of your flesh." Di Longqing's words were like a death sentence for Jiang Chen. To them, the high and mighty divine kings would not care about a little guy who did not even have the strength of a heavenly god. Even though he was cunning in killing Meng Fanping and the other experts and hundreds of heavenly gods, he did not have the right to be arrogant in front of Di Longqing. Strength was the source of his words. Should I wash my neck and wait to be slaughtered when others want to kill me? This is the biggest joke in the world. Is this the belief of a great sect? What a joke. Jiang Chen said disdainfully. Even though he was facing two divine king experts, he was still able to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. You're quite a sharp-tongued fella. Strength or glory, which do you think is more important? The black-clothed old man said with a cold smile. He stared at Jiang Chen, giving Jiang Chen a tremendous pressure. Jiang Chen could feel that the blood in his body had been completely activated. The pressure was 100,000 times more difficult than before. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Old ancestor, this kid is too arrogant. He doesn't even respect you. We must kill him. Li Guiying said while gritting his teeth. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. He was severely injured and would need at least a few years to recover to his peak. The damage that Jiang Chen had done to him was the most severe in the past hundreds of years. Everyone wished that the two divine king old ancestors could kill Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Ungrateful. Interesting. Such a young man is really brainless. But to be able to turn the whole Linhe boundary upside down, it's also a kind of ability. But he's too willful and unbridled. He's going to die after killing so many people. Di Longqing said with a faint smile. He was sure that Jiang Chen would be dead. How could this puny true god escape from their palms? Even if I die, I'll drag everyone down with me. Jiang Chen said lung. You're dreaming. Kid, you're going to die soon, but you're still so calm. I really admire you. My Ghost Eye sect lacks a tough opponent like you. No one has ever been able to stand up to me, Li Xia. Li Xia sneered and exchanged a glance with Di Longqing. Both of them were extremely disdainful and even a little amused. After all, there were fewer and fewer people who could anger them. In the Linhe boundary, they were the supreme existences that no one dared to offend. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were the local tyrants of the Linhe boundary. You're really interesting. But since I've taken action, you won't be able to fight back anymore. Di Longqing said. With a flip of his hand, he threw out a palm strike. Although it seemed to be a casual attack, it was extremely frightening. Even Meng Fanping and the others gasped. Even a casual attack from a divine king was not something that could be taken lightly. Chapter 2479. Against a divine king. Even so, Jiang Chen's heart was in turmoil. The difference between a half-step divine king and a divine king was like night and day. A true expert could force him to use all his strength with just a casual strike. Two divine kings. Jiang Chen finally felt the threat of death. Could it be that I won't be able to escape today? Jiang Chen looked up at the sky. The lightning was still raining down. Meng Fanping and the others tried their best to resist. But at this critical moment, Jiang Chen knew that he had to hold on tight. Not bad. To be able to withstand my strike? Not bad. Di Longqing looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of surprise. His casual attack was something that many half-step divine kings would not dare to take lightly. However, Jiang Chen managed to block it and was not injured at all. He was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. To think that a true god kid would have such a strange strength. What a great sword. Pity you're not worthy to have it. As divine kings, Di Longqing and Li Xia immediately realized that Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was not an ordinary sword. This sword, I want it. Di Longqing said with a faint smile. Then this body, I want it. Li Xia looked at Di Longqing. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They were very satisfied. Surrender. Maybe I can make it easier for you. Li Xia looked at Jiang Chen coldly as if he was looking at a puppet. It's not that easy to kill me. Since you guys want me dead, then I shall let the 100 Sect Alliance be buried here. No one can leave this place alive. I Jiang Chen always keep my words. Jiang Chen, Li Xia and Di Longqing stood opposite each other. At this moment, both of them shook their heads helplessly because Jiang Chen was too naive. They could kill Jiang Chen with just one hand as easily as killing an ant. However, Jiang Chen still wanted to fight with his life on the line. After all, an arm was no match for a thigh. Jiang Chen. I will use my Battle Saint Ape physique to hold him back. You go first, I'll be right behind you. Xian said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen looked at him and suddenly laughed. Do you think I'm a fool? If I leave, won't you be killed by them? Since they want me dead today, I shall teach them a lesson even if I have to die. I shall let them remember that even if they kill me, it's not a win. Long Xian went silent. Jiang Chen saw through his thoughts. Jiang Chen's determination showed that he was not confident. If they failed, the two of them would be buried here. Jiang Chen could still kill these half-step divine kings and fight them. But these two divine kings were their nightmare, they were unstoppable. I wish to fuse the lightning to shake the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen held the dawn sky golden lightning in one hand and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in the other. Di Longqing was shocked when the 2 lightning bolts appeared. There's 2 types of lightning? No wonder you're so confident. The lightning is not bad. It's a pity that you might not be able to use it. Li Xia squinted his eyes. Even we don't dare to touch the lightning. This kid is strange. But he's too weak. Even if he has the lightning, it's useless. Di Longqing shook his head. Not necessarily. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. Although the 10 half-step divine kings managed to withstand the lightning fusion, they were still injured. 10 half-step divine king realm experts were comparable to divine king realm experts. However, Jiang Chen was at the end of his rope back then. The amount of lightning he could use was limited. But now Jiang Chen's strength had recovered. His ambition was not limited to this. Oh. Alright, let's see what you're capable of. Di Longqing looked at Jiang Chen with interest. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. The dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning merged together. Be careful, old ancestor. This Jiang Chen's lightning fusion is not simple. Meng Fanping reminded. Do I need you to teach me? Di Longqing frowned and looked at Meng Fanping with dissatisfaction. The latter smiled embarrassedly. Meng Fanping knew that his worries were unnecessary in front of the old ancestor. To be able to merge the lightning together. Kid, you must be tired of living. Li Xia said and exchanged glances with Di Longqing. They had no choice but to take action. Let's save them first. Di Longqing said and struck out with his palm. The little Ashura sword formation was on the verge of collapsing. Jiang Chen remained calm and focused on merging the dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Even when the little Ashura sword formation was attacked by Di Longqing, it did not budge. Lightning fusion explode. Jiang Chen's lightning charged towards Li Xia and Di Longqing. The two of them ignored Jiang Chen as Jiang Chen was nothing in their eyes. However, as the 2 types of lightning fused together, Li Xia and Di Longqing were shocked. This guy really merged the heavenly lightning together. What a terrifying energy ripple. Li Xia was slightly shocked. He finally looked at Jiang Chen seriously. After the dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning fused together, the terrifying explosion of the heavenly lightning had exceeded the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. Thousands of lightning bolts flashed in the sky. The lightning tribulation was unstoppable. Di Longqing, don't let your guard down. Saving people is more important. Take down this guy as soon as possible. The fusion of heavenly lightning is not simple. I've never heard of it before. Di Longqing agreed with Li Xia's words. The terrifying power of the fusion had made Meng Fanping and the rest's expressions change. On one side was the heavenly lightning tribulation and on the other side was Zhou Xian's fusion. They finally felt the immense pressure. If it wasn't for the two old ancestors, they might have already said goodbye to the world. You want to save people? The two of you should think about how to save yourselves first. At this moment, Zhou Xian was filled with confidence. He was not only going to merge two types of heavenly lightning, but the heavenly lightning within the heavenly lightning tribulation. The fusion of three types of heavenly lightning was an unprecedented attempt for Zhou Xian. It was filled with danger. The dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning were both devoured by Zhou Xian before he could fuse them. However, the heavenly lightning within the heavenly lightning tribulation was not under Zhou Xian's control. Chapter 2480. Zhou Xian had a murderous look in his eyes. At this moment he wanted to fuse the 3 types of sky lightning. Zhou Xian couldn't imagine how strong the 3 types of sky lightning would be once they were fused. But first he had to fuse the 3rd type of sky lightning. At this moment, the heavenly lightning tribulation was filled with flashes of lightning. Zhou Xian wasn't sure if he could fuse all 3 types of heavenly lightning together. Even if he could, the heavenly lightning in the heavenly lightning tribulation would definitely cause him a backlash. If that was the case, he wouldn't have a good time either. However, he had no other choice at this critical moment. You only live once in your life. If you can make waves, why stay calm? Zhou Xian's murderous intent was invincible. Even if he had to pay with his life, he and Xian were forced to a dead end. If they didn't fight back, they wouldn't have any hope of surviving. The only thing Zhou Xian could do was to fight with his life on the line. Zhou Xian could barely handle the fusion of 2 types of heavenly lightning. After all, he had already subdued the 2 types of heavenly lightning for his own use. However, the heavenly lightning of the heavenly lightning tribulation was incomparably violent. It wasn't something that he could easily tame. The difficulty of fusing 3 types of heavenly lightning together was too high. Zhou Xian didn't even have 10% confidence in succeeding. Purple ink sky lightning. Zhou Xian silently looked at the purple ink sky lightning. This kind of sky lightning was even stronger than the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. He didn't expect it to be so domineering. The purple lightning flickered, illuminating the void. When the sky lightning moved, everything was destroyed. At this moment, Zhou Xian had fused the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning with the dawn sky golden lightning. Forcefully fusing the purple ink sky lightning was extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, even he would be destroyed by the sky lightning. Life and death are decreed by fate, let's go all out. Zhou Xian thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. It was his first time trying to fuse 3 types of heavenly lightning together. If he didn't even have the ability to try, Zhou Xian wouldn't be able to escape today. The heavenly lightning tribulation had killed a half-step divine king. At this moment the heavens were helping him. If he only relied on the fusion of 2 types of heavenly lightning, Zhou Xian would definitely die against 2 divine kings. However, once the 3rd type of heavenly lightning, the purple ink heavenly lightning, fused together, it would be a devastating explosion. At that time, even divine kings would have to bow their heads in submission. What an arrogant fellow. So what if you've fused 2 types of lightning? Your own strength is simply too weak. Di Longqing said disdainfully. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. He attacked together with Li Xie. Their goal was to save Meng Fanping and the others. After all, these people were the elders of the sects in the whole Linhe boundary and they were the pillars of the sect. It won't be that easy. Fuse them together. Zhou Xian activated the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning and fused the purple ink heavenly lightning together. The purple ink heavenly lightning was impermanence. Zhou Xian was extremely worried when he felt the repulsive force of the purple ink heavenly lightning. However, Zhou Xian had already mastered the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning. With the explosive force of the 2 types of lightning, he was able to suppress the purple ink heavenly lightning. Zhou Xian found the right time to fuse the 3 types of lightning together. Zhou Qian's spiritual strength was extremely strong, comparable to an hierarch. Otherwise he would not have dared to be so bold. The repulsive force of the purple ink heavenly lightning was like a tidal wave. Zhou Qian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the purple ink heavenly lightning to be so hard to tame. The repulsive force of the purple ink heavenly lightning was too much for him to handle. Even though he fused the 2 types of lightning together, The repulsive force of the purple ink heavenly lightning made Jiang Chen tremble in fear. After all, the purple ink heavenly lightning was rootless lightning. It only existed in the world, and under tribulation lightning, it had no owner or root. Although it had spirituality, it had no intelligence. It would only appear during tribulation lightning, and the degree of its violence was even greater than that of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Jiang Chen was entangled with the purple ink heavenly lightning for a long time. The terrifying power of the heavenly lightning was constantly rising in his palm. Could explode at any time. Once Jiang Chen failed, he would be the first one to be killed by the heavenly lightning. As time passed, the heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's hand finally fused. At that moment he felt an incomparably powerful aura, as if it was about to blossom in his hand. Jiang Chen's breathing was a little sluggish. He could feel that the purple ink heavenly lightning had completely fused with him. Once it exploded, it would be an existence that could destroy the world. Even a divine king might not be able to stop it. Trying to save someone? You must be dreaming. Jiang Chen sneered. The heavenly lightning in his hand fused and turned into a meteor. Like a deathly lotus, it completely exploded between Wuxia and Dilongqing. At that moment the sky was filled with dust. The heavenly lightning tribulation had lost its splendor. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that an attack that was fused with 3 types of heavenly lightning could be so powerful. The entire Phoenix Morning Mountain shook. However, the 2 divine kings resisted with all their might. What a terrifying fusion of heavenly lightning. Unleash your full power. Dilongqing roared. The 2 divine kings did not dare to be careless. Facing the terrifying thunderstorm that Jiang Chen threw out, their hearts sank to the bottom in an instant. The ones who were the most shocked were Meng Fanping and the others. In their eyes, Jiang Chen's thunderstorm was becoming bigger and bigger. It slowly blossomed like a deathly lotus, covering the sky. The thunderstorm that could destroy everything was not something that they could resist. No, don't. The expressions of Meng Fanping and the others changed. The threat of death was constantly spreading in their hearts, devouring their confidence. Even if a divine king was here, Meng Fanping and the others were destined to die in the hands of Phoenix Morning Mountain. Old ancestor, save me, save me. Li Guiying let out a miserable howl. His eyes were filled with despair as he looked at Li Xie silently. However, even Li Xie and Dilongqing had to avoid it because even they, the 2 divine kings, did not dare to face it head-on. The thunderstorm formed by the fusion of 3 heavenly thunders was too terrifying. Whoever was at the front would be engulfed by the terrifying aura. Even the divine kings were no exception. Chapter 2481. Dilongqing spat out a mouthful of blood and his face darkened. He stared at the void where the dust had settled and there was nothing left of Meng Fanping and the others. All of them had been annihilated in the void and no one was spared. Li Xie's eyes were also bloodshot. He never thought that Jiang Chen's fusion of heavenly lightning could be so terrifying. However, Jiang Chen did not have it easy either. Because the purple ink heavenly lightning was not his own heavenly lightning, it was a product of the heavenly lightning tribulation. So even if he forcefully fused it, the lightning poison in his body would continue to spread. In the end, he also suffered a great backlash. This backlash made Jiang Chen lose control of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning. Dilongqing lowered his head silently. As one of the most powerful divine kings in the Linhe boundary, his face was completely destroyed by Jiang Chen. Who would have thought that a true god brat could really do something so heaven-defying, killing everyone in the 100 Sect Alliance? Even with the help of 2 divine kings, not a single one of them was left alive. Thunderstorms swept across the heavens and earth. Not a single blade of grass was left, not even a chicken or dog was spared. This brat is too monstrous. We must kill him. Li Xie said while gritting his teeth. The 2 divine kings were completely humiliated by Jiang Chen. Even with their full strength they still couldn't protect Meng Fanping and the others. Not a single person in the 100 Sect Alliance was spared. All of them died under Jiang Chen's fusion of heavenly lightning. To the 2 divine kings it was a great irony. This fella is simply the Satan of hell. I never thought that he could annihilate the entire 100 Sect Alliance. To capture him, even divine kings have to take action. Ding Qiudong murmured. His expression was solemn and his face was filled with shock. Meng Fanping, Li Guiying and the other great figures of Linhe boundary were all killed by Jiang Chen at this moment. Even the two divine kings could only watch helplessly. How arrogant and high-spirited was this? Wuxia and Di Longqing were thoroughly enraged by Zhou Xian. They were the elders of the entire Linhe boundary. Now they were defeated by a junior, a true god brat. How could they keep their faces? The 100-sect alliance was completely wiped out. Even when they acted, they weren't able to save them. Moreover, they were heavily injured by Zhou Xian. At this moment they only had one thought in their hearts: to kill Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was almost destroyed by the backlash from the purple ink sky lightning. If it wasn't for the dawn sky golden lightning and 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning protecting his heart meridians, Zhou Xian would have died. Zhou Xian. Long Xian grabbed Zhou Qian's shoulder tightly so that he wouldn't fall. I'm fine. Zhou Xian forced a smile. He didn't lose this battle because he killed everyone from the 100-sect alliance. If it wasn't for these two divine kings, Zhou Xian would have been able to leave safely. You won't be lonely even if you die. Long Xian am here too. Long Xian laughed and said, what joy is there in life? What bitterness is there in death? Life and death are like returning home. Zhou Xian went silent and looked at Long Xian. He wanted to apologize, but he knew that Long Xian didn't need it. Neither did they need it. Zhou Xian, you've committed too many sins. Today I shall chop off your head to console the souls of the 100-sect alliance's disciples in heaven. Di Longqing shouted in a deep voice. His voice was deafening like a huge bell. Zhou Xian knew that this time they no longer had a chance. Even if I die, I will fight you to the end. Long Xian held onto his divine staff as he charged towards Di Longqing. Di Longqing sneered in disdain. Even though he was heavily injured, he was still a god king expert. He threw out a few punches that shook the mountains and rivers. Every punch landed on Long Xian's divine staff. On the contrary, Long Xian was forced to retreat. In the end, Di Longqing landed a punch on Long Xian's chest, causing Long Xian to fall into despair. The two brothers had to depend on each other. We came this far and swept across the immortal world. Who would have thought that we would have to go through the cycle of reincarnation in the god world? How hateful. Long Xian glared at Di Longqing. If it wasn't for the god king, they could have gone anywhere they wanted. This small Linhe boundary wouldn't be able to stop them. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't go according to their wishes. In the end, they still couldn't break through the shackles of the god realm and step onto a broader stage. Zhou Xian looked at the bright sunlight in the sky with a hint of helplessness at the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyu, Sister Ning, Qingqing, are you guys all right? Zhou Qian's heart was burning with passion. He was unwilling to accept this. But at this moment, who could understand him? Even his own brother would eventually die because of him? Zhou Qian's heart was filled with self-blame. However, there was a slim chance of survival. Under the two divine kings, where could he escape to? Zulong Tower. Zhou Qian controlled the Zulong Tower with one hand, allowing Long Xian to enter it quickly. Zhou Qian, what are you doing? In the Zulong Tower, Long Xian roared in anger. His eyes were filled with blood and tears. I'm sorry, brother. I can die, but you can't. You have yet to take your revenge. You must leave this place alive. Zhou Qian smiled. He knew that the Zulong Tower couldn't withstand the attacks of two god kings, but it could withstand the cracks of space. As long as he tore the space apart, he would be able to send the Zulong Tower out. The Zulong Tower used to be invincible and indestructible. Zhou Qian knew that it was because of the existence of the ancestral Dragon Emperor's dragon soul. But now that the ancestral Dragon Emperor had fallen into a deep slumber, the Zulong Tower had lost its tower soul. If the Zulong Tower was here, why would Zhou Qian be afraid? However, things did not go as he wished. The heavens could not possibly be on his side every time. However, he could use the Great Void technique to send the Zulong Tower out. Perhaps Long Xian could still be saved. Bullshit, Zhou Qian. Long Xian's eyes turned red as he roared. But he was trapped in the Zulong Tower by Zhou Qian. His heart was filled with anger, but he couldn't break through the Zulong Tower. They were brothers and they would go through thick and thin together. But how could Zhou Qian allow Xian to be trapped with him? Don't worry, monkey. If you're alive, remember to take revenge for me. I want the divine world to change because of me. I want the sky of Linhe boundary to be dyed with blood. Zhou Qian laughed as he casted the Great Void technique. Zhou Qian sent the Zulong Tower, which contained Long Xian, into the crack of the void. Zhou Qian, you bastard. Long Shisan will never forgive you. Long Shisan's eyes were cold. But at that moment the crack of the void had already closed. Chapter 2482. Fighting to the death. You're quite a brother. But it's a pity that even if you die 1,000 times, it's not enough to make up for the souls of the thousands of experts in the Linhe boundary. Di Longqing wanted to take action, but Jiang Chen's speed of sending the Zulong Tower into the crack of the void was too fast. Both of them could not react in time. The Great Void technique was an extremely powerful technique after all. Di Longqing and Xie could not react in time. But it's not a big deal because the person they wanted to kill was only Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked calm and unmoved. Long Shisan had been sent into the crack of the void, so he had no regrets anymore. I, Jiang Chen, have never been afraid of anyone in this life. No one can make me bow down to anyone. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky. Even the sky is not an exception. Arrogant boy, how dare you be so courageous? But you're still destined to die in our hands. Xie said with a laugh. He struck with his palm and the void shattered. Jiang Chen took a few steps back. His eyes were extremely cold. Once again he was hit by the purple ing heavenly lightning. Heavenly dragon battle armor. Jiang Chen roared and activated his absolute defense. But even so, Jiang Chen was still sent flying by Xie's attack. Although the heavenly dragon battle armor was very strong, it was closely related to Jiang Chen's condition. Jiang Chen's condition was extremely weak. How could he use the heavenly dragon battle armor that had an absolute domain? But after blocking Xie's attack, Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. Jiang Chen smiled hideously and looked at Xie. As long as he was still breathing he would not fall. Sword breaks the void, heaven's will, man and sword unite. Jiang Chen merged with the heavenly dragon sword once again and broke through the sky. Unfortunately, even though he had broken through to the heavenly god realm perfectly, he still couldn't defeat the two divine kings in the end. Insignificant skill. Di Longqing harumphed. In front of absolute strength, any skill was useless. In his eyes, Jiang Chen's attack was just as a. Even though he was heavily injured, the dignity of a divine king was still inviolable. Jiang Chen's unity of man and sword was extremely powerful. Even though it was his final strike, it still gave Di Longqing a great deal of pressure. However, Xie and Di Longqing had joined hands to suppress Jiang Chen. Di Longqing was like an arrow at the end of its flight. One after another, terrifying attacks landed on Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen did not have any strength to fight back anymore. Blood dripped down, dyeing Feng Ming Mountain red. Jiang Chen's body was completely drained. Jiang Chen, the profound Feng sect is proud of you. Xian Qingming closed his eyes and a teardrop fell on the ground. A man does not shed tears easily unless he is deeply hurt. The entire profound Feng sect was filled with shouts that echoed in the void. Jiang Chen, God of War. Jiang Chen, God of War. Those cute faces were filled with tears. Hundreds of thousands of disciples could feel Jiang Chen's sorrow. If he was not protecting the profound Feng sect, he would not have to suffer like this. Jiang Chen looked up to the sky and roared in satisfaction. What more could he ask for in this life? A bunch of ants dares to compete with the moon. Lowly people deserve to die a lowly death. Di Longqing held the Dragon Slayer saber in his hand and unleashed its sharpness. The saber light swept across the void and pressed down on Jiang Chen. This slash was aimed at taking Jiang Chen's life. Jiang Chen had nowhere to run. Whoever dares to touch him, I will exterminate your whole family. A cold voice reverberated in the sky. Two silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were dressed in white and they were young and handsome. They were in high spirits. The gray-robed old man beside the white-robed young man flicked his finger and forced Di Longqing to retreat. Who are you? Di Longqing took 2 steps back. His expression was cold as he stared at the gray-robed old man and the young man in front of him. Battle sect Luo Ping. The white-robed young man looked at Jiang Chen and said with a faint smile. Qianhua Boundaries Battle Sect? The number 1 sect of the 100 battles? Di Longqing gasped. Qianhua Boundary was bigger than Linhe Boundary. The battle sect's position in the Qianhua Boundary was similar to the Clearstream sect. Most importantly, the battle sect's name was known throughout the 10 boundaries. The battle sect's aim was to conquer the world through battle. Compared to the Clearstream sect, the battle sect's aim was to conquer the world through battle. In the Qianhua Boundary, the battle sect was the leader of the 100 sections. I am Luo Sihai. This is my godson and the new genius of the battle sect. He is invincible in the battle sect. The gray-robed old man said calmly. But Di Longqing felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Luo Sihai was one of the 3 great elders of the battle sect. He was also a divine king and was not weaker than Di Longqing. Looking at his aura, Di Longqing was afraid that he might not be able to defeat him even when he was at his peak. Brother Sihai, you haven't forgotten about me, right? Xia said with a cold smile as he looked at Luo Sihai. 1,400 years ago I couldn't kill you. Do you still want to challenge me today? Luo Sihai said calmly. But Xia's face darkened. He snorted and said, don't forget whose territory this is. How dare you come to Linhe boundary and behave atrociously? Do you think you are qualified to do so? The number 1 sect of the 100 battles in the Qianhua boundary might be strong, but this is the territory of the Linhe boundary. Xia did not back down. He confronted Luo Sihai without showing any fear. Jiang Chen frowned his eyebrows. Luo Ping? Luo Sihai? Who is this guy? Why did he save me? The number 1 sect of the 100 battles in the Qianhua boundary. Sounds like they are not any weaker than the Clear Stream sect. Ping'er, what do you think? Luo Sihai looked at Jiang Chen and said, if Jiang Chen is dead, I want him dead. If Jiang Chen is dead, I want the Ghost Eye sect to disappear. How arrogant. Kid, aren't you afraid of hurting your tongue? Who do you think you are? How dare you say that you will annihilate the Ghost Eye sect? Kid, don't think that I, Xia, will not dare to touch the people of the battle sect. Xia didn't expect Jiang Chen to have such a helper. However, Jiang Chen was also confused. He didn't expect that there would be someone who would stand up for him, and he didn't even know who the person was. Luo Sihai, your battle sect does not have the capability to snatch someone from the Clear Stream sect and the Ghost Eye sect. Could it be that you want to provoke a war between sects and domains? Just because of an irrelevant person? Do you know how big of a sin he has committed? Di Longqing sneered. I only know that if something happens to Jiang Chen, I will make sure that you all die a horrible death. Luo Ping's voice was calm, but it was filled with killing intent. This late heavenly god young man is so domineering. Jiang Chen could not help but nod his head. This battle sect is indeed domineering. Luo Sihai, looks like your battle sect is going to interfere no matter what. Xia said. Ping Er's words are the same as mine. As one of the 3 candidates for the patriarch of the battle sect, his position in the sect is not any weaker than mine. Luo Sihai said. Xia and Di Longqing were slightly startled. This Luo Ping, what is his relationship with Jiang Chen? Why is he so protective of him? As one of the 3 candidates for the patriarch of the battle sect, if they were to touch him, the battle sect would definitely be enraged. At that time they would not rest until one of them died. Di Longqing knew that the number 1 sect of the 100 battle sect was the mainstay of the Qianhua boundary. Looks like they came prepared this time. If it's an ordinary person, we are willing to give face to your battle sect. But he has killed too many people in the entire Linhe boundary. If it wasn't for us, I'm afraid that he would be even more ferocious. Even the 10 half-step Divine King experts were killed by him. Brother Sihai, I advise you to take a step back. If we really hurt the relationship between us, we might have to fight each other. Chapter 2483. If you insist, then we'll have to fight. Don't forget we're in the Linhe boundary. Xia said. How about we, the school of Yen, join us? Another pair, one old and one young, stepped through the air and arrived. The black-clothed young man was as cold as frost, and the red-clothed old man behind him was even colder and more terrifying. His strength was also at the Divine King realm. Currently, the entire Fengming Mountain felt a sense of pressure. The School of Yen of the Withered Boundary? The number 1 hidden weapon sect? What do you mean? The Clear Stream sect and the School of Yen have no enmity between us. Are you going to interfere? Di Longqing said in a deep voice. At this moment, the Qianhua Boundaries Battle Sect and the Withered Leaf Boundaries School of Yen men were standing on the opposite side of them. One had to admit that Jiang Chen's background was really terrifying. Even so, Di Longqing was still unable to make Di Longqing retreat. This was the boundary of Clear Stream sect and he was a man of reason. Why would he be afraid? School of Yen Yunying. Yen Yunying glanced at Jiang Chen. His cultivation realm had also reached the late heavenly god realm. He was not any weaker than Luo Ping. Jiang Chen was also shocked. Who is this person? Could it be that he was his savior again? At this moment he did not know whether to laugh or cry. His heart was full of doubts. Since when did he become so domineering to know these two invincible sects? If anything happens to Zhongchen, I will not rest until he dies. Yan Yuning said in a low voice, firmly expressing her opinion. The old man in red from the Wild Goose Gate also shrugged his shoulders, seemingly quite helpless. He is the direct disciple of the school of Yan. Even an old man like me has no right to interfere with his matters. Whatever he said, I will do it. Ha! Yan Li let out a hearty laugh, causing Li Xia and Di Longqing's hearts to sink to the bottom of a valley. These two fellows had such a formidable background. Were they really going to fight to the death with them? Brother Yan, are you really going to go against the Clear Stream sect and the Ghost Eye sect? You should know that this is the territory of Linhe boundary. I don't believe that you dare to fight with us here. Is it worth it for your two sects to fight over a mere kid? Di Longqing said quietly. You don't have to keep emphasizing that this is your territory. If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't have come here. Whatever Yuning says is right. This time Yan Men will definitely save this person. What do you want? What are you looking at? Not convinced? If you're not satisfied, then let's fight. Yan Li folded his arms and his face was full of arrogance. He did not look like a divine king at all. However, it was precisely because of this that Di Longqing and Li Xia became silent. These two sects were the overlords of their respective domains. Now, they were trying to snatch someone from under their control. To put it bluntly, they were trying to stir up trouble on purpose. However, Di Longqing knew very well that both of them were seriously injured. If they were to fight now, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Zhongchen was confused. However, he was not used to the fact that he suddenly had the support of two sections. What? Are you going to let him go or not? If you don't let him go, it means that you are not giving face to the Yan Men? Yan Li said coldly. Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect. Think about it carefully. Luo Sihai squinted his smile and looked energetic. He seemed to be ready for a fight. We will not let this matter go. To put it bluntly, you have to know what kind of place this is before you come to our Linhe boundary to ask for someone. If you are not afraid of starting a war between the boundaries, then come at us. We will never let Zhongchen go. Di Longqing said in a deep voice. He had already received the message from his elder brother. How dare you behave atrociously in our Linhe boundary? I would like to see who has the guts to do so. A figure broke through the void and stood beside Di Longqing. Elder brother. Di Longqing was delighted. Di Longhuai, a long time no see. Yan Li said with a smile. Di Longhuai snorted coldly. The last time they fought, Yan Li's unique hidden weapon had tortured him for 100 years. This guy was a disgusting guy who did not bite back. My Linhe boundary has not reached the stage where no one can stop us. To think that there are so many people here to oppress us. He looks like this old man should join in the fun. A figure appeared beside Li Xia. Li Xiongba, you are not late. Di Longhuai calmed down. The appearance of Li Xiongba had shocked the Linhe boundary. How can the Divine Pill sect miss out? The safety of the Linhe boundary is not easy for the Divine Pill sect. I am here. Ah. An old man with white hair and beard followed closely behind and appeared beside Di Longhuai. Overlord sect is here. Another silhouette arrived. It was another 4 divine kings from the Linhe boundary. Dan Feng, Lin Boang, at least you two are reasonable. Ha. Li Xiongba smiled proudly and stroked his beard. The 6 divine kings were even more domineering against the 2 sects of the Qianhua boundary and the Withered boundary. It's really a gathering of heroes. Zhongchen thought to himself. These people were all divine king realm experts. But Zhongchen did not understand why the Yan Men of the Withered boundary and the battle sect of the Qianhua boundary would help him. Moreover, it was a solemn vow. It did not seem like an ordinary relationship. Especially the way Luo Ping and Yan Yuning looked at him. They both had an unusual expression. Now, do you still insist on asking for the people from the Linhe boundary? Di Longhuai said indifferently, but the corner of his mouth carried a smug smile. Under the 6 great divine kings, no matter how powerful Yan Li and Luo Sihai were, what could they do? Wouldn't they still have to bow down to them? Di Longhuai and the others could not let them gain the upper hand in their own territory. Moreover, this was not a simple battle. Zhongchen had defeated the 100 Sect Alliance and killed tens of thousands of genius disciples of the Linhe boundary. How could they let such a person live? What should we do, Yuning? Yan Li looked at Yan Yuning. It had to be said that at this very moment, Yenli was also rather solemn. After all, there were 6 great Divine King experts and they were not just any Tom, Dick or Harry. Once they started to fight, even if he and Luo Sihai joined forces, they were still far from being a match for these people. After all, they were behaving atrociously in their territory. Jiangchen cannot die. I must save him, Yan Yunying said in a deep voice. On the other side, Luo Ping was the same. Since he was here, he must save Jiangchen. Everyone, I don't know how Jiangchen is able to receive your help. However, if I fight with my life on the line, Jiangchen will feel guilty. Jiangchen knew that it was impossible for the battle sect and school of Yen to gain the upper hand in the Linhe boundary. He had been targeted by the Linhe boundary and they would never let him leave. This was related to the dignity of their sects and the honor of the Linhe boundary. Jiangchen knew that it was impossible for the battle sect and school of Yen to gain the upper hand. Brother Jiang, if I do not repay your kindness, Luo Ping will not be a man. So will Yunying. Yan Yunying and Luo Ping looked at each other. They did not know each other, but they reached a consensus at that moment. They must protect Jiangchen. Jiangchen looked at the scene in astonishment. He was quite shocked in his heart. Ah, how lively. Tummen House is here. I Fu Diem here. With a shout, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared. One was a young man with short hair and a vigorous aura. Behind him was a messy old man. He was also a Divine King expert. The Tianmen House of Longgu boundary, are you guys going to interfere? Di Longhuai said coldly. Above the Tianmen House, above the Tianmen House. Although the Longgu boundary is millions of miles away, we cannot tolerate the shameless actions of some sections. The slovenly Daoist is here. Friends from the school of Yen, brothers from the battle sect, shall we fight together? The slovenly Daoist was filled with battle intent. Count me in. Qitian boundary, Yen Shui. I am here, Song Yupeng from the Wangyu boundary. Floating boundary, Mo Qihan is here. Lu Dong from the Chongqing boundary is here. In just a few breaths, a total of 13 top-notch sects appeared on the Fengming Mountain. 13 Divine Kings had arrived. At this moment, the entire Linhe boundary was boiling with excitement. Countless experts who were hiding in the dark could not help but peep at them. Di Longhuai and the others could still remain calm if there were experts from 2 or 3 boundaries gathered here. But now, almost half of the tycoons of the boundaries in the Lone Dragon County had gathered here. The might of the 13 Divine Kings was unparalleled. Moreover, they not only represented a sect but also a powerful force of a boundary. Di Longhuai and the others, who were full of confidence at the beginning, were now trembling physically and mentally. The 13 great Divine Kings were terrifying, but they were not as terrifying as the domain they represented. Moreover, every one of them was the most terrifying domain tycoon, and they could command hundreds of people. Any one of them was comparable to the Clearstream sect. At this moment, Di Longhuai and the others did not dare to say a word. Moreover, the intervention of the 13 tycoons made them understand that they must protect Jiangchen today. The appearance of Lu Dong and Mo Qihan made Jiangchen's heart tremble. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. The disciples of the 13 domain tycoons all knelt down on one knee in front of Jiangchen. This made the elders of their respective sects extremely shocked. Moreover, they completely disregarded their status as the top prodigies of their sects and bowed down to Jiangchen. Brother Jiang, we are late. Lu Dong and the others hung their heads low in shame. All the sects of Linhe boundary, including the Divine Kings Xian Qingming, Ding Qiudong and the others, were also shocked. Jiangchen was able to make the disciples of the 13 domain tycoons of Lone Dragon County kneel down and embrace him. How domineering and glorious was this! The news of him sweeping across Linhe boundary and being hunted down by all directions must have spread across many domains. Jiangchen was naturally grateful to these people for helping him with their lives. At this moment, even Jiangchen felt that it was a lifetime ago. He could not help but sigh in his heart. No matter how stupid he was, he could guess that these people were all people who were blessed in the divine tomb. Now they had all become the descendants of a real tycoon and had a bright future ahead of them. Jiangchen was like the moon surrounded by stars. He was like a majestic emperor. At this moment they only wanted to protect Jiangchen. The 13 domain tycoons gave Di Longhuai and the others immense pressure. If the 13 domains were to attack together, not only the Clearstream sect, even the Linhe boundary would be in great danger. Chapter 2484. When he was in trouble, help came from all directions. It was impossible for Jiang Chen not to feel touched. It was heart-stirring and soul-stirring. Jiang Chen looked at the 13 familiar and unfamiliar silhouettes. His heart was filled with emotions. His actions in the past had indeed touched many people's hearts. Now that he was in danger, help came from all directions. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with boundless excitement. Jiang Chen thought that he was going to die. He did not expect that Lu Dong, Mo Qihan and the other heroes that he saved from the divine tomb would become the pillars of their respective forces. Compared to them, Jiang Chen was a little weak. The weakest among them was a late heavenly god. Lu Dong and Mo Qihan had even reached the half-step divine king realm. These people were not simple. However, Jiang Chen did not know that after they were discovered by the various sects, they were given the most terrifying resources to help them improve their strength. Those who came from the immortal world were even more talented, hardworking and tenacious. Those who broke through the shackles of the immortal world and stepped into the divine world would definitely become a true expert. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was like an ordinary person at this moment. Jiang Chen felt sentimental, but he didn't blame them because everyone had their own path to walk. The world was unfair to everyone. Jiang Chen had walked step by step to reach where he was today. He had experienced a lot and changed a lot. The Jiang Chen from back then didn't die, but his heart had already become as calm as still water. His blood had yet to turn cold, but that was under the premise that he had the ability to do so. Otherwise, everything would just be empty talk. Jiang Chen swept across the entire Linhe boundary and became a well-known figure in the 10 or so boundaries. A true god kid stirred up the entire Linhe boundary. That's why those people were fated to come here. All of you are already the genius disciples of your respective sections. You don't have to be so courteous to me. Jiang Chen shook his head and helped the 13 of them up. Lu Dong and the others stood up and said in a deep voice, "If anyone dares to touch Jiang Chen, I will not be lenient. I swear to live and die with Brother Jiang. I swear to live and die with Brother Jiang." The dozen or so people all expressed their stance. Now all the major figures of the 13 worlds were on Jiang Chen's side, including the 13 god kings who had come with him. They were majestic and invincible. Di Longhuai's face darkened. Putting aside the fact that they were no match for the other party in terms of the number of divine kings, it was self-evident what the giants of the 13 domains represented. If they really fell out with each other now, Di Longhuai did not doubt that this group of people would fight them to the death. Jiang Chen, what virtue or ability do you have to have so many experts supporting you? Undeniably, Di Longhuai and the others were all silent at this moment. Although Jiang Chen had killed countless people, Di Longhuai and the others were destined to be defeated in the face of so many reinforcements. Even in the Linhe boundary, it was still full of unknowns and difficulties. However, the situation was worse than them. Even if Di Longhuai and the others were helpless, they could only choose to lower their heads at this moment. Today I, Di Longhuai, admit defeat. However, if I see Jiang Chen in the future, I will kill him without mercy. Di Longqing gritted his teeth and said with a gloomy face. Although he was unwilling, they were now in a passive position. Such a luxurious lineup had alarmed almost half of the powerful regions in the Lone Dragon County. This change made Di Longqing extremely angry. Our Clear Stream sect will give you face. However, Jiang Chen has killed countless people and wreaked havoc in our Linhe boundary. We will not let it go easily. We can retreat from today's battle, but we will not show mercy if we meet again in the future. Di Longhuai said calmly. Although he was furious, he could not show it now. After all, the balance between the boundaries was more important than anything else. If the Linhe boundary started a war today, the Clear Stream sect and even the Linhe boundary would definitely become the public enemy. At that time it would not be a simple war anymore. The flames of war would definitely spread, causing the entire Linhe boundary to be in danger. Brother Di is wise. We admire you. Thank you very much. I, Luo Sihai, represent all the Divine King friends to thank Brother Di for your kindness. Luo Sihai said with a smile. Di Longhuai snorted coldly and did not say anything else. Everyone understood the situation and the stakes were high. These Divine Kings were quite displeased with Jiang Chen. After all, he had turned the entire Linhe boundary upside down. He was a real devil incarnate. However, these 13 peerless geniuses actually bowed down to Jiang Chen. Everyone was puzzled. However, they knew that the battle had come to an end. It was impossible for the battle to continue. Jiang Chen was lucky enough to escape from death, and he would surely leave the Linhe boundary. Otherwise, he would not be able to move a single step and he would be hated by everyone. Sco. Jiang Chen, as long as you're still alive, our Linhe boundary will not let you go. Jiang Chen said. Di Longhuai turned around and left. The other divine kings also left helplessly. They had lost all their face. However, they had no reason to continue being entangled with the divine kings of the 13 worlds. They would only be asking for trouble if they did so. Jiang Chen calmed down a little. At least he managed to avoid this calamity. But what should he do in the future? He might not stay in Linhe boundary anymore. After all, he had offended all the sects here. It would be a miracle if he could still walk around Linhe boundary unscrupulously. Brother Jiang, what do you plan to do next? Why don't you follow me to the Fuyo world? Emo said. Jiang Chen had completely lost his initiative. He could not stay in the Linhe boundary anymore. Naturally, he would need to find another place to stay. Jiang Chen shook his head. He would not follow Emo to the Fuyo world. He would not follow anyone to their boundary. He would only bring trouble to them. Moreover, Jiang Chen was used to being alone. It would be uncomfortable for him to be restrained in the sect. I appreciate your kindness. However, I still want to go alone. The Linhe boundary is just a temporary place for me to stay. Where is my home in this vast world? I think there will be a place for me to stay. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Brother Jiang, you've turned the situation around by yourself. Otherwise, how could we be where we are today? If it weren't for you, we would have died in the divine tomb. Chapter 2485. Yeah, it's just a small Linhe boundary. How could such a boundary trap Brother Jiang? A dragon swimming in the shallows. One day you'll be like a dragon coming out from the sea. Luo Ping and the others said with a smile. Jiang Chen looked at these people and felt warmth in his heart. He was indebted to them, and today's matter could be considered as returning the favor. However, compared to these late heavenly god prodigies, Jiang Chen was a bit shabby. He was only an early heavenly god and he had just broken through. If that's the case, we won't force you. Brother Jiang, if you need anything, Lu Dong will be waiting for you in the lifelong realm. Lu Dong clasped his hands and said with a solemn expression. He knew that Jiang Chen would not leave with them. This was the pride and confidence of an expert. Jiang Chen could stir up the whole Linhe boundary with his own strength. It was enough to prove that his strength was not ordinary. He was also the same back then. He was the weakest, but his combat strength was terrifying. Even now, Lu Dong did not dare to say that he could defeat Jiang Chen. A half-step divine king was indeed powerful, but Jiang Chen had too many things hidden up his sleeves. Thank you, God Kings and brothers. There's plenty of time in the future, so let's meet again. Jiang Chen said with a solemn expression. He was about to leave. Lad, 10 years later, there'll be a fierce battle in the Lone Dragon County. Will you come? Luo Sihai squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen silently. Maybe. I think this Lone Dragon County is not enough to trap me. Jiang Chen did not turn his head and smiled confidently. I hope that I can defeat you one day. Jiang Chen, don't disappoint me. Lu Dong murmured. At this moment, Jiang Chen's silhouette disappeared into the horizon. Everything was settled. They were destined to return to their respective homes. However, it was unknown if Jiang Chen could really step on the path of the war god and sweep across the world. In short, there was no place for Jiang Chen in the Linhe boundary anymore. Xian Qingming had never dreamt that his profound Feng sect would have such a demon king. No matter what others thought of him, at least in his heart, Jiang Chen was a true hero. Profound Feng sect was proud of him. Sect leader Xian, there's no place for Jiang Chen in the Linhe boundary anymore. I don't know when we can meet again. Jiang Chen looked at Xian Qingming and the disciples of Profound Feng sect and sighed. Profound Feng sect was his first home in the divine world after all. Although there were many difficulties and obstacles, there was still a long way to go. Jiang Chen could not stay in a corner anymore. The Linhe boundary could no longer bind him. A man's heart is broad, a man's ambition is everywhere. Jiang Chen, Profound Feng sect will always be your home. Xian Qingming smiled indifferently. He did not know if it was a good or bad thing for the Profound Feng sect to face such a calamity. At least, the Profound Feng sect's position in the Linhe boundary would be more awkward in the future. However, Xian Qingming knew that it was Jiang Chen who let him know the passion of cultivation. Sect leader, do you know about my two friends? Jiang Chen asked. The great elder has been killed by Ling Yun. The two of them have already left Profound Feng sect. This is what the elders told me. They should not be in the Linhe boundary anymore. Xian Qingming said. Then it's time for me to go. Zhang Chen looked back. The Phoenix Morning Mountain was in a mess, but it was filled with warmth. Yang Jian, Man Shuai, and the others raised their heads, but this place wasn't their home. You can go to Heavenly Star Boundary, Earthly Fire, Heavenly Lightning Sect. Xian Qingming said. Jiang Chen frowned his brows and memorized it. Jiang Chen understood that Xian Qingming knew more than him. Heavenly Star Boundary, Earthly Fire, Heavenly Lightning Sect. In the Lone Dragon County, there were a total of 27 boundaries. 4 of them were the strongest, namely the Heavenly Star Boundary, Lifelong Boundary, Qilian Boundary, and Emohi Boundary. Jiang Chen's target was the Heavenly Star Boundary. But the Heavenly Star Boundary was located in the extreme north, the Lone Dragon County of the Northern Cold Divine region. He needed to cross 7 boundaries to reach the Heavenly Star Boundary. Qilian Boundary and Emohi Boundary were located in the middle of the Heavenly Star Boundary and Linhe Boundary. Now that the Zulong Tower was gone, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill was enough to fight, but Jiang Chen had lost his greatest support. However, in order to save Xian, not to mention the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen would not hesitate to sacrifice his life. But he did not know where Xian was and what he was doing. At the foot of a mountain in the Clear Stream sect, a black-clothed young man walked in the darkness. His eyes contained a terrifying gentleness. His aura seemed to merge into the mountains. With a single glance, the mountains were already collapsing and the snow was cracking. All living things were sinking. The man took a deep breath, and his aura was like that of a tiger that could swallow the world and all living things. Who else could it be other than Xianyuan Kanglin? You've gained a lot from this trip to the hidden secret realm. Songlan, apart from the battle of the Lone Dragon in 800 years, we also have to kill Jiang Chen. He has done many evil deeds and we must kill him. He has brought shame to the Linhe Boundary and the Clear Stream sect. We must kill him. Songlan said with a smile on his face. Jiang Chen's face was filled with anger. Di Longhuai said faintly. His voice could be heard from 1,000 miles away. But only Xianyuan Kanglin could hear it. This disciple will remember. Xianyuan Kanglin said in a dignified tone. Now that he had completely merged with the Tao Tai, his combat strength was monstrous and his strength had increased tremendously, reaching the late heavenly god realm. Perhaps no one in the younger generation of Linhe Boundary could beat him. I will give you the Xianyuan halberd. It's your duty to kill Jiang Chen. Whether the Clear Stream sect can become famous in the Lone Dragon County depends on you. Di Longhuai said. Xianyuan halberd? Xianyuan Kanglin frowned, his eyes were filled with astonishment. He had heard of the Xianyuan halberd before. It was one of the Clear Stream sect's divine artifacts. Thanks to the Xianyuan clan, it was a replica of the Xianyuan sword. However, the Xianyuan halberd was also a terrifying origin divine artifact. Not bad. Not Yen Huang but Xianyuan. Yen Huang halberd and Xianyuan sword are peerless divine weapons. Although the Xianyuan halberd is not as powerful as the Xianyuan sword, it's still a rare treasure. This Xianyuan halberd can help you. Di Longhuai flicked his finger. The Xianyuan halberd appeared in Xianyuan Kanglin's hand. Holding the divine halberd, Xianyuan Kanglin was filled with battle intent. Jiang Chen, let's see how you're going to escape from me. As long as I devour you and obtain the ancestral dragon emperor's dragon soul, who in the world can stop me? I, Xianyuan Kanglin, must become an emperor and rule the world. Chapter 2486. Licia, you've really disappointed me. A calm voice reverberated in the air. Between the cold and gloomy mountains there was a layer of white snow. The mountains were steep and the cliffs were thousands of feet high. A slender black eagle sighed at the entrance of the valley. Licia shivered and did not dare to say a word. Luckily, Zongheng's soul is still alive. You should know that he is the most outstanding dark star body that I've picked from the Linhe Boundary. I wanted to let him gain more experience, but I didn't expect him to become a speck of dust. Has your Ghost Eye sect fallen to such a state? The black figure's voice gradually became gloomy. Licia's body tensed up and he felt terrible. The person in front of him could destroy the Ghost Eye sect with just a wave of his hand. His strength was indescribable. Licia knew that the person in front of him was a true powerhouse. Not to mention the entire Linhe Boundary, Even the Lone Dragon County might not be able to find an expert like him. Even a Divine King Realm expert like him could not muster up the courage to resist in front of this esteemed person. I know Xianxia will do his best. Do your best. Do you know how hard it was for me to find him? Also, I'll give you 1 month to revive Li Zongheng. Otherwise you should know what will happen to you. The Black Shadow said. 100,000 souls and the body of a Divine King Realm expert. This is the spirit bone dissolving pill. Li Zongheng cannot die. The Black Shadow threw the pill and walked out of the valley step by step. Each step was 1,000 miles. It was much better than flying in the sky. Until the Black Shadow disappeared, Xianxia could feel that the pressure between the heavens and earth was relieved. Old ancestor, who is that person? A middle-aged man behind Xianxia asked in a low voice. He was the sect lord of the Ghost Eye sect, Li Zhan. Fu Mo, Xianxia said in a low voice, not revealing anything. Is that Fu Mo? Li Zhan said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Shock, sigh, fear, and finally he could not calm himself down. I don't know if it's right or wrong for Zongheng to join hands with them. At least our Ghost Eye sect will be able to dominate the Linhe boundary. Fu Mo ancestor, is this really an opportunity for us? Li Zhan muttered with a complicated expression. He was shocked, sighed and terrified. Qilian region, Tianqi mountain range, 180,000 miles long. The mountains were steep, ancient trees stood in great numbers. It was difficult for beasts to traverse 10,000 miles. It was the biggest mountain range in Qilian region. The peak of the mountain could reach 10,000 zhang. Even birds couldn't fly over it. Rumor has it that the Tianqi mountain range in the Qilian region was the place where the old ancestor of the Middle Prefecture had passed away. Even in the entire Lone Dragon County, it was considered as one of the largest mountain ranges. The Tianqi mountain range was tens of thousands of feet high, filled with dangers. Fog covered the mountain range so one couldn't fly over it, so they could only sneak through it. Jiang Qin flew for tens of thousands of li. If there was no spatial tunnel, it would take a long time to get out of the 180,000 li Tianqi mountain range. Jiang Qin rested for 2 days in a small city at the border of the Tianqi mountain range and Huyu boundary. Jiang Qin had killed more than 200 experts below the half-step heavenly god realm. Jiang Qin's name had spread far and wide in the surrounding regions of the Linhe boundary. It was the first time in 10,000 years that the Linhe boundary had joined hands to hunt him down. On the other hand, Jiang Qin was getting more and more decisive in his killing. He did not spare any of the heavenly god realm experts of the Linhe boundary, and the experts on the ranking list were all killed by Jiang Qin. As for the real half-step heavenly god realm experts, none of them would be so shameless to capture an early heavenly god. From the Linhe boundary to the Huyu boundary, then to the border of the Tianqi mountain range, Jiang Qin's killing intent was unstoppable. On the other hand, Jiang Qin wanted to go to the Tianxing boundary to look for Yu Er and Ling Yun. He also wanted to search for Long Shan. Jiang Qin took a sip of tea in a tea house at the border of the Tianqi mountain range and the small city. There were merchants and lone warriors passing through the Tianqi mountain range in groups of 2 or 3. However, those who had not reached the early heavenly god realm would not dare to step into the Tianqi mountain range. One should know that the Tianqi mountain range spanned 180,000 li. It was a long journey. There were countless ferocious beasts in the forest, demonic beasts and bandits in the mountain range. If one's cultivation was weak, it would be hard for him to go anywhere. Little brother, are you going to cross the Tianqi mountain range? A burly man walked towards Jiang Qin and said with a smile. The burly man was a middle-aged man with a steady aura. He was also a heavenly god realm expert. There was a sharp machete on his back and he had a loose beard. He gave Jiang Qin a good impression. Jiang Qin frowned and looked at the man. How about coming with us? I see that you're quite strong at such a young age. To think that you've reached the early heavenly god realm. I have no other intentions. We're from the Nalan city's Xilan escort. We're going to take 3 to 4 years to reach the Qilian boundary. It's better if we travel together, we can take care of each other. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. It's boring for him to travel alone. Moreover, it would save him a lot of trouble. This journey that would take 3 to 4 years would take a long time. I'm Xijin, the second leader of the Xilan escort. There are 5 of us. The few of them are also experts of our Xilan escort. They're all heavenly god realm experts. I've been through the Tianqi mountain range a few times. I'm familiar with the route. But I think you're not bad. It'll be safer with more people. Xian said with a smile. He was an honest man. On the other side there were a lady and 3 men drinking their tea. They did not look at Xian. Thank you, Brother Shi. Xian said with a smile. At this moment, a stinky old man in ragged clothes was walking towards them from afar. Many people in this small tea house frowned when they saw him. Everyone turned a deaf ear to him and their expressions were cold. Because this man was obviously not a high-ranking official or someone with authority. He was just a heavenly god realm old man who was approaching the end of his lifespan. His strength had started to decline. It was already considered good if he could reach the true god realm. The stinky old man's eyes were dazed. He seemed to be in despair. Xianxia couldn't bear to see this happen, and his heart involuntarily took pity on them. He had killed countless people. He only killed those who deserved to be killed. But at the same time he had also saved countless people. The heart of mercy and the heart of killing could exist together. Chapter 2487. Xianxia was not an executioner, he had his reasons for killing. If he pretended to be merciful, then the one who died would be himself. He could only continue to kill and move forward to live longer. This world was always the world of the strong. The weak would only become the stepping stone for the strong to reach the peak. Killing countless people was worthy of entering the 18th level of hell. Saving a life was better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Xianxia looked at the old man. The spirit-severing life-prolonging pill in his hand might be able to save his life. Although this pill was not bad, it was not priceless. However, Xianxia felt that it was worth it if it could save a life. He was not a good person, he just felt that the old man was a little pitiful. Every year, countless people in the divine world passed away silently. No one felt sorry for them, no one felt sorry for them. Xianxia walked to the old man's side and looked at him. Although the old man's clothes were ragged and his eyes were unfocused, he didn't look dirty and messy. The smell on his body didn't seem to come from his body. Old man, how much longer do you have to live? Xianxia smiled. I don't know, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. The old man murmured. He looked at Xianxia with fear and took 2 steps back as if he was afraid of something. Eat this, it can extend your life by 10 years. The old man glanced at Xianxia, a little surprised and a little dazed. He accepted the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill from Xianxia and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it. Xianxia smiled bitterly. This old man was really interesting. If the auctioneers knew that Xianxia had given his spirit-severing life-prolonging pill to a beggar, they would definitely be furious. It was a waste of God's gift. Delicious, do you have any more? The old man looked at Xianxia. Xianxia furrowed his brows and gave him another pill. The old man took it and swallowed it in one gulp. Delicious, delicious, I want more. A black line appeared on Xianxia's forehead. Eat your head. 2 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills are enough to extend your life by 10 years. I'll trade this with you. Do you have any more? The old master took out a stone-like brown object that emitted a strong stench. It was about the size of a palm and Xianxia couldn't help but hold his breath when he saw it. This was the thing that smelled so bad, no wonder his entire body was covered in a stench. This is tiger bone musk? Xianxia's pupils constricted. The tiger bone musk was a very rare medicinal ingredient that could increase the effects of an elixir. Once it was added into an elixir, its effects would be excellent. He had only heard of it but had never seen it before. The tiger bone musk was a combination of the bone of a white tiger and the musk of a heavenly deer. It was extremely smelly and could make one's soul go crazy after inhaling it for a long time. Xianxia could tell at a glance that this was the tiger bone musk. The white tiger was a divine beast. It was extremely difficult to find it, and killing it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was the same for the heavenly deer. There were only a few people who had actually seen the heavenly deer. It was said that the heavenly deer was even rarer than the white tiger. Are you going to trade or not? If not, I'm leaving. The old man's eyes were confused, but he seemed to like the spirit-severing life-prolonging pills that Xianxia had refined. I'll give you 3 more. Xianxia took out another 3 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills and gave them to the old man. He also kept the tiger bone musk. If the tiger bone musk was added to an ordinary elixir, it would change the world. Even if it was an immortal grade or a legendary divine grade elixir, it would be extremely effective. After keeping the tiger bone musk, Xianxia smiled at the old man gratefully. The old man took the 3 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills and swallowed them again. At this moment even he felt that this old bastard was a bit wasteful. 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills were eaten by him just like that. I want more, I want more. The old man clapped his hands and shouted. Want your sister? No more. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Jiang Chen could feel that the old man's body had undergone a huge change. At least he would not be struggling at death's door anymore. At least he had increased his lifespan by 15 years. One should know that he had swallowed 5 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills. However, this tiger bone musk was a pleasant surprise. Jiang Chen left and followed Xian and the others towards the Tianqi mountain range. As for the old man, he was like a madman wandering around. In his eyes there was only confusion. Birds of a feather flock together. After chatting with the old beggar, even you have become so smelly. Smelly man. The mischievous girl beside Xian frowned, pinched her nose and sneered. The girl's name was Xining, Xian's niece and also the little princess of Xilan escort. She was dressed in a white dress and had a nice temperament. Her figure was exquisite and curvaceous, and she could be considered a little beauty. However, her long and narrow phoenix eyes weren't very likable, and Jiang Chen wasn't interested in them. Xining looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. His strength was not enough for her to pay attention to him. Moreover, he liked to meddle in other people's business. Now that he was smelly, they did not have a good time. I advise you to take a bath quickly, smelly brat. Otherwise, I don't mind throwing you into the river. The black-clothed youth beside Xining crossed his arms in front of his chest and said to Lung Lung. His fair skin and tender flesh made Jiang Chen look like a sissy. The young man stared at Jiang Chen with a gloomy and cold look. His eyes were filled with vigilance and a hint of warning and provocation. Smelly man, well said. If a man is not smelly, how can he be a man with a smell? Tender skin, isn't that just an embroidered pillow? Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and smiled. He was not angry. After all, he was doing this for Xian's sake. Moreover, he also wanted to avoid some unnecessary trouble. Alright, that's enough. Lu Xingjuan, this isn't an escort agency. You've been with me twice, don't you know the rules? Xian looked at Jiang Chen apologetically. As for Xining and Lu Xingjuan, their faces were filled with mockery and disdain. We're in the Tianqi mountain range. We've already entered the danger zone. 5,000 li ahead is the territory of the twin dragon leopards. Let's pay some divine origin stones and hurry over. Those demonic beasts have a huge demand for divine origin stones. Don't cause trouble for me. Xian's words still had some deterrence to Lu Xingjuan. The few of them nodded their heads silently. Xian gave Xining a doting stare. The latter stuck out her tongue and turned around to follow her senior and junior brothers. Little brother, please forgive me for my offense just now. Since we've decided to go together, we should take care of each other. Old brother here apologizes to you. Xian patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and smiled. No worries. Since we need to pay, then I'll do it. No need, it's more than enough. It doesn't matter if you're here or not. Chapter 2488. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. Although he did not care about a few divine origin stones, Xian was a true man of iron blood. He did not care about his appearance and was full of loyalty. Oh right, big brother Xi, how long do we need to walk to the Tianqi mountain range? There are many humans and demonic beasts in this mountain range. Jiang Chen asked. Xian nodded, sighed and said, yes. That's right. For so many years we have to go to the Tianqi mountain range once every 10 years. It's not an easy task to escort a bodyguard. The 180,000 li Tianqi mountain range is not as simple as you think. Although this is a primitive forest, there are still humans living here. Most of them are tyrants who want to take over the mountain, and some are ruthless people who want to avoid being hunted. However, most of them are the demonic beasts in the mountain range. As the saying goes, there is no road in this world. But as more people walk on it, it becomes a road. We're walking on the shortest path that our ancestors walked on with their lives. The 180,000 li Tianqi mountain range is endless. There are many places that are still deserted. If we don't follow this path, we might walk into a land of death. Even Divine King Realm and Hierarch Realm experts do not dare to wander around the 100,000 mountain range. If it's a light case, they would be trapped in a dangerous place and be heavily injured. If it's a heavy case, they might even lose their souls. Xian said seriously. Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent. Since Xian was an old man, he was familiar with this path. It shouldn't be hard for him to cross the Tianqi mountain range. There are some strange places that are hidden. Every year there are less than 1 in 10 people that pass through the Tianqi mountain range. Only us peddlers have some experience. By risking our lives, we constantly challenge ourselves to earn some divine origin stones and cultivate. Only then will we have a chance to make a name for ourselves. But if we go around the Tianqi mountain range, it'll be even more boundless. We might need twice the time to reach the Chilean boundary. Xian seemed a little helpless, but he had no other choice. In the divine world, people only had one goal, and that was to become an emperor to pursue immortality. However, it had been hundreds of thousands of years since a great emperor was born. No one had experienced the might of a god emperor for hundreds of thousands of years. The god emperors of the past were not people that mortals could see. In front of us is the Black Rock Ridge, the territory of the twin dragon leopards. Every time we pass through here, we have to pay at least a few hundred high-grade divine origin stones to pass. Xian brought Xianxia along with him. They had gone through many battles in the past 2 months. Xian's strength had reached the peak mid-heavenly god realm. Moreover, he was experienced. He managed to escape from the attacks of the demonic beasts. Xianxia followed Xian, but it was obvious that Lu Xingjuan and Xixining couldn't be bothered with him and were extremely rude to Xianxia. Junior sister, you don't have to bother with this guy. When he encounters true danger, he'll know what kind of trash he is. Pretending to be aloof, does he really think he's an expert? Lu Xingjuan sneered. You don't have to say that. This bastard, only uncle is kind enough to take him in. Xixining harumphed coldly. 1,000 miles of black stone, a waterfall that flowed over the mountain ridges. Countless black iron pines stretched out for 1,000 miles, forming a vast expanse of black. The mountain rocks here were also black, which was why it was called the Black Stone Ridge. This mountain is mine, these trees are planted by me. If you want to pass through, you'll have to pay the toll. A spotted leopard walked down from the Black Rock Ridge step by step. Its body was mighty and vigorous. Lu Xingjuan and the others were stunned by its ferocious aura, not daring to breathe too loudly. It was their first time on the job. The 180,000 li Tianqi mountain ridge was indeed dangerous. The demonic beasts that they encountered before were only early heavenly god realm. However, this mid-heavenly god realm demonic beast had such a mighty aura. Even Xian, who was slightly stronger than him, couldn't match up to him. It was a dragon lion tiger leopard after all, a beast king level demonic beast. I am Xian from the Shilon escort. Greetings, brother leopard. I haven't seen you for many years. Greet the 2 masters with me. 500 high-grade divine origin stones. This 50 is for you. Xian said with a smile as he passed the divine origin stones to the leopard. The leopard looked at Xian and said faintly, "You're quite observant. But this year is different from the past. The crown prince of 8 lineages Silver River is getting married. Our boss wants to give him 100,000 high-grade divine origin stones as a birthday gift. So this year's toll is 5,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Otherwise, you'll have to leave all your belongings behind and be my slave for 10 years. The cold voice of the leopard reverberated in Xian's ears. Xian shuddered slightly as he knew that this was bad. This was only the first checkpoint of the 180,000 Tianqi mountain range. These twin dragon leopards were quite loyal. But now they had changed their attitude. It was difficult for him to take out such a toll. Even if he took it out now, how was he going to pass the next checkpoint? There were more than 10 demonic beasts and humans in the Tianqi mountain range. Each of them would cost 500 high-grade divine origin stones. But now it seemed like it was not enough for him. Brother leopard, this doesn't seem to be reasonable? Xian smiled awkwardly and said. That's right, don't tell me you want to eat us until not even the bones are left? Humph. Xixining said in a deep voice. Her face was filled with dissatisfaction. She looked mischievous, but she was also shrewd. Not bad, little girl. Hee. If this little girl stays with me, then I'll write off this debt. How about it? Don't force me to take action. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave this place alive. The leopard said faintly. His big eyes stared at Xixining with a playful expression. Xian's expression changed and quickly said, Brother leopard, please calm down. This is just my little nephew. She's really immature and offended, brother leopard. Please forgive her. Isn't it just a leopard? What's there to be afraid of? Uncle, I don't believe that he'll eat us up. Xixining's face was filled with anger. She ignored Xizhen's apology. Shut up. Pa. Xizhen turned around and slapped Xixining's face. At this moment even Jiangchen was shocked. It was his first time seeing such a cold side of Xizhen. But he understood that Xizhen was doing this for her own good. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. One must have the ability to do so. A little girl acting like a tyrant here would only end up with one outcome. She wouldn't even know how she died. Xizhen was just worried about her safety. Chapter 2489. Xixining bit her red lips with tears in her eyes. She didn't expect that her powerful and domineering uncle would be so humble in front of a leopard that wasn't even as strong as him. The reputation of the Xilan escort agency was completely lost by her uncle. My dear grand, please don't say so much. Lu Xingjuan tugged at Xixining but she pushed him away. Don't touch me. You're all cowards. Cowards. Xixining said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Her beautiful face had also turned red. I'm afraid I'm not in a good mood now. 5,000 high-grade divine origin stones, not a single one less. This little girl must stay with me, otherwise I'll kill her. The leopard's expression instantly turned cold. 5,000 divine origin stones will still pay. Brother leopard, I'll apologize to you on behalf of my nephew. Xizhen said in a low voice, extremely flattering. Xixining clenched her teeth. She was unwilling to accept this. She was even more unwilling to see her uncle Dao grovel in front of this demonic beast. But how could she understand that this was life? Ever since she was young she had been pampered and spoiled. She was used to living in luxury. Her ancestors had to work hard for her. What she had obtained was a better life. Apart from that she had never suffered any setbacks. Being high and mighty had become a habit. Being bullied by a demonic beast, how could she not be angry? Jiangchen did not say anything sarcastic. This was a lesson she should have learned long ago. Otherwise, this little princess would forever live in a fairy tale world where she could eat and sleep freely. The cold and cruel killing was too far away from her. What if I say no? This girl has such a bad temper, I want to teach her a lesson. The leopard said coldly. Prepare for battle. Lu Xingjuan, protect Xining. If there's any mistake I'll hold you responsible. Xizhen knew that this battle was inevitable. Xixining had completely offended this leopard. If they did not force their way through, then they might be trapped in this black stone ridge. Shisan Majun, the two of you follow me and prepare for battle. Jiangchen, you support us from the side. We're in trouble. Xizhen said in a low voice. Howl. The spotted leopard roared. Dozens of leopards leaped out from the forest. Most of them were early heavenly gods. There were more than 30 of them. Xizhen's expression was gloomy. With so many spotted leopards their situation was quite dangerous. He could deal with the leopards but there were still 30 left. Ma Jun and Shisan could handle 5 or 7 leopards, and Jiangchen was only an early heavenly god. Even if she was talented, it would be difficult for her to handle 3 to 5 of them. Moreover, Xizhen was worried about Xixining's safety. This was the first time she came out with him. She had begged him for 7 years before he brought her out of the Tiger Leap boundary to see the outside world. But he never expected that they would encounter such a huge problem the moment they left the boundary. Xizhen was exasperated. Xixining was still too young. Before he left, he had warned her not to be too arrogant to avoid trouble. But now it seemed that trouble came from the mouth. No matter how angry Xizhen was, it was useless. Lowly humans, you will become my slaves. I like this little chili. The spotted leopard leaped and pounced toward Xizhen. Although Xizhen was stronger than the spotted leopard, they were still in the opponent's territory. Moreover, the spotted leopard was like a fish in the water when it fought in the forest. But Xizhen was not to be underestimated. He had been traveling between different boundaries for hundreds of years and had experienced hundreds of battles. He was definitely a battle-hardened warrior. The spotted leopard and Xizhen intertwined and began the fiercest battle. The leopard's body was huge, at least 5 meters long. In the process of the battle, it was clear that Xizhen didn't have the upper hand at all. The machete in his hand danced in the air as the two desperately attacked each other's vitals. On the other side, 30 leopards had completely surrounded Jiangchen and the others. Ma Jun and Shisan were brave men, but at this moment they showed a hint of fear. Because there were too many leopards. 30 heavenly god realm leopards were unbeatable to them. What are you afraid of? Watch me. Xiaoxining broke through Lu Xingjuan's protection and clashed with the leopards. She wielded the white jade sword in her hand. Each strike was filled with spirituality. However, her strength was only at the early heavenly god realm. Lu Xingjuan and the others quickly followed after Xiaoxining. The 5 of them faced the 30 leopards together. Zhou Xian smiled faintly. He did not want to show his strength so soon. Moreover, the fewer people who knew about his identity, the better. He did not want to bring trouble to them. For Zhou Xian, a single slash was enough to deal with 30 leopards. However, the 4 of them were in a passive position. Even though Zhou Xian was able to deal with 7 or 8 leopards, the 4 of them were still being pushed back and all of them were injured. Especially Lu Xingjuan and Xiaoxining, it was their first time coming out. Even though they were strong, their battle experience was still lacking. Xiaoxining dared to fight. She was not inferior to men. However, she was fated to pay the price for her recklessness. She was injured by the leopards time and time again. Lu Xingjuan could not even take care of himself. How could he have the time to care about her? We can't hold on any longer, Master Shi. Lu Xingjuan was surrounded by 3 leopards and was already sweating profusely. The others were not much better off. Every step they took was filled with trepidation. Under the siege of so many leopards, they had completely lost their previous confidence. Lu Xingjuan's eyes were filled with terror, and Xiaoxining did not have the confidence of a princess. Although she was ferocious, her strength was still there. She did not have the ability to defend and counterattack. On the other side, Xiaoxian was being pressured by the leopards. He was still worried about the safety of Xiaoxining and the others. He could not focus on the battle. Even though he was stronger than the leopards, he could not deal any damage to him. Be careful! Xiaoxian roared. Xiaoxining was ambushed by 2 leopards from behind. A terrifying gale blew past Xiaoxining's ears. He could even feel the threat of death. Zhou Xian moved and punched out with both his fists. In an instant, the heads of the 2 leopards exploded. Xiaoxining was stunned and did not say a word. If it wasn't for Zhou Xian, her neck would have been bitten off by the leopards. Chapter 2490. Xiaoxining did not expect Zhou Xian to be this powerful. Each of his punches landed on the leopard's flesh. In just a blink of an eye, all 30 leopards were killed by Zhou Xian. Lu Xingjuan and the other 2 were also saved by Zhou Xian. The 4 of them were panting heavily. Their injuries were not light. Zhou Xian's attacks were as fast as lightning, like a tiger. All 30 leopards were killed in his hands. The leopards were slightly stunned. Their hearts were filled with shock. This young man is really powerful. Lu Xingjuan looked at Zhou Xian with a complicated gaze. Although he was not convinced, they would have died without Zhou Xian. This fella is actually this powerful. He hid his strength well. I guess he's not any weaker than Master Shi, who is a peak mid-heavenly god. That's right. Just based on the strength of his physical body, he's actually this formidable. Truly unbelievable. Ma Jun and Shisan were filled with admiration. Zhou Xian had instantly become their idol. His footsteps were like lightning, his figure was like a ghost, every punch landed on the leopard's flesh. These heavenly god leopards were unable to retaliate at all. Such skills were worthy of their respect. Xiaoxining had a lot of feelings. At this moment, her attitude towards Zhou Xian was extremely complicated. After all, his strength was much stronger than theirs. Plus, it was Zhou Xian who saved her in that critical moment. If it wasn't for him, she would have been dead by now. Wasn't this the Prince Charming of her dreams? He was like a god descending to the mortal world, saving her from the fire and water. But compared to the so-called Prince Charming, Zhou Xian was far too lacking. Zhou Qian's expression was cold as he joined Xiaoxian's battle against the leopards. The 2 of them joined forces and instantly pushed the leopard into a disadvantageous position. Moreover, Zhou Qian's punches were invincible and ruthless, not giving the leopard any chance to breathe. Xiaoxian was also a veteran in the battlefield. How could he give the leopard any chance? Under the relentless bombardment of the 2, the spotted leopard was completely defeated. Kill. Zhou Xian threw a punch. The wind whistled. You can't kill me. The leopard's eyes were filled with fear, but Zhou Qian's fist did not hold back at all. It directly penetrated the leopard. An overbearing aura. We must leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the twin dragon leopards catch up to us, we'll definitely die. Those 2 fellas are late heavenly gods, were definitely not their match. Xiaoxian said solemnly. There was no time to say more. Zhou Qian's strength had shocked him, but at this moment he had to seize every second. "You guys go first, I'll cover you," Zhou Xian said. "No. How could you possibly be a match for the twin dragon leopards?" Xianxia hurriedly shook his head with a solemn expression. "Don't worry, I have a defensive movement skill. It won't be easy for a late heavenly god to kill me," Zhou Xian said. "But, brother Xi, it's not like you to be so wishy-washy. Little brother, I, Xianxia, owe you my life. I'll wait for you outside the Black Rock Ridge." Xianxia did not even turn his head back as he brought Xiaxing and the others out of the Black Rock Ridge. Xiaxing looked back, her expression became more complicated. Zhou Xian could already feel two terrifying auras rushing towards him. "Brat, how dare you kill my men and wait for your death here? You've got guts. This is the first time I, the Silver Dragon Leopard, have met someone as arrogant as you," a silver leopard Lung Lung said. He was filled with killing intent, his body was over 10 meters tall, looking majestic. Beside him, there was another golden leopard that looked exactly the same as him. This was where the name Twin Dragon Leopards came from. To think that a puny human could kill my vanguard, an early heavenly god. You're quite capable. The golden dragon leopard shook his head and smiled. "Twin dragon leopards? You two leopards dare to call yourselves dragon leopards? This is hilarious. Today I'm going to turn you into steamed buns." Zhou Xian crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking calm and composed. He looked at the twin dragon leopards with contempt. "Brat, I think you're courting death. The twin dragon leopards have roamed the Tianqi mountain range for thousands of years, but I've never met someone as arrogant as you. We can even fight a peak heavenly god if we join forces. Today I'll let you know what it means to be courageous and intimidating." The silver dragon leopard sneered. "Intimidating dragon?" Zhou Xian let out a sigh. "Come, I'm in a hurry, don't waste too much time. Arrogant and conceited, die." The silver dragon leopard roared and took the lead, streaking across the night sky like a ray of light. Zhou Xian roared and circulated the dragon transformation skill. At that moment his body was filled with a domineering dragon aura. The twin dragon leopards held their breaths. Their dragon aura was nothing compared to Zhou Xian's dragon aura. Such a powerful dragon aura. The golden dragon leopard was shocked, but Zhou Xian's strength was still weaker than them. "Second brother, be careful. This human is not simple." Before the golden dragon panther could finish his words, Zhou Xian's attack had already arrived. The late heavenly god silver dragon panther was suppressed by Zhou Xian's dragon mightiness and he was pushed back by Zhou Xian's attack. He was in a sorry state. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. The silver dragon leopard's eyes were filled with fear and shock. A single punch was enough to push him back. Moreover, his dragon aura was too powerful, completely suppressing his battle strength. "Big brother, I'm not his match." Although the silver dragon leopard was furious, he knew that his opponent's dragon aura was enough to suppress him. If he fought with his life on the line, he would definitely die. "Alright, let's attack together and finish this quickly." How could the golden dragon leopard not know what his brother was thinking? Even he was shocked by the punch just now. A puny human is so powerful. They must finish him as soon as possible. They were able to become the leaders of the outer region between the Tianqi mountain range and the Huyu boundary. That's what I wanted. Zhou Xian smiled faintly and roared furiously. His thunderous strength, along with the monstrous dragon's prestige, crushed the void. His dreadful combat strength was comparable to a late heavenly god in terms of physical strength. With the addition of the dragon's prestige, the twin dragon leopards were at a complete disadvantage. Even though they attacked at the same time, it was still difficult for them to contend against Zhou Xian. Their combat strength was suppressed and the result was imaginable. Zhou Xian's attacks landed on the golden dragon leopards. It was like an iron rod landing on the ground. It was comparable to a divine tool. Zhou Xian's body was comparable to a divine tool. He had the upper hand against the twin dragon leopards. He didn't even need to take out the heavenly dragon sword to suppress the twin dragon leopards. When Xianxia turned his head back, his heart was extremely solemn. Even from 100 miles away he could clearly feel the unparalleled pressure from the terrifying dragon might. Xianxia was shocked. The twin dragon leopards had a powerful dragon aura. Is Zhou Xian in danger? Little brother, you must be all right. Chapter 2491. Zhou Xian was fighting two enemies at the same time. His fists were ferocious and terrifying, like a dragon emerging from the sea. His dragon prestige was matchless, completely suppressing the dragon prestige of the twin dragon leopards. The two brothers unleashed all their strength, but they were still suppressed by Zhang Chen's dragon prestige. That kind of suppression had caused them to lose their domineering aura. The twin dragon leopards that dominated the outer region of the Tianqi mountain range couldn't even withstand a single blow from Zhang Chen. Especially when they wanted to suppress Zhang Chen with their dragon might, they were met with an unexpected result. Zhang Chen gave them a taste of their own medicine, allowing them to understand the true might of a dragon. What a terrifying might! The golden dragon leopard sighed in his heart. He had never encountered such a powerful dragon might that made them unable to unleash their true strength. Roar! The silver dragon leopard roared furiously and rushed towards Zhang Chen. Its sharp claws slashed through the sky. Zhang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He met the silver dragon leopard's attack head-on. His fist collided with the silver dragon leopard's sharp claws. The silver dragon leopard was actually sent flying by Zhang Chen. Furthermore, Zhang Chen's physical strength alone was enough to make the silver dragon leopard suffer. The golden dragon leopard was not to be outdone. The two brothers attacked again and again. Zhang Chen also countered with violence, not taking a single step back. His bloody fists were incomparably sharp, ruthlessly smashing on the golden dragon leopard's body. Under Zhang Chen's tyrannical might, the twin dragon leopard couldn't resist at all. "It's time to end this," Zhang Chen said faintly. His hands formed a series of hand seals. His dragon might was earth-shattering, causing the twin dragon leopard's eyes to be filled with shock. At this moment they finally realized how terrifying Zhang Chen was. True dragon palm. The roars of the dragon might were unparalleled, shocking the heavens. The roars of the dragons and the roars of the beasts rang out endlessly. The boundless true dragon palm struck out ferociously, instantly knocking the twin dragon leopards back in a sorry state. "Don't kill us." The twin dragon cheetahs were terrified. Only now did they understand how terrifying this early heavenly god human was. He fought against the twin dragon cheetahs alone. They had never met such a powerful human before. He was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Especially his dreadful dragon might. It was the most fatal. It suppressed their battle prowess and sealed their dragon might, causing the battle prowess of both sides to be at a standstill. "Isn't it a little too late to beg for mercy now? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?" Zhang Chen said lung lung. He punched out with both fists. Thunder rumbled 3,000 times, mountains and rivers shattered, and pine trees roared for 1,000 miles. Zhang Chen shattered the twin dragon cheetah's heart meridians. Their heads were split into pieces. They were instantly killed. The twin dragon cheetahs never expected that they would die in the hands of an early heavenly god kid. And the reason was because of the gift from the 8 lineages Silver River. Clap clap clap. Zhang Chen gently clapped his hands and kept the twin dragon cheetah's demon spirits. 2 late heavenly god demon spirits are pretty useful. There's 1 mid-heavenly god demon spirit and 30 early heavenly god demon spirits. This time I can finally cultivate properly. Zhang Chen walked forward. Not long after he saw the travel-worn Xian. Xian looked at Zhang Chen in shock. "Little brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine. What could happen to me?" Hee. Zhang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. His clothes were not stained after the bloody battle and he was taking a leisurely stroll. Xian looked at Zhang Chen doubtfully. "Is the twin dragon cheetahs going to just leave like that? Where's the twin dragon cheetahs? I vaguely heard 2 beast roars just now." Xian said solemnly. "Maybe you heard it wrong. I didn't see anything. I've been walking carefully and didn't notice anything." Zhang Chen's expression was serious. "All right then. Let's leave quickly. We shouldn't stay here for long. The twin dragon cheetahs haven't discovered us yet. Otherwise we would have been exposed long ago." Xian was stunned. If the twin dragon cheetahs were really here, they wouldn't be able to handle 2 late heavenly god demonic beast. Zhang Chen would be the first to bear the brunt. Even though he was strong, he was only an early heavenly god. He only managed to kill the early heavenly god demonic beasts and the spotted leopard with Zhang Chen's help. However, he could see that Zhang Chen was experienced. Perhaps it was as Zhang Chen had said. The twin dragon cheetahs might not be here. Perhaps they haven't discovered us yet. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. Zhang Chen nodded and followed Xian. They quickly caught up with Xining and the others. Xian looked back and felt doubtful. However, it was good that they were not discovered. After walking for nearly a month, they finally left the territory of the twin dragon cheetahs. Xianxia was always on tenterhooks along the way, afraid that the twin dragon cheetahs would catch up to them. However, it was obvious that his worries were unnecessary as Zhou Xian had already taken care of the two troublesome beasts. During this period of time, Xianxia no longer made things difficult for Zhou Xian. Sometimes she would even treat Zhou Xian politely. Zhou Xian didn't mind it. After all, he had saved her life. Moreover, when a person goes through a tribulation, even the most pampered person would grow. If she didn't change, then Zhou Xian would feel that she was really hopeless. Along the way, they didn't encounter any huge waves. Most of the demonic beasts would not attack randomly. However, some demonic beasts would still come out to hunt. Zhou Xian and the others did not encounter any demonic beasts that were stronger than the heavenly god realm. In front of us is the misty forest. Compared to the outer region, the misty forest can be considered as a natural barrier. It's not difficult to pass through the misty forest. However, we have to wait for the sun to shine and the mist to disperse. Once the weather is gloomy and rainy, the misty forest will become a natural barrier. The poisonous mist from the swamp will also rise. At that time, the entire misty forest will be filled with poisonous mist. Even a divine king realm expert would find it hard to pass through. Xianxia said solemnly, reminding everyone. However, at this moment, a scream was heard from the front. Run, run. A frightened scream reverberated in Zhou Qian's ears. After walking for such a long time, they finally met humans. Moreover, it seemed like there was more than one. Dozens of people ran back from the forest. All of them had a terrified expression on their faces. Friend, why are you guys running back? What happened in front? Xianxia stopped one of them and asked. A blazing flame heavenly lizard appeared in the misty forest. It breathed out mist and poisonous gas filled the sky. No one could pass through it. There's also a large number of heavenly god realm poisonous toads. Chapter 2492. Blazing flame heavenly lizard? How strong is he? Zhou Xian asked. You don't even have the right to speak in front of him. The middle-aged man sneered at Zhou Xian in disdain. He quickly turned around and left as if he was afraid that the blazing flame heavenly lizard would catch up with him. There were more than 10 of them. There were even 4 late heavenly gods among them. However, all of them had a solemn look on their faces. It would not be easy for them to pass through the misty forest at this moment. Let's go first. Otherwise, we might not be able to escape death. Xianxia never did anything that he was not confident about. He looked at Zhou Qian and asked for Zhou Qian's opinion. I'll listen to you, Zhou Qian said with a smile. Since Xianxia was very familiar with the Tianqi mountain range, even though Zhou Qian was stronger than him, he was still a newbie when it came to crossing the mountain range. There were many dangerous places that Zhou Qian knew nothing about. Zhou Qian and the others were left far behind by the people who were running in a hurry. Zhou Qian could feel an extremely powerful aura closing in on them. Moreover, this aura was quite domineering. It was at least at the half-step divine king realm. Such a terrifying demonic beast was indeed a giant existence in front of humans. It held the power of life and death. Not long after Zhou Qian and Xianxia ran out, they saw the group of people from before returning. Their expressions were filled with even more worry. There's a tiger behind us. We're going to die soon. A white-haired old man sighed and said. His eyes were filled with despair. Guys, could it be that you? Xianxia looked at the people who were running away in a hurry. He was shocked. This trip might not be that easy. It's the 3-headed dragon of the 8 lineages Silver River. It's obvious that it wants to capture us. That's right. The whole Tianqi mountain range is in an uproar because of the wedding of the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. We're the ones who are going to suffer. I know, right now we have undoubtedly become their cornucopia. Someone said while clenching his teeth. Currently, danger was lurking in every direction. Under the pursuit from the front and back, their safety had also fallen into a hopeless situation where they would definitely die. Zhou Qian was slightly moved. Who is this 8 lineages Silver River Lord? How could he be so terrifying? Could it be that he's able to control the entire Tianqi mountain range? Furthermore, his reputation had spread far and wide. It seemed like he was not someone to be trifled with. It was unknown whether the deacon was a human or a demonic beast. There's the blazing flame heavenly lizard in the misty forest and one of the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River, the 3-headed dragon. We're in a dilemma now. Xijin said solemnly. No one had encountered such a situation before. Even though he had been to the Xianxia mountain range for more than 10 times, this was the first time. East and west, can't we run? Zhou Xian asked with a frown. Seems like he's really a newbie. He didn't even understand the Xianxia mountain range and he dares to talk big. What a joke. Someone mocked. At this time, everyone was incomparably nervous, but no one ran towards the east or west. Xijin let out a sigh. The east is the primitive area of the 100,000 mountain range. There are countless heavenly god realm beasts and divine king realm beasts there. It's the most inaccessible place in the entire Xianxia mountain range. Once you enter the east, you'll die. The west is connected to the misty forest. It's a place filled with poisonous insects and beasts. It's also a primitive area that no one has ever stepped into before. However, none of those who went through the east and west could walk out alive. It's the same since the ancient times. This old man is always straightforward. However, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten. The bridge I've walked is longer than the road you've walked. Hee. The white-haired old man said with a smile. He glanced at Zhou Xian with an arrogant expression. In their eyes, Zhou Xian was just a newbie. Looks like we're in a hopeless situation now. There are so many of us. Don't tell me that we don't even have the strength to fight? Zhou Xian smiled faintly. One battle. Young man, I admire your courage. However, I have to say that you're too naive. We only have 4 late heavenly god experts here. The rest of us are early and middle heavenly gods. We have more than 30 people. Fighting a peak heavenly god realm or even a half-step divine king realm beast is no different from courting death. A short-haired swordsman said with a sneer. Are we just going to surrender? Zhou Xian sneered. Compared to these people's nervous expressions, Zhou Qian's calmness made Xijin admire him. I agree with this young man's opinion. Fighting to the death is better than surrendering, right? Hee. So what if the protector of the 8 lineages Silver River is here? Even a rabbit will bite if you push me too far. An elegant woman with a charming figure stretched out her slender fingers and gently lifted Zhou Qian's chin. The corners of her mouth carried a playful smile as she teased Zhou Qian to the extreme. Her graceful figure was enchanting and charming. Her every frown and smile could charm thousands of men. Especially her pair of soul-captivating eyes. They were purple and demonic, like the blooming red spider lily, filled with mystery and enchantment. Her fingertips brushed past Zhou Qian's cheeks. Her breath was like a spring breeze. Zhou Qian's expression was calm. This elegant girl was indeed as beautiful as a goddess, but compared to his wife Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu she was nothing. However, the flirtatious nature in her bones was something that no man could resist. If it was a man with low resistance, he would have already kneeled down and kowtowed to her. Nyang, I'm not sensible. I hope you don't mind. Hee. Xijin looked at the elegant lady and said with a smile, as if he was afraid that Zhou Qian would be eaten by her. Because none of the men she had set her eyes on could escape from her palm. As if Yu Ernyang would eat you. Yu Ernyang covered her mouth and laughed. Everyone else was very serious except for her. However, she did not dare to be careless. Zhou Qian held Yu Ernyang's slender waist with one hand and pinched her buttocks with the other hand. Yu Ernyang's face was filled with anger, but her eyes were still charming as she looked at Zhou Qian. How could this guy be so calm? His heart was as calm as still water without any ripples. Zhou Qian smiled. It was as if he could melt the ice and snow. Yu Ernyang felt very comfortable. Ernyang, right? Your figure seems to be just SOS. Chapter 2493. What a pervert. Xixining's face was gloomy as she saw the flirting between Zhou Qian and Yu Ernyang. Her heart was filled with anger. How could they be so shameless in front of so many people? It was a shame for a woman and a disgrace for a man. Xixining gritted her teeth, but Yu Ernyang was indeed more flirtatious than her. Her figure was also more perfect. She looked at her own figure, which was slightly inferior to Yu Ernyang's. She was even more furious. Xijin was slightly shocked by Zhou Qian's action. This kid is really like a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. He dares to provoke anyone. Yu Ernyang was quite famous in Huyu boundary. There were at least 8,000 men who had a close relationship with her. Just SOSO. Looks like little brother is also a man of character. Ernyang has never lost to anyone in terms of experience and knowledge. Yu Ernyang frowned as if she was a little angry. She looked at Jiang Chen with a reproachful look and escaped from Jiang Chen's palm easily. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. However, right at that moment, the feeling of the earth quaking and mountains swaying rang alarms for everyone. It was likely that the true crisis was about to arrive. Blazing Flame Heavenly Lizard. It's the Blazing Flame Heavenly Lizard. This guy is more than 100 feet tall. The moment it crawled out of the foggy swamp, many people were shocked. That's right. We have more than 100 people here. Almost half of them died under the feet of this Blazing Flame Heavenly Lizard. God wants me to die. Am I really going to die here? I'm not willing to accept this. I'm not even married yet. I am the only son of 18 generations. The Blazing Flame Heavenly Lizard's gigantic figure appeared 1,000 meters away. It was a giant lizard that walked upright. With its bare hands, it pushed aside dozens of hundreds of meters tall ancient pines and maple trees. Its imposing manner was terrifying. Every step it took seemed to shake the earth and mountains. It was as if it was stepping on everyone's heart, shaking their soul. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the Blazing Flame Heavenly Lizard. Although it was only a peak heavenly god, it was extremely talented and its strength could reach the half-step Divine King realm. Roar, roar. A deafening roar reverberated in the ears of Jiang Chen and the others. More than 30 of them were ready to fight. The Blazing Flame Heavenly Lizard gave people a feeling of a giant. Moreover, its roar was terrifying, as if it came from the depths of everyone's heart. Master Shi, what should we do? What should we do? Lu Xingjuan said anxiously. His fearful expression made him look like a madman who had been wronged and had nowhere to vent. Lu Xingjuan saw that those who were much stronger than him had a solemn and fearful expression, not to mention him. Now that he was attacked by these demonic beasts, he was not mentally prepared at all. He initially thought that this would be an interesting journey. He would not have any worries following Xian. Moreover, he was considered to be quite talented in terms of his strength. He could definitely take on the responsibility of being Xining's protector and become a hero in Xining's heart. However, he did not expect to encounter such a situation after leaving the Tianqi mountain range for a short while. This crisis had completely shattered the defenses in Lu Xingjuan's heart. Looking at the incomparably huge Blazing Flame Heavenly Lizard that was approaching them step by step, Lu Xingjuan's feet seemed to be unable to move an inch. Shut up. Who should I ask if you ask me? Do you think this is a tour? This is the Tianqi mountain range. Dangers are everywhere. You could be in danger at any time. Since the moment you entered the Tianqi mountain range, I have told you that death will follow you for 3 years. No one can guarantee whether you will live or die in these 3 years. Not even me. Do you understand? Xishan shouted in a deep voice. For Lu Xingjuan, it was like a wake-up call. However, after hearing that so many people had died in the hands of the Blazing Flame Heavenly Lizard and the fear that was spreading in his heart, Lu Xingjuan's psychological defense had completely collapsed. Jiang Chen smiled. Such a person was only fit to live in the ivory tower of his sect or family. In the face of a real crisis, he could not withstand a single blow. At the moment when Lu Xingjuan was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws in front of Jiang Chen treated him as an angry child. Jiang Chen was never afraid of death. That was why he could crawl out of death time and time again and be reborn in a hopeless situation. I'm scared. I don't want to die. Lu Xingjuan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment he was completely crushed by the pressure. Xining looked at Lu Xingjuan's ugly face and her heart was filled with disdain. On the contrary, Jiang Chen, who had always kept a low profile, was shining brightly in her eyes. Although he had some flaws and was a little dirty, he was still much better than Lu Xingjuan. Everyone here does not want to die. However, in the face of death you only have one choice, which is to win against death. The other choice is to accept death. Jiang Chen said calmly, like a monologue of an elder. However, at this moment Lu Xingjuan did not listen to anyone. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. You're quite confident. Little brother, aren't you afraid? Yu Ernyang stood beside Jiang Chen and said with a faint smile. He was also afraid. Everyone here was afraid. They had never encountered such a terrifying situation before. However, so what if they were afraid? Can God save you from this calamity? You can't, so you can only rely on yourself. When a person is in despair, their potential is limitless. I'm scared. I'm scared that I will never see such a charming girl like Yu Ernyang again. Xianxia said with a smile. You're so annoying. This is my first time being called a girl. Yu Ernyang rolled her eyes at Xianxia full of charm. A girl will always be a girl. Even if you're so flirtatious, you're still a girl. However, the blazing flame heavenly lizard will not let you go just because you're a girl. The moment Xianxia raised his head, the blazing flame heavenly lizard was already in front of him. Lowly humans, how dare you step into my territory and disturb my cultivation? You all deserve to die. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's deep voice was accompanied by a thick nasal sound. It reverberated above the void. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The night was eerie and desolate. Old lizard, I also want these people. How about it? Give me some face, how about it?